Chapter 101. The Master of Jade Green Tower, Beiwa Xiao. White Float City. Ye Feng, Long Zhen Chuan, Jilian, Xin Guangxian, and all the disciples of Misty Sect gathered together. This place is the most luxurious restaurant in White Float City. The cost of this meal will be split between myself and Patriarch Long, Jilian declared with a slap on his chest, exuding an air of "I'm not short of money, order whatever you like." "No need, I'll treat," Ye Feng said as he took out 10 spirit stones, equivalent to 10 taels of gold, and immediately ordered a large table full of delicious dishes. "Sect Master Ye, what is this?" Both Long Zhenchuan and Jilian were puzzled. Only to hear Ye Feng say, "The earlier words were all in jest, how could I let the two of you pay? Today is a day of great joy for the Misty Sect as we rise to a high-ranked sect, of course it should be the sect leader who treats everyone." Long Zhenchuan and Jilian looked at each other, saw the determination on Ye Feng's face, and decided not to insist any further, choosing to shamelessly sponge a meal this time. Soon enough, the dishes were served. The crowd began to feast heartily. In the afternoon, after everyone had their fill, they returned to their respective homes. Walking down the street, Ye Feng, accompanied by his disciples, helped Li Jiaojiao purchase a good amount of ingredients and bought some useful items as well. Just then, several dozen guards wielding long sabers blocked their path. "That stinking woman is here, surround them all," a ferocious bald man roared. The guards immediately encircled Ye Feng and his group. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Shi Lei stepped forward first, emanating the aura of a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which subdued all the guards. Although they were also cultivators, their cultivation levels were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement, no match for the pressure of Shi Lei's aura, and they began to fall back. This bald man had a cultivation level of 5th level Qi refinement but realized he had bitten off more than he could chew and decided to retreat and get reinforcements. So he said, "Sorry, we must have mistaken you for someone else." After saying that, the bald man turned to run. "Did I say you could leave?" Ye Feng stretched out his hand, and the power of heroic spirits gripped all the troublemakers like an invisible hand. The bald man and the other guards felt as if their legs were filled with a weight of thousands of pounds, unable to take a single step, realizing they had messed with someone they shouldn't have, and their faces turned pale. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I don't want to ask a second time." Ye Feng exerted a bit more force, and the power of heroic spirits intensified, making the bald man and his group feel an overwhelming pressure, far more terrifying than facing a tower master by more than 10-fold. It's them, they're very fierce and they hit you." Yan Ruyu hid behind Ye Feng, her face turned pale as she seemed very afraid. Jia Yulan, knowing the origins of Yan Ruyu, immediately stepped forward, gently patting her back and soothing her. "Please spare our lives, senior. We were merely following orders." The bald man struggled with discomfort, as if he had swallowed a fly, being recognized on the spot by Yan Ruyu. "Daring to bully our nanny, brothers, beat him up!" Fox De Hong shouted, and together with Dog Erha and the rest of White Float 5 immortals, used the paper warrior technique to fuse instantly into a general 1 meter tall, riding on the bald man's back, relentlessly pounding him. "Please spare us, senior." The bald man was turned into a pig-headed figure after just a few hits, begging for mercy. Ye Feng took a step forward, his voice icy as he asked, "Where do you come from, and why did you attack the disciples of Misty Sect? If you don't provide an explanation, don't blame me for flattening your group." Hearing they were from Misty Sect, the bald man felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. That was the sect that had just completed the ennoblement ceremony today, becoming a high-ranked sect. Even the Vice Tower Master had warned 1,000 times not to provoke them. Yet, they had actually surrounded them. The bald man's teeth chattered as if he could see doomsday itself. "Look, isn't that Baldi Xiang, the top enforcer of Jade Green Tower? It really is him. I never thought he'd have such a day." Usually, Baldi Xiang relies on the backing of the Tower Master of Jade Green Tower, bullying the weak with his strength. Now that he's been caught by Sect Master Ye of the Misty Sect, he's getting what he deserves. Support Sect Master Ye. Many onlookers around them cheered. Sect Prestige Value plus 20. Ye Feng received the prompt, his expression still cold. So you are from Jade Green Tower, the number 1 Gulan in White Float City. Even so, daring to harm our disciples of the Misty Sect, you can't blame this sect leader for being ruthless. Please stop. A gentle voice came from afar. All eyes followed the sound, only to see a woman dressed in colorful clothes approaching through the air, actually utilizing the light body technique, and she seemed even more skilled than Zhou Jiaqian, as light as a feather, as if weighing nothing. The woman landed on the ground and gave Ye Feng a deep curtsy. This one is Bai Xiao, the Tower Master of Jade Green Tower. Could there be some misunderstanding in all this? Bai Xiao, with her chi refinement at the 9th level peak, was extremely powerful. However, facing Ye Feng, the so-called chosen one, she still lowered her proud head, stunning the onlookers. I heard that the Tower Master of Jade Green Tower is very beautiful, but I didn't expect her to be this beautiful. I'd be willing to die under her skirt. The onlookers swallowed hard. Ye Feng examined Bai Xiao and found that although the woman appeared to be in her 20s, she had reached the peak of the 9th level of chi refinement, no weaker than sect disciples like Xin Guangxian, but he wondered if she had taken any youth-retaining pills. He stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold. A misunderstanding? Then do give me a good explanation. Bai Xiao's gaze shifted past Ye Feng to make eye contact with Yan Ruyu, who blinked and revealed a joyous expression, then said to Ye Feng, Sect Master, that big sister has given me delicious things to eat. Oh, is that so? Ye Feng was dubious. Yan Ruyu bit her finger and thought seriously, then nodded, I was playing with grass in a small alley, someone took me away, but it was this big sister who gave me food and clothes. Hearing this, Bai Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. Ye Feng didn't know the specifics, but since Yan Ruyu said so, he released the heroic spirit power, causing the guards to fall to the ground. Please forgive me, Sect Master Ye. It was not our people from Jade Green Tower who captured your sect disciple. It was just that I happened to have gone out on an errand, which led to your disciple's suffering. Upon my return, those involved will be killed without mercy. By the end, even Ye Feng could feel the temperature in the air drop, noting to himself that Bai Xiao was a ruthless person who, for self-preservation, had devised this strategy of cutting off a limb to save her life. This sect leader will have someone look into the specifics of the situation. Ye Feng glanced at Bai Xiao and left the street with his disciples. Once Ye Feng and his group had left, Bai Xiao suddenly turned around, her cold gaze fixed on Baldi Xiang and the other guards of Jade Green Tower, her teeth gritted. I leave on a distant errand, and you lot manage to provoke a formidable enemy for me. It seems some people in Jade Green Tower are no longer satisfied with their place. Baldi Xiang immediately swallowed hard. Tower Master, spare me. This was all the Vice Tower Master's idea. A fine needle instantly pierced Baldi Xiang's brow. His eyes widened, he remained standing for a long time, before finally falling to the ground. As for Bai Xiao, she was already holding up an orchid finger, clutching a transparent 3-inch long needle, her face cold, as she flew towards Jade Green Tower. Chapter 102. The first page of the Nameless Sword Manual. Ye Feng led the disciples away from the street, turned a corner, and arrived at the City Lord's Mansion's scripture pavilion. So it's Sect Master Ye gracing us with his presence. What books would you like to look at today? Pavilion Master Elder Lu, with his hands clasped behind his back, saw Ye Feng approaching and immediately flashed a mouthful of ostentatious gold teeth. Ye Feng handed over 3 lower-grade spirit stones according to the rules and said, I brought the disciples here to take a casual look and let them learn more. Elder Lu immediately laughed and said, I always like the learning spirit of your sect, it's promising. After that, Elder Lu chuckled and casually pocketed the spirit stones. Elder Lu, did you get new gold teeth again? Jia Yulan covered her mouth and chuckled upon seeing Elder Lu. Elder Lu touched his teeth and smiled proudly, I've had some money recently, so I got myself new teeth. How do they look? Pretty good, right? Jia Yulan stifled her laughter and said nothing. Elder Lu, we're going to read some books first, greeted Ye Feng as he dispersed with his disciples into the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Ye Feng stood before a bookshelf and opened the system panel. Sect Prestige Value, 2378. Remaining exchangeable amount, 2078. Exchange instructions, consume Sect Prestige Value to instantly master a spell to the perfect stage, 50 points for a first grade spell, 100 points for a second grade spell. It has increased by 300, not a bad pace. Once the news of our Misty Sect becoming a high-ranked sect is fully spread, the prestige value should be even higher, Ye Feng thought with delight. Prestige points are only earned when someone genuinely recognizes the Misty Sect, therefore, merely spreading the word is not enough, acceptance is necessary, and the conversion rate is not very high. Ye Feng surmised that even if the news reached all several 100,000 people in White Float City, it would be good if even 1% of them truly recognized the Misty Sect. There are still 2,000 prestige points left for exchange. I need to find some suitable spells for our Misty Sect without wasting any, Ye Feng mused, holding the catalog Elder Lu had lent him, searching one by one. It's the light body technique, this is what I want to learn, said Li Jiao, looking at a secret compartment at that moment. Elder Lu walked over, took out a yellowed ancient tome, and handed it to Li Jiao, the young lady has good taste. The light body technique is a flying spell on par with the gravitational technique, suitable for short distance flight when mastered. We want to learn it too. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, the siblings, quickly gathered around and joined Li Jiao in spreading the ancient tome on the reading hall's table, studying it earnestly. Seeing this, Ye Feng abandoned the idea of spending more money. He brought the disciples here precisely to wait for them to realize it on their own. In this way, he could save some prestige points. Before long, a stream of memories surged into his mind. Ye Feng's eyes suddenly widened as he discovered it was the information on the light body technique, which allowed him to master it instantly and reach perfection. Is Li Jiao's talent that impressive? Ye Feng quickly went to the reading hall, only to find Yan Ruya floating in mid-air, holding onto Li Jiao and Ouyang Yu, one on each side. So it turns out Yan Ruya has practiced the light body technique to the beginner level. A life spirit body combined with upper grade talent is truly fearsome, Ye Feng marveled. Apart from Yan Ruya, the others hadn't made any breakthrough yet. At that moment, Huo Yunji came over, Sect Master Uncle, I just remembered I need to buy some things in the city, I'll be back soon. Be careful, Ye Feng said. Yes. Huo Yunji left the city lord's mansion and headed straight to a major street, where he bought wooden stakes for sword practice, planning to use them back at Misty Peak. But just as Huo Yunji had finished his purchase and was about to return to the city lord's mansion, he accidentally stepped on the hem of a black-robed person's robe. Ah! Are you blind as a bat, daring to step on my robe? The black-robed person cried out in pain and hopped on the spot. I'm sorry, apologized Huo Yunji, noting that the black-robed person was covered from head to toe, even hiding their eyes behind black cloth, making it impossible to see their face. Sorry is all you've got? Do you know what you've just stepped on? The black-robed person prattled on. Huo Yunji frowned slightly, it was my fault for stepping on your robe, I've apologized for that, but if you demand compensation, I'm willing to provide it. You are a disciple of the Misty Sect. The robed figure scrutinized Huo Yunji's appearance, felt a chill in his heart, and turned to flee. Why are you running away, sir? Huo Yunji sensed something was wrong and quickly pursued. Stop chasing me! The robed figure shouted, hastily knocking down objects on both sides of the street, attempting to block Huo Yunja's path. "Sir, have we met before?" Huo Yunja asked, while employing the wind spirit steps, moving swiftly and closing the distance continuously. "No." The robed figure quickly shook his head and ran even faster. Vaguely, Huo Yunja thought he saw a pair of white legs beneath the hem of the robe, looking like clouds, which was quite strange. "Stop chasing me, will you ever stop?" The robed figure, realizing he couldn't shake off Huo Yunja, became somewhat panicked, continually taking out objects from his robe, such as bricks, tree branches, pebbles, and even women's undergarments, throwing them all at Huo Yunja in a frenzy. Huo Yunja's movements were agile, dodging everything thrown at him, and occasionally catching a whiff of fragrance from the floating women's attire, his face contorted with bewilderment, privately thinking what odd tastes the robed figure had. Smack! A book suddenly struck his face. Huo Yunja felt darkness before his eyes and immediately stopped, pulling off the tattered book, and when he looked ahead again, the figure in the robe was nowhere to be seen. What an enigmatic movement technique, he actually got away. Huo Yunja furrowed his brows and looked at the ancient manuscript in his hands. Nameless Sword Manual, page 1, it's actually a swordsmanship scripture. Huo Yunja opened the ancient tome, discovered there was only one page of text, which read as follows. "Without a woman in your heart, drawing your sword will be divinely smart." The first page of the sword manual, "Forget the one you hold dear in your heart." What is this nonsense? Huo Yunja scratched his head, flipping back and forth, realizing it contained just those two lines, which seemed somewhat profound. "Oh well, I'll head back to the city lord's mansion." Huo Yunja pocketed the sword manual and bowed to the slightly chaotic street behind him, saying, "Sorry for the disturbance, I was chasing someone." Seeing that Huo Yunja, a cultivator, had such a good attitude, the vendors on both sides of the street waved their hands, indicating it was no big deal. After Huo Yunja departed, a breath of relief was exhaled from a white locust on a willow tree at the side of the street. "Alas, dear mother, this kid finally left, it would have been dangerous if the chase continued." The white locust wiped off a bead of sweat. It was none other than the shape-shifting beast who had betrayed the little wolf general. Suddenly, a sparrow flew onto the tree, picked up the shape-shifting beast disguised as the white locust, and swallowed it whole. Damn! The shape-shifting beast panicked and became furious, rapidly enlarging itself, bursting the sparrow from inside before transforming into a sparrow itself, and hurriedly flew away from White Float City, which it felt was extremely dangerous. At the city lord's mansion, Huo Yunja returned and sat down, opening the sword manual, seriously immersed in studying it. But with just those two lines, Huo Yunja could not comprehend anything. Long Tianxing held a spell book titled Attaching Spirit in hand and sat beside, ready to delve into it, but his attention was caught by Huo Yunja's nameless sword manual. "Without a woman in your heart, drawing your sword will be divinely smart." Long Tianxing's eyes widened as he read the line aloud, attracting everyone's attention nearby. "Keep your voice down, shh." Huo Yunja quickly reminded. But by then, others had already gathered around. "What sort of spell is this?" Pfft! Ye Feng approached with a cup of tea, caught sight of the two lines and immediately spewed out the tea from his mouth. Chapter 103. The Power of 20, Crisis Descends. "Where did you find this sword manual?" Ye Feng wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth, asking with a curious face. Huo Yunja shyly closed the sword manual and said, "I just went out to buy some wooden stakes for sword practice, and I accidentally stepped on the hem of a cloaked figure's robe." He described the process in detail. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng thought of the person who had claimed to be the Black Robe Association leader and immediately became focused, gave a few instructions, and then hurriedly left the city lord's mansion to search in the streets. The disciples looked at each other in confusion. Did the sect leader discover something? The cloaked figure must be suspicious, that's why the sect leader went after him. Big senior brother, should we go too? The Sect Master Uncle told us to stay here and study the spells, leave everything else to him. After dinner, we'll go back. The disciples of the Misty Sect quickly calmed their minds and, holding ancient texts, began to study on the spot. Long Tianxing, Shi Lei, and Yu Yang Feng, 3 male disciples, stood behind Huo Yunjia, looking at the first page of the sword manual together. Without thoughts of women in one's heart, drawing the sword becomes divine. The first page of the manual, forget the person in your heart. But I don't have someone in my heart, how should I practice, muttered Huo Yunjia as he read the sword manual. Long Tianxing immediately suggested with a bad idea, second senior brother, Lin Yuan from the Yunhua sect still owes you a meal, why don't you too, hee. Huo Yunjia slapped Long Tianxing on the shoulder, all you have are bad ideas. Wu Yang Feng and Shi Lei, on the other hand, supported Long Tianxing, saying in unison, I think it's worth a try. Huo Yunjia rolled his eyes, feeling unconvinced. Mo Ying, with the spell called Teiwa sword technique in hand, sat at the next table. Her cool voice drifted over, whether this sword manual is real or fake still needs investigation. Just from the literal meaning, it seems to be about forgetting random thoughts to concentrate on practicing the sword. Remembering when Ye Feng instructed her in the practice of streaming light sword qi under the night sky, Mo Ying added, the sect leader said that to practice the sword, one must first be calm and free of distracting thoughts. Huo Yunjia nodded, only half understanding. The others nodded to show they understood but quickly forgot again. Right, from the literal meaning, drawing the sword, it must refer to the sword drawing technique, right? Huo Yunjia pondered and put away the sword manual, then went to an open space, got into position, and practiced drawing his sword. In White Float City, Ye Feng flew over rooftops, standing on an ordinary sword, continuously searching for anyone in black cloaks throughout the city. But after searching for most of the day, he found nothing. When night fell, Ye Feng dined alone at an eatery before riding his sword back to Misty Sect, finding that the disciples had already returned. In the marshland located between White Float City and Misty Peak, the shape-shifting beast transformed into a white snake, moving ahead cautiously. I betrayed Little Wolf General, that guy holds a grudge and I definitely can't go back now. I heard that Suhun Genren has emerged too, I better pack up and run away quickly. Thinking this, the shape-shifting beast hastened its pace. At the summit of Misty Peak, Huo Yunjia planted the wooden stakes in the ground, standing 3 meters away, drawing his sword over and over, even producing a breeze from the sword. Alas, the power wasn't enough to even cut through leaves. Yan Ruya was lured to the spiritual medicine chamber by Jie Yulan to help take care of the seedlings of 11 kinds of spiritual medicines. Currently, Yan Ruya could speed up the growth of the spiritual medicines by 10-fold, but each spell lasted only 3 days. However, Yan Ruya could keep releasing life spirit force, allowing the spiritual medicines to grow at 10-fold speed while also gaining additional strength, significantly shortening their growth cycle. Ye Feng walked around the sect, and seeing that the disciples were on the right track, felt very relieved. He took out the cultivation chi pills he had purchased from Wuxuan Pavilion last time and distributed them to the disciples. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. All the cultivation chi pills, worth 200 lower-grade spirit stones, were consumed, and the disciples' strength had greatly improved, which made Ye Feng feel an even more formidable sense of power. At that moment, Ye Feng sat on the roof, opening the system panel regarding the disciples. Sect Disciples 11/25, Shi Lei, 8th layer of Qi Refinement Peak, Huo Yunjia, 8th layer of Qi Refinement, Li Jiao, 6th layer of Qi Refinement Peak, Mo Ying, 9th layer of Qi Refinement, Long Tianxing, 6th layer of Qi Refinement, Jie Yulan, 8th layer of Qi Refinement, Xia He, 5th layer of Qi Refinement Peak, Chuju, 5th layer of Qi Refinement Peak, Wu Yang Feng, 5th layer of Qi Refinement Peak, Wu Yang Yu, 5th layer of Qi Refinement Peak, Yanruyu, 7th layer of Qi Refinement. The one who had progressed the fastest in cultivation was Yanruyu, who seemed to have cheated the system. Mo Ying had successfully broken through her bottleneck and stepped into the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, which made Ye Feng quite relieved. He thought to himself that the Misty Sect finally had an elite class disciple. In the southern river basin, those young enough to step into the 9th layer of Qi Refinement were considered elite class disciples, like Bai Minglu, Xin Guangxian, and so on. Such individuals had a great chance of breaking through to the element gathering realm. As for other cultivators, once they surpassed 30 years old without stepping into the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, their success rate for breaking through to the element gathering realm would decline year by year. So, the earlier one broke through to the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, the better. Of course, the precondition was that one's foundation must be extremely solid. Now, as the disciple's cultivation levels greatly increased, Ye Feng found that the remark behind his name had changed from the original 9th layer of Qi Refinement Peak Plus to Element Gathering Realm 1st layer. With both body strength and heroic spirit power stepping into the 1st layer of the Element Gathering Realm, when combined, even without spells, I should be able to crush my peers, right? Ye Feng muttered. After reaching the Element Gathering Realm, most would master a 2nd grade spell, and the gap in strength would be even wider. Even though Ye Feng's overall strength was equivalent to 2 cultivators at the 1st layer of the Element Gathering Realm, which is to say, 20 times the force of Brother Flathead, he dared not be too proud. Suddenly, Ye Feng's breath hitched. He had a sense of crisis, as if Misty Sect was about to encounter danger, and he swiftly rose into the air. A couple of days ago, Ye Feng had been to White Float City to have a pair of sturdy metal boots made and had also bought a metal belt. After using the heroic spirit power to control the metal boots and belt, he could fly through the air without needing to ride a sword. Ye Feng had tried using the clothes riding technique, but the pants were a bit too tight, so he switched to metal boots and a belt, which were durable and long-lasting. At this moment, night had fallen. Ye Feng went high into the air and used the scouting function that came with the Spirit Beast Pavilion to look around. He noticed that the traces of demonic beasts near Fuyun Gloomy Forest were pitifully scarce, as if they had been scared by something terrifying and had all quieted down. Boom! A muffled thunder rolled from the depths of the firmament. A violent wind raged between heaven and earth. A massive cloud covered the starry sky, blotting out light over hundreds of thousands of miles, leaving the world in complete darkness, impenetrable even to the reach of a hand. It's going to rain, gather the clothes quickly. In the Misty Sect, Li Jiao shouted. Immediately, Yang Yu gathered the clothes and they both took shelter in their respective rooms. Around the spirit eyes, the little white fox curled up, sensing danger. It huddled together with the white float 5 immortals and other spiritual beasts, trembling with fear. Brother Flathead, on the other hand, stood upright, his face brimming with excitement. At White Float City Lord's mansion, the Deputy City Lord and Lu Shanyu stood on the rooftop, looking at the pitch-black sky with somber expressions. Again with these rare celestial phenomena, could it be that another divine origin realm powerhouse is undergoing tribulation? The Deputy City Lord murmured. Lu Shanyu frowned slightly, remaining silent. Above Misty Peak, Ye Feng held the spirit origin clock in his left hand and a spirit sword in his right, his expression tense as he was vigilant of his surroundings. Crack! A purple golden lightning bolt stretched out from a great distance, crossing 10,000 li of sky in an instant and entering the depths of the cloud on the other side, temporarily illuminating everything below. Whoosh! The torrential rain began to pour down, and Ye Feng's sense of crisis intensified. Tens of miles away, under a massive tree, numerous towering figures stood proudly, staring at Misty Peak which flickered in the lightning, revealing a smile of extreme cruelty. Chapter 104. The Importance of Nannies and Spiritual Spring. At the very front of this troop stood 2 people. One was an old Taoist whose eyes couldn't be seen. The other, draped in a cloak with their true face hidden, only exposed 2 sturdy and sharp tiger claws from within the robes, gleaming with a strange metallic luster. This person was none other than the demon general of Fuan Gloomy Forest. An element-gathering realm transformative tiger demon. All units, heed my command, attack Misty Peak, sever the spirit vein, seize the core nucleus, assassinate Sect Leader Ye Feng. The tiger general issued a hoarse and intimidating voice. His subordinate demonic beasts obeyed, all baring their teeth in a smile and charging forward. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng's sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger. He had already activated the 5 elements continuous array, shrouded in mist all around, leaving only what seemed to be a frail entrance on the stone steps leading up the mountain should a powerful enemy attack. Most would choose to attack from the front. Sect Leader, what has happened? Mo Ying approached on her flying sword, her black veil fluttering in the brisk wind, revealing another layer of black veil meant to cover her face. Ye Feng stood in the air, his face full of seriousness. I just have a restless feeling, as if some powerful enemy is about to strike. Go and notify the others to be extremely cautious. The defenses of the 5 elements continuous array were not weak, but after all, it was just a small array. Should an overwhelmingly strong enemy come, the array couldn't hold. Disciple obeys. Mo Ying bowed with her fists together, then returned to the back courtyard to spread the news, and the disciples walked out of their rooms one after another, ready for battle. Woo woo. Just then, an excited wolf howl came from the foot of the mountain, sounding exceptionally chilling under the pitch-black night sky. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the earth. Ye Feng, high in the sky, suddenly saw dozens of massive figures scaling the periphery of Misty Peak at high speed. The leaders were none other than the one-armed young wolf general and the tail-cut black-striped snake demon. Not good. 2 demi-transformed demon beasts and dozens of high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts are climbing up. We can't hold them off. Mo Ying took to the skies on her flying sword and noticed the rapidly ascending demonic beasts around her, her pupils shrinking. Don't panic, our 5 elements continuous array isn't this weak, Ye Feng said in a deep voice. The next moment, many demonic beasts had already charged into the outermost part of the 5 elements continuous array and entered the misty area, immediately finding themselves deprived of their sense of smell and even losing their sense of direction, all anxiously spinning in place. What a formidable formation! Mo Ying was astonished to see that even strong beings like the black-patterned serpent demon and the little wolf general were trapped. Sect Leader, let me take care of them. Ye Feng nodded. Disciple, heed my command, enter the misty area and eliminate all trapped demonic beasts, leave none behind. Disciple obeys. Excluding Nani Yanruyu, who had no combat experience, the other 10 disciples mobilized. The 5 elements continuous array, a sect protection array produced by the system, allowed Mo Ying and her system-verified fellow disciples to move freely in and out. They lit up the area with moonlight stones and activated their spirit eyes, moving as if in a land with no enemies, striking down any demonic beasts they encountered. Sword drawing technique. Huo Yunja saw a 2-meter-long scorpion beast and charged at it, his cold light sword, flashing with a sharp glow, suddenly unsheathed. But then, he missed. I haven't mastered the sword drawing technique, I can't even hit a demonic beast. Huo Yunja immediately utilized glittering sword chi and pierced the scorpion beast's head with his sword, slaying it. On the other side, Mo Ying employed her unique sword combat technique, and with the support of Chi Refinement Stage 9, she easily cut down a snake demon spinning in place. Apart from the 2, the other disciples were also making their moves. In the high sky, Ye Feng watched this scene, feeling greatly satisfied. Mere demon soldier-level monster beasts, even if plentiful in number, could be instantly wiped out if the killing power of the 5 elements continuous array was deployed. But that would deprive the disciples of an opportunity for training. It's your turn to put on a show, Ye Feng called out to Brother Flathead, who was already excitedly spinning in place. Upon hearing that he could fight, Brother Flathead's eyes nearly shot out beams of light, and he swooped down the mountain path, his sharp claws heading straight for the strongest little wolf general. Ye Feng's mouth twitched. His original intention was for Brother Flathead to take care of the other high-rank demon soldier level demon beasts, but this guy picked the toughest one to fight. Rib. The little wolf general was injured by Brother Flathead, his face covered in blood, but he had noticed Brother Flathead too, and with a flying kick, he sent him flying tens of meters away. Wow! Brother Flathead, having grown fat and strong at Misty Peak, was even stronger in defense. Although he couldn't beat the little wolf general, he kept lunging again and again, scratching his opponent all over. Damn it! Misty Sect! You bunch of rats, you actually dare to set up formations to kill us, do you dare to fight us head-on? The little wolf general, roaring, transformed into a wild wolf with a broken leg, and began to viciously rip apart everything in sight, overwhelming even the fearless Brother Flathead. Meanwhile, the black patterned serpent demon was locked in battle with Mo Ying. Clang! The breeze-riding sword fell, only to be smacked away by the tail of the black patterned serpent demon, and then it stuck into the rock wall like an arrow released from a bow. You little wretch, I want your life! The black patterned serpent demon, even with its tail cut, was able to leap forward by powering off its tail, smashing into Mo Ying and sending her flying to land on the peak. Sister, are you all right? Yan Ruyu immediately helped Mo Ying up, transferring her life spirit force to her. Mo Ying, who had felt suppressed all over and was nearly spitting blood, instantly recovered to peak condition upon receiving the nurturing power of life spirit force, and her heart swelled with joy. Thank you, junior sister Ruu. After expressing her thanks, Mo Ying called back the breeze-riding sword with a hand sign, and once again, a fierce battle erupted between her and the black patterned serpent demon. Ye Feng landed on the ground and patted Yan Ruyu on the shoulder, saying, Ruu, you are the healer, just focus on healing. If you feel that your spiritual power is insufficient, immediately use the spiritual spring to replenish it. Yes, okay. Yan Ruyu unconditionally obeyed Ye Feng's command. Seeing this, Ye Feng was greatly relieved. With a healer, a spiritual spring, and the sect protection array, it wouldn't take long to kill all the demonic beasts attacking the mountain. However, Ye Feng did not dare to let his guard down. The black patterned serpent demon and little wolf general alone weren't enough to make him feel a sense of crisis. Ye Feng guessed that there must be a strong opponent of the element gathering realm level lurking in the shadows, and given the situation, it was very possible that the demon general from the Fuyun gloomy forest was personally taking action. War General, merge! The White Float 5 immortals, no longer afraid, released their combined paper warrior general, who leaped down the mountain exuding an aura of valiant resistance, only to be smashed to pieces by a netherworld wolf with one swipe of its claw. Ah! The White Float 5 immortals stood there dumbfounded. Ye Feng immediately laughed. Your paper warrior general is only at the level of a six-fold peak in chi refinement, not a match for a high-rank demon soldier level demon beast. Scratching their heads, the White Float 5 immortals switched to waving their flags and cheering. Cough cough, the opponent is a bit tough. Just then, Long Tianxing ran back to the top of the peak, wounded all over. Yan Ruyu immediately healed him with one go, allowing him to fully recover instantly, and he roared again as he charged back into battle. As the disciples of Misty Sect worked together to surround and kill, aided by the foggy effect of the five elements continuous array, it didn't take long for the dozens of demonic beasts to be slaughtered, leaving only the black patterned serpent demon and little wolf general alive. But even as the disciples joined forces, they were still being thrown around by the two. The power of the demi-transformed demon beasts was too great, and even Mo Ying's strength was only a fraction of theirs, no match at all. Kill, kill, kill. The little wolf general, going completely mad, lunged forward and broke through the combined attack of Huo Yunjia and Mo Ying with one pounce, biting towards Mo Ying, who was the closest. Wicked beast, stop your rampaging. Just then, Ye Feng's resounding voice came from the sky. The little wolf general was frozen in mid-air, and then, a sharply honed spirit sword appeared in an instant, pinning it to the ground. Ye Feng has grown stronger yet again. The black patterned serpent demon was startled into a panicked flight. But the next moment, a slash of a five-colored light blade swept across, cutting the black patterned serpent demon into several pieces, and in a brief moment, it fell dead on the spot. Chapter 105. Two Great Element Gathering Realm Experts Attack, inviting you into the urn. In the high sky, Ye Feng's eyes slightly narrowed. The five-colored light blade was an attack method of the five elements continuous array, unmatched in sharpness. It could cleave through the element gathering realm, and the black patterned serpent demon, being only a demi-transformed demon beast, had no means to withstand it. All disciples, return to your positions. From now on, act according to my expressions, Ye Feng shouted. Hearing this, Mo Ying and the others, not forgetting to bring the remains of the demonic beasts, all returned to the top of the peak. Seeing the grave expression on Ye Feng's face, they all guessed that a more terrible battle was to come. Ha ha ha, what a misty sect! A sinister laugh echoed down from mid-air. Snap! Thunder flashed within the dark clouds overhead, illuminating the sky and the earth, and allowing everyone from the misty sect to clearly see the two figures floating high above. One was an old Taoist without eyeballs, exuding an aura at the peak of the first layer of the element gathering realm. He gave off an eerie feeling. The other was the Tiger General, revealing two tiger claws, his rank reaching the lower grade of the Demon General level, comparable to the peak of the element gathering realm's first layer. Cloaked in a black robe with his face obscured, his two tiger claws resembled terrible middle-grade spiritual artifacts, instilling a sense of terror. A human cultivator of the element gathering realm. And a demon general. The disciples were utterly shocked. Ye Feng told the disciples not to worry and continued to ascend to the same height as the two figures. Who goes there? He asked. This humble one is the soul-seizing sect leader. You may call me Suhun Genren, the old Taoist said with a smile as he lightly stroked his long beard. Upon hearing that the newcomer was Suhun Genren, Ye Feng's expression became alarmed, and the faces of the Misty Sect disciples turned pale. Without introducing himself, the Tiger General said coldly, "For killing two of my top generals under my command, tonight we will flatten Misty Sect." Ye Feng, with a stern face, replied, "Just the two of you." Suhun Genren sneered, "The Misty Sect has a complete miniature sect protection array, which was beyond my expectations. However, we have already tested it, and it's nothing special. Enough talk. Break the array, kill them all, and take the spiritual vein core. Only then can I heal my injuries and advance to middle rank Demon General," the Tiger General said, clearly impatient. Once he promoted to middle rank Demon General, he would experience a tremendous leap and directly possess the power of the fourth layer of the element gathering realm. By then, what would he need any scheming for? He could just burst into White Float City and force the city lord out of seclusion. If the city lord didn't emerge, with the might of a middle-rank demon general, wouldn't it be a massacre? Suhun Genren glanced at the Tiger General and said, "What's the rush? This sect protection array is not weak, and with the strength of this old man's avatar alone, I'm afraid it cannot be broken. You just need to assist," the Tiger General roared, his body rapidly expanding, bursting out of his black robe and transforming into an 8-jung long, 4-jung tall fierce tiger. His eyes, flickering with an intimidating glow, opened and closed. Sky-splitting slash. The Tiger General descended from the sky, his fearsome claws slicing through the mist directly towards Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng, upon hearing that the Tiger General knew about the spiritual vein in Misty Peak, tensed up. He immediately put away the spirit origin clock and the spirit sword, controlled the array with the array plate, and condensed a semi-transparent shield in front of him. The sharp tiger claws struck the shield, merely causing it to dent inward before bouncing the Tiger General back into mid-air. To think it could even block my sky-splitting slash! The tiger general's eyes widened in surprise, revealing a humanized astonishment on his tiger face. Indeed, it's very strong. Even the avatar of Suhun Genren showed a grave expression, admitting to himself that he had underestimated the sect protection array of the Misty Sect. I refuse to believe I can't break it. Unwilling to give up, the tiger general opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, drawing in a massive amount of spiritual energy. He expanded further, and his aura surged from the peak of the first layer of the element gathering realm to the second layer. Sky-splitting slash. Yet again, the tiger general's claws struck the shield, distorting it out of shape, but ultimately, the shield repelled the tiger general. Seeing this, Ye Feng chuckled and said, looking at your tiger-headed and tiger-brained appearance, all dopey and silly, I suppose you must be the tiger general. Too bad your strength isn't enough and neither is your brain. If you can't break through the shield, why don't you run home, wash up, and go to sleep? Ye Feng had been a little worried before. But since he saw how formidable the shield was, truly as introduced by the system, as long as the spiritual energy was continuous, even those in the fourth or fifth layer of the element gathering realm could be repelled, he instantly felt as steady as an old dog. Suhun Genren hasn't entered the range of the formation yet. I must provoke them further until they all come inside, then crank up the power of the 5 elements continuous array to its maximum and eradicate them directly. Ye Feng planned secretly. The 5 elements continuous array was indeed very powerful. Even the illusionary formation of the misty area alone could trap experts below the 4th level of element gathering. Before, Ye Feng had only used 1/10 of its power, and the black-patterned snake demon, little wolf general, and a group of demonic beasts were trapped. Turn the power to its maximum, and neither the tiger general nor Suhun Genren's avatar would be able to withstand it. Hearing Ye Feng calling himself silly and dopey, the tiger general's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to roar at Suhun Genren's avatar, "How much longer are you going to watch? Relax, together we can definitely break through the formation," Suhun Genren's avatar said as he formed a spell with both hands, his body visibly shriveling at an eye-able rate, yet a bright and dangerous glow bloomed between his withered fingers. "It's dangerous, take cover quickly!" Ye Feng suddenly exclaimed in shock, landing on the ground and releasing several shields around him. The disciples quickly retreated, and the White Float 5 immortals were shivering with fear. The tiger general's eyes lit up, and he said joyously, "Good, they're scared. Let's join forces and tear open the shield." Suhun Genren's avatar became even more shriveled, but the bright light of his spell casting became even more dazzling, emanating an aura so terrifying that even Brother Flathead was unsettled. Thunderous descent. Suhun Genren's avatar finally made his move. A terrifying purple-black lightning bolt pierced through heaven and earth, like a divine sword slashing down, instantly penetrating several layers of the shield. Sky-splitting slash. Following closely, the tiger general clawed at the breach in the shield, tearing open a 10-meter-wide gash. The tiger general and Suhun Genren's avatar passed through the breach and stood atop Misty Peak. The moment they landed, the surrounding grass instantly turned to ash. The disciples hid behind Ye Feng, each with a look of horror in their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This sect protection array is indeed strong, it can at least block a regular 3rd layer of the element gathering realm. Even I had to consume all the power of this avatar to break through, Suhun Genren's avatar said, his voice becoming hoarser, like an old man on his deathbed. Next, I can sweep through the Misty Sect. This collaboration has gone rather smoothly, the Tiger General said with a sinister smile, looking at Ye Feng and the others, faces filled with horror. "So, you're only an avatar and not the real person? This is bad. I thought I could reel in a big fish, but it turns out to be a high-grade replica." Ye Feng's look of horror instantly turned into disappointment. The disciples also regained their composure, showing none of the fear from before. The Tiger General and Suhun Genren's avatar were taken aback. At this moment, shouldn't Ye Feng and his group continue to shiver or kneel and beg for mercy? Why were they still so composed? This shouldn't be happening. Die. Although he couldn't understand it, the Tiger General still clawed towards Ye Feng, intending to smash the array plate in his hand first. But the next moment, the Tiger General suddenly realized he was bound by a five-colored light rope that appeared out of nowhere, struggling in vain. It's over, it's a trap. The Tiger Demon finally came to his senses. Congratulations, you got it right. Here's your reward, a day trip to the underworld, Ye Feng said as he pressed on the array plate. The five-colored light rope swiftly contracted, acting like a sharp blade, and decapitated the Tiger General in one fell swoop. Bang! The Tiger General's head rolled on the ground, producing a dull thud. A demon general, after all, was still killed by his own underestimation and arrogance. Ye Feng put down the array plate and looked at Suhun Genren's avatar. So your Misty Sect's sect protection array is a compound formation. Even if the true self were to take action personally, it might not escape. Just now, you intentionally weakened the shield to let us enter the heart of the formation, didn't you? Suhun Genren's avatar asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, the smile completely faded from his face. Chapter 106. Big Harvest, Fate-Destined Opportunity. Indeed, this move is called inviting the Lord into the urn. No, it should be called lure them in before slaying them. Ye Feng nodded as he spoke. At this point, Ye Feng's sense of crisis still lingered in his heart. Not until Suhun Genren's avatar self-destructed did Ye Feng realize that the Taoist across from him was not the real body, but an avatar. No wonder there was such a disparity compared to the Suhun Genren whose mere mention could terrify a star-level sect. Sect Master Ye, you've won this round. One day, this true person will meet you again. After speaking, Suhun Genren's avatar leaned back and turned into a pile of ash, dissipating with the wind. Clang! A storage bag fell to the ground, which Long Tianxing picked up, only to discover that he could not open it with his strength alone. The storage bag has spiritual power left by Suhun Genren. Without the strength of the element gathering realm, it cannot be opened. Ye Feng used the power of heroic spirits to break through the remaining spiritual power, rendering the storage bag ownerless, and spilled out all its contents. 10 middle-grade spirit stones. A pile of spirit mines, worth 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. A lower-grade spirit boat, similar to the one Xin Guangxian had used before, with several recesses on it that would allow it to fly when spirit stones were inserted. Although we've provoked a great enemy like Suhun Genren, looking at these treasures, it doesn't seem like a loss, Ye Feng murmured, then turned to look at the disciples surrounding him, his eyes showing appreciation. Your acting was good just now, extra drumsticks for all. All thanks to Sect Master's excellent teaching, the disciples said in unison. Before this, Ye Feng had told them to watch his face and act accordingly. Thus, when they saw the shocked expression on Ye Feng's face, the disciples imitated him, even exaggerating their expressions and body movements, which convinced the Tiger General and Suhun Genren that it was real. However, Suhun Genren's real body is still alive, and he poses a huge threat to our Misty Sect, Mo Ying expressed her concerns. Hearing this, the faces of the other disciples also darkened. At this time, Ye Feng noticed his sense of crisis had diminished greatly, until it became very weak, indicating that Suhun Genren indeed held a grudge against the Misty Sect, but was likely entangled in something at the moment and wouldn't act against the Misty Sect for the time being. Therefore, Ye Feng said, "Everyone, don't panic, after all, panicking is useless. The priority is to strive to improve your cultivation. Alright, let's clean up the peak top for now, we'll discuss more tomorrow." Hearing this, the disciples thought the sect master's words made sense and began to tidy up the gains of the night. As the disciples busied themselves, Ye Feng rose into the air, looking down and muttered. A complete lower-rank demon general, 2 half-transformed demonic beasts, 39 high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts. With these alone, our Misty Sect should have no problem taking first place in the demon-slaying conference, right? Even if they couldn't take first place, selling off these materials would bring in a huge profit. Thinking about this, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Hundreds of miles away, atop a high peak, inside a Daoist temple with black walls and tiles, an elderly man opened his eyes, which were full of coldness, startling the several dozen black-robed people sitting around him. Well done, Misty Sect, to be able to annihilate even this true person's avatar and the Tiger General. Though it relied on formations, it's still quite impressive. Suhun Zhenren looked into the distance and uttered words that sent chills down the spines of those around him. A black-robed figure stepped forward. Despite having the cultivation of element gathering first level, he spoke meekly, "Sect Leader, do you need us to assassinate the disciples of Misty Sect in secret to avenge your avatar?" Suhun Zhenren glanced coldly at the black-robed figure. "Utterly foolish, the strongest of the Misty Sect is Sect Master Ye Feng, and the array plate is also on him. What's the use of killing his disciples? It's only treating the symptoms, not the cause." "My stupidity." The black-robed element gathering realm quickly bowed his head. Suhun Zhenren stood up and said, "The Tiger General is gone. Take this vial of blood spirit pills to the Nanluo mountain range and raise a new demon general to be our soul-seizing sect's contact in the White Float City area." "Yes," the black-robed element gathering realm nodded hastily. "Wait. Just have the demon general carefully monitor them, don't alarm them prematurely. Wait until my plan is complete, then we will net them all at once with other regions." Suhun Zhenren, fearing that his subordinate was too foolish, added many detailed instructions. "I understand." The black-robed element gathering realm flew away from the peak, taking advantage of the night to travel southward, passing high above the vicinity of Misty Peak, and eventually arrived at the Nanluo mountain range. At this moment, the dark clouds that shrouded an area of hundreds of thousands of miles had not yet dissipated, and lightning continued to slash through the sky. It's hard to say which god from the divine origin realm is undergoing tribulation, but if they succeed, wouldn't our Mystique Kingdom be promoted to a 4-star kingdom? Tisk tisk, that would be a good thing indeed. The black-robed practitioner from the element gathering realm gazed at the sky, lamenting, "But these heavenly thunders are really dangerous. If I were to be struck..." Crack! A bolt of lightning plummeted, striking the main peak of the Nanluo mountain range, causing countless giant rocks to crumble, as if bringing a disaster to the mountain range. The black-robed practitioner from the element gathering realm couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the giant rocks imbued with the power of heavenly lightning. Charred all over, he fell from a height of over 1,000 meters to the ground, creating a deep pit. A small white snake happened to be coiled near the pit, narrowly escaping being crushed. It was so frightened that its complexion turned even more pale. It was none other than the shape-shifting beast that had escaped to the Nanluo mountain range. "This place is too dangerous, I must go back home immediately." The shape-shifting beast turned and fled. "You can't leave." A weak voice sounded, followed by a charred hand grabbing the shape-shifting beast's tail. "You are a demonic beast, and I have a whole vial of blood spirit pills here that can transform you into a demon general." Upon hearing about the blood spirit pills, the shape-shifting beast's eyes widened, and it turned back to look at the charred figure who was at death's door. Back when it served under the Little Wolf General, the shape-shifting beast had consumed a blood spirit pill and overnight, it had climbed from the middle-rank demon soldier level to the high-rank demon soldier level. How could it resist such a temptation? "Really?" the shape-shifting beast asked excitedly. "I am a protector of the soul-seizing sect, sent by our sect leader to the Nanluo mountain range to find demonic beasts and train them into new demon generals. However, you must lie low around White Float City and wait for our command." "Are you willing?" the man said, gripping the shape-shifting beast's tail tightly, inquiring. "I am willing," the shape-shifting beast nodded. "Good, very good." The soul-seizing sect protector was relieved, taking out a jade vial and a command token from his bosom. "Here are 10 blood spirit pills, enough for you to advance to a demon general. This is our summoning order. Take it and wait for the instruction." Originally, the soul-seizing sect protector hadn't intended to find the shape-shifting beast. But disaster had struck from the sky today and his life was hanging by a thread, so he clung to the nearest principle, grabbing onto the shape-shifting beast and refusing to let go. After saying his final words, the soul-seizing sect protector looked up into the pitch-black sky. I really hope I can live to see the day our sect leader unifies the southern river basin. Before he could finish the sentence, the soul-seizing sect protector's eyes bulged, and he perished. Dead. The shape-shifting beast carefully checked for breath and, confirming the soul-seizing sect protector was thoroughly expired, took away the treasures on him. Considering the opportunity you have brought me, I shall begrudgingly take care of your body. The shape-shifting beast took the vial with blood spirit pills and then buried the soul-seizing sect protector. After that, the shape-shifting beast examined the summoning order, thought about it, and placed it at the head of the grave as a tombstone. Being controlled by others is something only fools would do. Having said that, the shape-shifting beast quickly found a hidden cave and began refining the blood spirit pills, one by one. Ow, it hurts so much. Before long, the cave echoed with the shape-shifting beast's agony as its body seemed to be continuously hammered and transformed, its aura gradually strengthening to the extent that trees within hundreds of meters all bent over. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng and the disciples finished tonight's inventory and, looking at the sky, saw the clouds finally beginning to clear. It's finally clearing up, feels really good. Ye Feng sat on the roof, gazing at the moon as it gradually became clearer, and sighed with relief. Chapter 107. The Spirit Beast Sect Branch, Xiejiaran. The next morning dawned. Sect Master, good morning. The disciples emerged from their respective rooms. Last night's battle had been exhausting, and after bathing in the spiritual liquid, they all had a good night's sleep, rejuvenating their vitality, before sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual spring and gradually entering a state of cultivation. The cultivation level of the Qi refining realm was still too low. For those in the element gathering realm or even higher, the spirit sea realm, there was no need to sleep, just by meditating they could quickly replenish their essence, energy and spirit and no longer needed to eat to replenish what was lost, achieving true abstinence from grains. All of you, cultivate diligently. Ye Feng reminded the disciples before lifting his head. A few days ago, Master Li, a carpenter from the Jia family, made a visit. Ye Feng had asked him to bring some lumber and build a large pavilion over the location of the spiritual spring, complete with bead curtains around it. If someone entered the backyard, they wouldn't have to worry about catching sight of the disciples meditating beside the spiritual spring, nor would they immediately discover the spring itself. The spiritual energy around the spring seems to have become even purer. Ye Feng looked down and noticed that the purifying green lotus had grown quite a bit more, about to bloom and enter its mature phase. With its purifying effect, the spiritual energy quality of the Misty sect was higher than other miniature spirit veins. A moment later, Ye Feng headed to the kitchen and began to strip the flesh from the demonic beasts they had hunted the previous night. After cooking the meat, he fed it to the 8 spiritual beasts of the Misty sect. This tastes awful. Fox De Hong pouted. Great Immortal, eating like this is so ineffective, much of the essence and blood are wasted, Dog Ha said with a worried expression. Ye Feng asked, so, you mean we should eat it raw? Pig San Pang flicked his short tail and said, eating raw is also ineffective unless there is a special cultivation technique that can directly extract the pure essence and blood from the flesh of the demonic beasts. Ye Feng asked, don't you have one? We don't, the White Float 5 immortals shook their heads simultaneously. Little White Fox and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle also shook their heads in tandem. Brother Flathead lay beside the purifying green lotus, not even bothering to glance at the meat Ye Feng had brought over. This won't do, we must ask around to see how we should process the flesh and blood of demonic beasts to avoid wasting it. And, if possible, we need to find a suitable cultivation technique for spiritual beasts to strengthen their bloodlines, Ye Feng thought to himself. He then flew towards the White Float City Lord's mansion, intending to have a chat with Xin Guangxian. At that moment, a curvaceous woman with a round face walked out from a room nearby. It was Pang Hyun, a disciple of the Liu Yun sect. Deist sister Hyun, where is your brother Xin? Ye Feng inquired. Upon hearing Ye Feng refer to her with such familiarity, Pang Hyun's cheeks flushed as she said, Sect Master Ye, brother Xin isn't in the city lord's mansion, he's off enjoying himself at Gulan. Ye Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Which Gulan? Jade Green Tower, Pang Hyun replied. Upon hearing the name, Ye Feng's eyes flickered, ready to set off. But then he slapped his forehead, remembering that Pang Hyun was also a sect disciple. It seemed asking her might also work. So, Ye Feng asked, do you know how to handle the flesh and blood of demonic beasts? I've recently hunted some, intending to nurture the sect's mountain guardian spirit beasts, but found the effects to be quite poor. Pang Hyun smiled upon hearing this and said, Sect Master Ye has come to the right person. I have a friend from a star-level sect, the Spirit Beast sect, who should be able to answer such inquiries. Is it possible to meet with her? Ye Feng showed interest. Please wait a moment, Sect Master Ye. Pang Hyun took out a paper crane, blew a breath of spiritual energy into it, and the paper crane immediately flapped its wings, flying out at great speed. That's a messenger paper crane, right? Ye Feng remarked. Last time he left Wuxuan Pavilion, Zhang Yaeshao from 100 Artifacts sect had given him one for message transmission. Pang Hyun nodded, yes, it indeed is a messenger paper crane, very fast, capable of flying within a 300 li radius, and not expensive either, just 20 spirit stones will do. Ye Feng said, that really isn't expensive. The two sat under a pavilion in the city lord's mansion waiting. Pang Hyun, having heard that Ye Feng was a great master of magic, took the opportunity to ask for some instruction on the spot. With Pang Hyun's help, Ye Feng also patiently explained some of the spells he had mastered, from which Pang Hyun benefited immensely. Less than half an hour later, the paper crane flew back. Pang Hyun took the paper crane, let spiritual energy circulate within it, and her eyes gradually lit up with brightness. That's really a coincidence. My friend is just 100 li north of White Float City, in one of the branch halls. There's no time to lose, let's set out. After saying this, Ye Feng rose directly into the sky. Pang Hyun was slightly surprised and chose to travel by flying sword. For cultivators, 100 li is not far. Soon after, Ye Feng and Pang Hyun landed on the ground, pushed aside the mist, and walked into a valley. This place was mountainous with clear waters and abundant spiritual energy. Spiritual beasts could be seen running on the grass everywhere, and white cranes were flying high in the sky, spiritual energy fluttering. Oh! My little chubby, you finally came. A woman dressed in a brown long dress sat on a spirit horse, her presence gallant, as she waved to Pang Hyun from afar. When she got closer, the woman looked enviously at Pang Hyun's proud front, then looked at her own flat area and heaved a sigh. Little chubby, you've grown again, why is mine still flat as a prairie? After speaking, the woman held her face with both hands, pouting her lips, looking very depressed. Right, is this the Misty Sect Master Ye you mentioned? The woman suddenly turned to Ye Feng, her eyes suddenly filled with infatuation. Ah, so handsome and dashing, truly worthy of being the chosen one. I wonder if you would be free to spend the evening with me under the flowers and moon. Hearing these bold words, Ye Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Pang Hyun hurriedly covered the woman's mouth with her hand and said to Ye Feng with an embarrassed face, Sect Master Ye, please don't take offense, this friend of mine is Xiejiaran, an inner sect disciple of the Spirit Beast sect. She always likes to talk nonsense, but when it comes to cultivating spiritual beasts, she is second to none among the young disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Xiejiaran pried Pang Hyun's hand away and said proudly, I am clearly the best. Among the young disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, who dares to compete with me? Listening to this boastful claim, Ye Feng's face was lined with speechlessness, he felt Xie was not very reliable. I want to ask for advice on how to handle demonic beast flesh. Ye Feng broke the silence and stated his purpose directly. I'm an expert at that. Xie thrust her thumb up, pointed it to her nose, then shouted toward the valley, Da shat, shat. Xiao shat, assemble everyone. As her voice fell, all the spiritual beasts in the valley ran over, lined up in a row in front of Xie, numbering more than 100, mostly lower rank and middle rank demon soldiers. There were also more than a dozen high-rank demon soldiers emitting a powerful aura. Altogether, even someone at the element gathering realm would not fear them. Just then, from the center of the valley in the thatched hut, came an old voice laden with deep authority. Xie, what mischief are you up to now? This was a second-layered element gathering realm expert. As the aura was released, all the spiritual beasts lay on the ground, shivering. Ye Feng's eyes showed admiration as he thought to himself, it's no wonder it's a star-level sect, even a branch hall has an element gathering realm expert in residence, impressive indeed. Xie stuck out her tongue and whispered to Ye Feng, that's one of the elders of our branch hall. He's always eating the wrong medicine and scolding people, but he doesn't dare hit me, because my grandfather is the sect master of the spirit beast sect. If he dares to hit me, my grandfather dares to beat him up, ha ha ha. Hearing Xie laughter, the branch hall elder was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, yet he dared not say much, only emitting an indignant snort. Ye Feng watched this scene, frozen in place, and in his mind, there was only one thought. Have I encountered an oddball here? Chapter 108. The feat is serious, who knows about the people? All right, I know your grandpa is the sect master of the spirit beast sect, your dad is the deputy sect master, and your mom is an elder. Everyone in your family is at the element gathering realm except for you, Pang Hyun said with a speechless expression. Upon hearing this, Xie lowered her head, but what use is that? When I look down, all I see are my toes, while little fatty can see a whole different view. You have no idea how envious I am of you. Pang Hyun and Ye Feng were almost petrified. Ahem. Let's not talk about this. Do you have a way to process the flesh and blood of demonic beasts? Ye Feng interrupted their conversation and asked. Xie touched the tip of her nose with her finger and then, with hands on her hips and a proud look on her face, she said. Of course, our spirit beast sect has an incomplete ancient method. After I personally improved it, it became a very practical method for making spirit beast feed, using raw materials including demonic beast flesh and blood, spiritual medicine, and so on. When it came to her business, Xie instantly switched from being frivolous to being utterly serious. Ahem. A bout of coughing came from a distant thatched hut, interrupting Xie speech. Xie ignored the coughing elder from the subsect and continued, among these, the flesh and blood of demonic beasts contain bloodlines, which are indispensable for the advancement of spiritual beasts. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The subsect elder kept coughing loudly. Xie rolled her eyes and took off her boots, hurling them towards the thatched hut in the center of the valley. What are you coughing for? Can't you let me speak? Upon hearing this, the subsect elder was so angry he was about to explode. Damn it! The elder here is trying to stop you from blurting out the sect's secrets, okay? If you keep talking like this, outsiders will get their hands on the recipe. However, the subsect elder only complained in his mind, not daring to speak out. After all, the method for making spirit beast feed was something Xie had researched on her own, and not even the sect master of the spirit beast sect dared to say much about it. Ye Feng, seeing how Xie brazenly tossed her boots at an element gathering realm elder, was once again stunned. This person isn't just eccentric, she's supreme grade. Ye Feng thought to himself, then addressed Xie, please continue. Xie nodded, counting on her fingers as she explained, although the bloodline power contained in demonic beast flesh is plentiful, it's mostly very violent. It needs to be mixed with spiritual medicine to become milder and suitable for absorption. The raw materials used are also quite varied, including star anise, cumin, onions, ginger, garlic. Ye Feng became more and more confused as he listened. Hold on, star anise and cumin? Aren't those for cooking? Xiejiaran seriously said, it's about cooking for the spiritual beasts, and it must taste good this way. Of course, you need to add spirit ginseng, vitality grass, snow melting fruit, and other spiritual medicines. After mixing well, cook it with spiritual liquid, crush it into shape, and finally chop it up, and it can become spirit beast feed. Oh, I see, it's quite complicated. Ye Feng finally understood. Pang Hyun stood aside listening, but since she really wasn't interested in spirit beast feed, it went in one ear and out the other, remembering nothing. I get what materials are needed, but how do you calculate the proportions? Ye Feng asked. Simply knowing the materials wasn't enough. It's like steel making, the ratio of iron to carbon varies, and so does the quality of the steel. The same goes for cooking, the amount of oil, salt, and seasonings must be right to achieve the best flavor. Xiejiaran immediately held out her hand. The ratios are recorded in the recipe, and for this recipe, I'm selling it for 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes widened as he thought to himself that the price was exorbitant. Not even selling him would cover the cost. The nearly exploding elder inside the hut squinted through the window, thinking to himself that although Xiejiaran was usually careless and loved to cause trouble, she was very clear-headed at crucial moments, knowing that the recipe couldn't be given away for free. With that realization, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the change in Ye Feng's expression, Xiejiaran teasingly laughed. Do you think it's too expensive? If you don't want to buy the recipe, our spirit beast sect can help with the processing, just charging a processing fee. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, feeling that the second option was better. With the current level of the Misty sect, even if they got the recipe, they might not be able to produce it. It would be better to hand over the demonic beast flesh and blood he had, let Xiejiaran process it, and then bring it back to Misty Peak. I choose to have it processed by you, but I want to see the quality of the spirit beast feed you make first, and we'll have to renegotiate the price. Ye Feng agreed. Sure thing, follow me. Xiejiaran led the way. Watching the trio enter a nearby large stone hall, the subsect elder closed the window and grumbled to himself, I can't stay here any longer, or one day that girl will drive me to my death. I have to apply to the sect master as soon as possible to be transferred out of here. In the stone hall, Ye Feng held some colorful feed, took a sniff, and found that it indeed had the aroma of star anise and cumin. The texture was just right, neither soft nor hard, and even he was tempted to take a bite. Ye Feng asked, how are these sold? The main ingredients in these feeds are the flesh and blood of lower-rank demon soldiers, not expensive. 1 lower-grade spirit stone for 100 pounds, Xiejiaran explained. That's quite cheap, mumbled Ye Feng. Hearing this, Xiejiaran burst into laughter and said, filled with water, of course they're sold cheaply, oops, sorry, my slip of tongue. Ye Feng and Pang Hyun exchanged glances, utterly speechless. The elder from the neighboring straw hut's branch once again collapsed to the ground in anger and swore that one should never hold any expectations for Xiejiaran. Ye Feng picked up a bag of spirit beast feed and used his spirit eyes to see that it contained quite a bit of spiritual energy. It seemed the feed was truly legitimate. Unfortunately, whether Xiejiaran, who produced the feed, was legitimate was another question. With a bang, Ye Feng dropped thousands of pounds of demonic beast flesh onto the ground. Normally, after slaying a demonic beast, only the claws, demon core, and fangs were valuable, while the flesh was mostly discarded and not highly valued. Therefore, Ye Feng wasn't concerned about Xiejiaran running off with the demonic beast flesh, he was handing over thousands of pounds in one go. Wow! This is all high-rank demon soldier level demonic beast flesh. Sect Master Ye, You must have killed them all, right? You're so fierce, I really like that. Xie Jiaren's eyes gleamed. Ye Feng felt an urge to run away and asked, about how long will it take to pick up, and how will the cost be calculated? This is high-rank demon soldier level demonic beast flesh. Its quality and value are higher, so after making it into spirit beast feed, 1 spirit stone can only buy 10 pounds. Since I also have to purchase spiritual medicine as an ingredient, the processing fee will be calculated as 1/4 of the selling price, Xie Jiaren said with a smile. Okay, agreed Ye Feng. Shortly after, Ye Feng watched the spiritual beasts in the valley eat the feed. He noticed that as the feed was eaten, the beasts would lie down to sleep, digesting the bloodline within, and their presence grew increasingly powerful. The effect is indeed quite good, Ye Feng silently nodded. Then, Ye Feng spent 10 spirit stones to buy 1,000 pounds of lower grade feed. He declined Xie Jiaren's invitation to stay for lunch with a choice of words and left Pang Haiyun behind as he took off first. Sect Master Ye really doesn't appreciate romance. I wanted to discuss life philosophy with you a bit more. Xie Jiaren stood on top of a huge elephant's head, waving reluctantly at Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's speed increased several-fold. Jiaren, you're really something, even making fun of Sect Master yet. But it's just sweet talk from you. When it's time for you to go on a blind date, you always find excuses to bail, Pang Haiyun rolled her eyes and said. Xie Jiaren put her hands on her hips, sweet talk is enough for me, why should I take action? Besides, this miss hasn't had enough fun yet. In the future, I'm going to be the woman of the Sea King. Pang Haiyun was at a loss for words. Xie Jiaren, you truly infuriate this old man. From now on, you can guard this branch alone. This elder is going back to the sect right now. The branch elder, upon hearing Xie Jiaren's outrageous words, could not stay any longer. He burst through the straw hut's roof and flew away on a large white crane. Have a good journey, dear guest. Xie Jiaren waved at the branch elder, who was so furious he almost fell off the back of the white crane. Pang Haiyun looked down at Xie Jiaren's flat front and thought to herself that although she harbored the heart of being the Sea King's woman, she unfortunately didn't have the assets for it. Ye Feng, with metallic boots on his feet, pushed the power of the heroic spirit to its limits, crossing 100 meters in a blink, thrilling him. Before long, he returned to Misty Peak. Brother Flathead, you try these feeds first. Ye Feng first took out 10 pounds of spirit beast feed and set it in a dog bowl, grinning mischievously. The rich aroma wafted out, instantly drawing the attention of the spiritual beasts and disciples. Chapter 109. A small wish every day. My name is Qiao Jiaxi. This is the spirit beast feed that the sect leader bought from the branch of the spirit beast sect, which greatly promotes the growth of spirit beasts, Ye Feng immediately explained. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately stopped their cultivation and gathered around the dog bowl to watch. Brother Flathead stood up, looked around at their expectant eyes, and then glanced at the feed in the dog bowl as if he felt insulted. He stamped his feet repeatedly, seemingly saying, I, the mighty Brother Flathead who confronts the heavens, the earth, and the air, you dare to feed me with feed in a dog bowl? Ye Feng blinked and silently replaced the dog bowl with a beautifully crafted ceramic plate and refilled it with spirit beast feed. Seeing this change in presentation, Brother Flathead's attitude took a complete turn, and he immediately began to nibble, finding the taste superb. With his front paws, he kept scooping at the feed and in no time ate up 10 pounds, still feeling unsatisfied, so he nudged Ye Feng with his snout for more. How's it, tasty? Does it improve your strength? Ye Feng asked. Brother Flathead nodded his head repeatedly. Ye Feng was delighted, immediately filling another 10 pounds of feed for Brother Flathead. The other spiritual beasts also looked on eagerly. Ye Feng brought over large plates from the kitchen and gave each mountain guardian spirit beast a share of 10 pounds. They began to eat, and when thirsty, they drank from the spiritual spring water. Sect Master Uncle, is this spirit beast feed effective? Li Jiao curiously asked, finding the feed fragrant. If it weren't for Ye Feng stating that it wasn't for human consumption, she would have wanted to grab a handful for a taste. Ye Feng nodded, this is a feed from the spirit beast sect. How could it not be effective? Although Xiejiaran is forthright, the spirit beast feed she prepares is genuinely powerful, as it contains nutrients that spirit beasts lack. Momentarily, Mo Ying spoke up, I've heard that, like the 100 Artifacts sect, the spirit beast sect is a neutral star level sect. The difference is, the reputation of the spirit beast sect has not been prominent. Only in the past few years did it emerge a prodigious miss who perfected the formula, creating very effective feed and solidifying their fame. Pausing, Mo Ying continued, it's said that this miss is adored by many, pure as ice and jade, intelligent and well-read, deeply beloved by everyone in the spirit beast sect and is definitely the prime candidate for the next sect master. I also heard that the sect master of the spirit beast sect has been seeking a suitor for this miss, but unfortunately, she has refused them all. The reason is that romance between men and women would only hinder her progress in advancing the sect, Mo Ying added. Hearing this, the disciples' faces showed admiration. I really want to meet this legendary miss, Shilei exclaimed. Truly an extraordinary woman, even Huo Yunjia expressed his admiration. Ye Feng's face fell, and he silently complained, Xiejiaran, pure as ice and jade? Spouting nonsense is more like it. Indeed, many things cannot be judged by appearance alone. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Thinking this, Ye Feng shook his head. However, Ye Feng wouldn't say such things out loud. So tasty, I ate so much. Pig Sanpang said with a full round belly, taking a mouthful of spiritual spring water and lying satisfied on the ground before soon falling asleep. So sleepy. Fox De Hong yawned. Apart from Brother Flathead still wanting to eat, all the other spiritual beasts were getting sleepy and lay down to rest. Ye Feng took out another 20 pounds of feed, and after Brother Flathead finished eating, he finally felt sleepy and soon started to snore loudly. The next morning, Ye Feng felt that his power had significantly increased. Surprised at first, he suddenly opened the Spirit Beast Pavilion's information panel. Brother Flathead was still at the high-ranking Demon Soldier Peak, and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and Fox De Hong also remained at the middle-rank Demon Soldier level. However, the Little White Fox, Dog Ha, Pig Sanpang, Toad Si Chu, and Pumpkin Wu Gua, these lower-rank Demon Soldiers, were now almost at the middle-rank Demon Soldier level, indicating that the Spirit Beast Sect's feed was quite effective. Wow, I'm stronger! Dog Ha had just woken up to find its strength had improved, and it hopped high into the air. Me too. Pig Sanpang swung his pigtail. Look, the leaves on my head are greener, Pumpkin Wu Gua pointed to the 2 green leaves on his head, hopping up and down happily in his place. Hearing the words of the others, Ye Feng was also pleased, but when he heard what Pumpkin Wu Gua said, his expression turned odd. So, turning greener for Pumpkin Wu Gua also means getting stronger? Ding! Congratulations to the sect leader, the Misty Sect prestige value has broken through the 3000 mark, and the sect's fortune has been further improved. Wishful thinking, which fulfills a small wish of the sect leader every day, is now unlocked, the system sent a notification. Ye Feng was startled, and immediately opened the panel. Sect prestige value, 3001. Remaining redeemable points, 2701. Ye Feng was immediately astonished when he saw this information, wondering how the reputation points had increased so much in such a short time. Could it be, the news of our sect's advancement to a higher rank has completely spread, causing our prestige points to surge into an explosive period? Ye Feng mused and opened the introduction to the wishful thinking function. New feature, wishful thinking. Effect, as the sect leader blessed with luck, you can make one small wish daily. As long as it's within the given conditions, the wish is guaranteed to come true. When the luck is strong enough, small wishes can even turn into big wishes. Is there such a feature? Ye Feng widened his eyes and his smile gradually grew twisted. System, I want to make a wish for a beauty with a bombshell body. Request too high, cannot be fulfilled, the system declared. I want a lower grade spiritual artifact. Request too high, cannot be fulfilled. Scratching his head, Ye Feng tried many times but was told each attempt couldn't be realized. Finally, he looked up at the sky helplessly and said, I want to make a wish for a cup of oblivion water. The next moment, Ye Feng turned his head and found his right hand holding a glass cup filled with lemon water. What kind of spell is this? Li Jiaojiao and Jia Yulan happened to see Ye Feng make a wish and get a cup of oblivion water, their eyes full of shock. Can it really be done? Ye Feng was also stunned. It seemed that the so-called small wishes the dog system referred to were indeed trivial, as Ye Feng found through his attempts that any wish valued over 100 copper coins could not be fulfilled. Materializing out of thin air. Mo Ying also saw this scene and marveled. Sipping on the sour and astringent lemon water, Ye Feng said to the disciples, Don't be surprised, as the chosen one, I am protected by heroic spirits and can make one small wish every day. If you need anything in the future, just let me make a wish for you. Really? The disciples were excitedly astonished. Of course, Ye Feng nodded, speaking mischievously, if our Misty sect ever goes bankrupt, I could make a small wish every day and we could survive by selling salted fish. Hearing this, the disciples immediately rolled their eyes. In the next few days, Ye Feng stayed idle at Misty Peak. Every day, he made a small wish to help Jia Yulan get a hairpin, help Mo Ying get a black face covering veil, and help Li Jiaojiao get a wooden chopping board. And during these days, many people from White Float City aspired to join the Misty sect, drawn by its reputation. However, most of these people were greedy and had impure motives, they were not approved by the system and couldn't be taken in as sect members. Finding the daily interviews too bothersome, Ye Feng set up a stone tablet at the base of the mountain path with the inscription, Anyone who can reach the summit on their own strength is eligible to join the Misty sect. After the tablet was erected, Ye Feng controlled the 5 elements consecutive array through the system so that whenever someone meeting the conditions arrived, they could naturally pass through the misty area of the formation. If they didn't meet the system's requirements, they would naturally be trapped by the formation. Thus, Ye Feng enjoyed his peace. For several consecutive days, no one managed to reach the top. Sigh, it's so hard to find a disciple. Ye Feng shook his head and lay down on a folding chair at the entrance of the Misty sect. Excuse me, is this Misty sect? Before long, a timid voice rang out at the summit. Ye Feng's eyes snapped open as he looked at the youth in front of him, dressed in ragged clothes but with clear and determined eyes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, You actually made it all the way up here? The youth hesitated, then said, I saw the stone tablet at the base of the mountain, stating that anyone who could reach the top was qualified to join the Misty sect, so I gave it a try and made it. May I ask who you are? I am Ye Feng. You're the sect leader of the Misty sect? That's great, my name is Qiao Jiexi, please take me as your disciple. The youth knelt on both knees, repeatedly kowtowing to Ye Feng. Chapter 110. Ancient God Bloodline, a unique cultivation method. Rise, I am willing to take you in, Ye Feng helped the young boy to his feet. Qiao Jiaxi's arrival here proved that he had been accepted by the system, so naturally, he would be taken on as a disciple. Upon hearing that he could join the Misty sect, Qiao Jiaxi excitedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ye Feng, saying, Thank you, sect leader, for taking me in. No matter how tough the cultivation is, Jiaxi will definitely give it his all and not disappoint the Misty sect. Wow, we have a new junior brother. Li Jiaojiao spotted Qiao Jiaxi at a glance and immediately came running over with her wok and spatula in hand. Qiao Jiaxi was probably 12 years old, not yet fully grown, even shorter than Li Jiaojiao. His face was a bit dirty, like he had just come back from coal mining, and his clothes were ragged. "Nice to meet you, senior sister." Xiao Jiaxi immediately greeted Li Jiaoji with a bow. "So we really do have a new junior brother." The other disciples also gathered around, scrutinizing Xiao Jiaxi. Long Tianxing, seeing Xiao Jiaxi, who was about to his height, immediately ran over to stand beside him, measuring with his hand, and said gleefully, "Ha, I'm a bit taller than junior brother." Xiao Jiaxi seemed a bit constrained and hastily greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." Long Tianxing patted Xiao Jiaxi on the shoulder and said, "Little junior brother, you don't need to be scared. We've got your back if you run into danger. Come along." Ye Feng beckoned, leading all the disciples into the sect leader's great hall. "What is your name, where do you come from, and what is the quality of your root bone?" Ye Feng spread out the book of names, took up a brush, and began the routine inquiry. Xiao Jiaxi, a little nervous, said, "My name is Xiao Jiaxi from a small village north of White Float City. I grew up an orphan, raised on the charity of others. As for my root bone, I don't have a root bone." At these words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. No root bone? How could he cultivate? Seeing everyone's changing expressions, Xiao Jiaxi knelt on the ground, biting his teeth, with tears swirling in his eyes but stubbornly not letting them fall, and said, "Please, sect leader, take me in. Many sects wouldn't even let me in their doors because I have no root bone, but I work hard. If I could stay in the Misty sect, I'd do the hardest and most tiring work without complaint. What are you crying about? Did I say I wouldn't take you in?" Ye Feng interrupted him, having already finished writing down Xiao Jiaxi's information, stamped it with the sect leader's seal, and then spoke. At those words, both Xiao Jiaxi and the other disciples were surprised. Ding! Registered disciple Xiao Jiaxi received, originally having middle-grade root bone, but due to mistakenly eating a spirit fruit carrying the ancient god bloodline 3 years ago, his meridians were completely sealed, gradually evolving into the embryo form of an ancient god's body, possessing great potential. The system's prompt sounded. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng showed a look of astonishment. When Ye Feng had decided to take Xiao Jiaxi in, he didn't know the boy had the makings of an ancient god's body. He just felt fortunate to find a disciple who met the system's approval, thinking that even if the boy couldn't cultivate, he could still stay. But who would have thought, today he'd actually stumbled upon a treasure. "Sect leader, what's wrong?" Xiao Jiaxi, noticing the change in Ye Feng's expression, felt very nervous. Ye Feng waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. From now on, you are a disciple of the Misty sect. Although you don't have a root bone, you should still take this bottle of spirit eye liquid first. Shilei, you are responsible for looking after Jiaxi." "Yes, sect leader." Shilei immediately came over. "Junior brother Xiao, my name is Shilei, I'm your senior brother. Come with me." "Thank you, senior brother." Xiao Jiaxi followed Shilei to an empty room next to the spiritual medicine chamber and settled there. Seeing that there was nothing else for the time being, the other disciples went to the spiritual spring to begin cultivating. Only Mo Ying stayed in the sect leader's great hall and spoke to Ye Feng, "Are you really sure about taking in junior brother Xiao?" Ye Feng, surprised, asked, "No." Mo Ying expressed her concerns. Without a root bone, even with many cultivation qi pills, he can only reach the second level of qi refinement for a longer life and freedom from illness, then he'll reach his limit. After a pause, Mo Ying added, 100 years from now, junior brother Xiao will inevitably reach the end of his lifespan. By then, the rest of us will still be alive, only to watch helplessly as he passes away. Mo Ying could see that the disciples Ye Feng took in were all kind-hearted, which was why relations among the Misty sect's disciples were harmonious. If this continued, their bonds would grow deep in the future. Suddenly, a fellow sect member fell, and the turmoil it caused was imaginable. Upon hearing Mo Ying's concern, Ye Feng put away the book of names and said mysteriously, Jia Xi's potential is not bad, might not be worse than yours. After saying that, Ye Feng stepped out of the sect leader's great hall. Mo Ying stood with her sword, not understanding why Ye Feng would say such a thing, and muttered to herself, without the root bone, one can only practice body cultivation or spirit refining. Could it be, this junior brother is suitable for those two paths? Before long, Xiao Jiexi had taken a bath with spirit spring water and, after putting on the clothes given to him by Long Tianxing, stood in the backyard, his eyes full of astonishment at the sight of the massive iron claw dragon eagle. Unlike Long Tianxing's fair and clean face, Xiao Jiexi sported a healthy wheat-colored complexion, with well-proportioned features exuding a sense of righteousness. Xiao junior brother, spirit eye liquid is used to wash the eyes. Only after cleaning them thoroughly, will you be able to see the nature's spiritual energy of the world. Shi Lei, as the eldest senior brother, played a good guiding role. Hearing this, Xiao Jiexi began to wash his eyes with the spirit eye liquid. Ye Feng floated in midair, pondering how to guide Xiao Jiexi, who possessed the body of an ancient god, onto the path of cultivation. System, how should I teach him? Asked Ye Feng. The ancient gods are a powerful race that specializes in tempering the body. You only need to continuously stimulate his potential to improve, the system advised before falling silent. Stimulate potential. Ye Feng fell into deep thought. By now, Xiao Jiexi had finished wiping his eyes with the spirit eye liquid and drank a large bowl of spiritual spring water. Feeling a bit dizzy, he ran back to his room to sleep. The other disciples continued to cultivate next to the spiritual spring. Ye Feng then took out more than 100 pounds of spirit beast feed and distributed it to the 8 mountain guardian spirit beasts before running back to the sect leader's great hall to doodle on white paper. The next morning dawned. Ah! My eyes! Xiao Jiexi suddenly cried out, his voice filled with panic. Shi Lei spoke calmly, Junior brother, don't panic. Congratulations on successfully opening your spirit eyes, you've entered the gazing breath realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiexi immediately calmed down. After breakfast, the group continued their cultivation except for Xiao Jiexi, who picked up a broom and began sweeping the fallen leaves and gravel off the mountaintop. Jia Xi, you should also start to cultivate. Ye Feng emerged from the sect leader's great hall and said, I can cultivate without a root bone. Xiao Jiexi couldn't believe his ears. Of course, you can. Ye Feng placed 2 wooden buckets on the ground, which he had obtained after making a wish that morning. Then how should I cultivate? Xiao Jiexi asked. Your cultivation task is to go down the mountain to the river next to Lin village and carry water to water the shrubs around the mountain peak. Your task for today is to go back and forth 10 times, Ye Feng said, pointing down the mountain. Yes, Xiao Jiexi answered without caring about the hardship and immediately ran down the mountain with the wooden buckets. Seeing this, the other disciples were worried. Sect leader, although it's not far from the mountaintop to the bottom, there are nearly 3,000 stone steps. The junior brother is just a mortal, how can he endure this? Shi Lei ran over, looking concerned. Jia Xi is not as weak as you all imagine, Ye Feng said as he looked down the mountain, his words laden with meaning. Mo Ying glanced at Ye Feng and thought to herself that he indeed had Xiao Jiexi take the path of body cultivation. But, would that really be effective? If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 111. Strong physique comes from persistent training. Atop Misty Peak. Xiao Jiexi, carrying a wooden bucket, ran down the mountain along the stone stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4. As Xiao Jiexi ran, he chanted rhythmically, his breath steady, light as a swallow, not at all like an ordinary person. It really is strange, these past few years, my constitution has become better and better, no matter how much I run, I don't feel tired, Xiao Jiexi muttered to himself as he ran. Although he was still an ordinary person, he could easily jump over a 3-meter wall, run continuously for an hour without getting tired, and his strength was not small, he could compete with the old oxen in the village. At this moment, Ye Feng soared into the air, his gaze piercing through the misty area, watching Qiao Jiexi carrying the bucket as he ran along. This kid possesses the ancient god bloodline, I must have him exercise more, fully stimulate his potential, to facilitate the advancement of the ancient god physique, Ye Feng thought to himself. This was a method he had thought of based on the prompts from the system. Back in the scripture pavilion of White Float City, Ye Feng had by chance read about body cultivation practitioners in ancient texts. The most important thing for these cultivators was to constantly break through the limits of the human body, to stimulate their potential to the greatest extent. Based on this, Ye Feng planned to have Qiao Jiexi progress step by step, continually increasing the intensity of his training, drinking spirit spring water when thirsty, eating meals to his heart's content when hungry, to absolutely push his potential to the limit. And Qiao Jiexi, worthy of having the ancient god physique, had run continuously up 3,000 steps, all the way to the foot of the mountain, and although he was breathing heavily, he did not stop to rest, and continued along the path toward Lin village by the riverside. By the river, Qiao Jiexi swiftly filled 2 buckets with water, one in each hand, keeping his arms parallel to the ground, and started running back at a slightly slower pace than on his way there. A few elderly men sitting at the entrance of the village smoking their pipes watched in awe as Qiao Jiexi ran past them, their gazes following his movements. Whose lad is this, with such incredible strength? Look, he seems to be running toward Misty Peak. He must be a disciple of Immortal Master yet. My heavens! This young Immortal Master is actually hopping up the mountain, 3 steps at a time. Disciples of Immortal Master Ye are indeed as terrifying as this. The old men were so startled that they stood up, watching unblinkingly as Qiao Jiexi continued to run toward the peak, soon disappearing into the misty waste of the mountain, out of sight. Not long after, the villagers of Lin village noticed that Qiao Jiexi was again running down the mountain with wooden buckets, refilling them with water and beginning another round trip. By mid-morning, Qiao Jiexi had already made several trips. This is incredible, it's not even lunchtime yet, and Immortal Master Yi's top disciple has already made several round trips. He is truly formidable, the village chief of Lin village exclaimed in admiration. An old man called out to Qiao Jiexi as he passed by, "Are you a top disciple of Immortal Master yet? Are you referring to our sect leader, grandfather?" Qiao Jiexi stopped. "It seems you are indeed a top disciple of Immortal Master yet. But does an Immortal Master also need to carry water for drinking?" the old man asked. "This is a task the sect leader gave me, I have to carry water back and forth 10 times a day. However, it's not for drinking, it's for watering the trees." After saying that, Qiao Jiexi continued running up the mountain. Back and forth 10 times a day, isn't that going to exhaust someone to death? You don't know a thing, this is the method of cultivating immortality. If carrying water can cultivate immortality, then I, an old man, want to cultivate as well. Cultivate my hammer. You'll probably throw out your back after just 1 trip with the water. The villagers of Lin village continued their discussion. Finally, by the afternoon, Qiao Jiexi had completed the 10 round trips. Noticing his legs were faintly aching, he set the buckets down by the wall and lay down on the grass, breathing rapidly. "How do you feel?" Ye Feng appeared nearby and asked. "Tired," Qiao Jiexi said, shielding his eyes from the sun. "Being tired is exactly right. Next, follow the first movement in this manual and start with 300 reps." Ye Feng placed a small booklet on the ground. After Qiao Jiexi opened it, she found it described peculiar body refinement methods like fingertip push UPS, head-butting bells, and chest-smashing stones. Push UPS, that's easy. Qiao Jiexi used 2 fingers to touch the stone slab and began the exercise. But after more than 100 reps, Qiao Jiexi was tired, her breathing became heavier, and she thought to herself that if it hadn't been for the back and forth between the river and the peak 10 times, she definitely could have easily completed the task of 300. Do you know why I'm having you do this? Ye Feng sat in a lounge chair, took a sip of hot water, and asked. The sect master asked this disciple to do so, there must be a reason. After finishing, Xiao Jiexi began to breathe with her mouth, clearly very tired. You lack root bone, unable to cultivate the cultivation technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan like other disciples, but you have a unique physique, suited for the body cultivation path. All of this is to build your foundation. Ye Feng said. So, I can undergo body refinement. Xiao Jiexi eyes were firm as if she had found her direction. Sect Master, you said my physique is special, but what exactly is it? You are 1 in 10,000, with an ancient divine body. Ye Feng said, his voice commanding and resounding in Xiao Jiexi mind. The body of an ancient god was essentially a divine body. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiexi mind buzzed again, and she widened her eyes. I have a divine body? It turns out, I actually have a divine body. Xiao Jiexi was very excited. He felt full of strength as if he had returned to the time when he was plowing the fields in his village, and because he found the old water buffalo too slow, he kicked it away and plowed 3 acres of land on his own with an iron plow. With this in mind, Xiao Jiexi increased his pace and finally completed 300 fingertip push ups, then sprang up from the ground and stood in front of Ye Feng. Sect Master, what should I do next in my cultivation? Do you feel tired? Ye Feng asked. Not tired. Xiao Jiexi shook his head. Ye Feng slapped him on the top of his head. Tell the truth. Very tired, but I can hold on, Xiao Jiexi quickly corrected. Go and drink spirit spring water until you're full, then carry this stone steel on your back along the stone steps, back and forth, until you collapse from exhaustion. Ye Feng's voice was slightly cold, filled with authority. Collapse from exhaustion. Xiao Jiexi hesitated for a moment, but the next moment, he drank a full 5 pounds of spirit spring water, and, gasping for breath, he started down the mountain with the 300-pound stone steel that Ye Feng had somehow acquired. Is he really a divine body? At this moment, the other disciples all gathered around Ye Feng, their faces full of curiosity. Sort of. Actually, one can only say he has the potential to develop an ancient divine body, but whether he can activate it still depends on whether he works hard enough. Ye Feng fell silent for a moment before ultimately revealing the truth. If our junior disciple truly awakens the divine body, what will happen then? Long Tianxing blinked and gestured with his hand. He should grow taller than me, right? Ye Feng gave him a glance and said, when all of you reach a certain age, you will naturally grow taller, it has little to do with what kind of physique you have. At this moment, Ye Feng sensed something and looked towards Beacon Fire City, only to spot a giant bird flapping its wings toward them in midair, with a wingspan of 15 meters and a chubby figure sitting on its back. I actually forgot about my agreement with Zheng Yaishao. When Ye Feng saw the person's appearance, he slapped his forehead and immediately went up into the sky. Sect Master Ye, I finally found you. Zheng Yaishao waved at Ye Feng, piloting a rather flashy puppet bird close to Misty Peak, then landed at the peak under Ye Feng's guidance. Ye Feng introduced him to the disciples. This is Zheng Yaishao from the 100 Artifacts sect, a highly skilled artifact refiner. Sect Master Ye flatters me. Actually, my artifact refining skills are quite average. Zheng Yaishao waved his hand modestly, embarrassed, but he was still pleased inside as he looked over the Misty Sect disciples. When Zheng Yaishao's eyes fell on Huo Yunjia, his look changed and Huo Yunjia also widened his eyes, looking uncertainly at Zheng Yaishao. You're Yunji. You're Yaishi. It took a while for Huo Yunjia and Zheng Yaishao to recognize each other, then suddenly they pointed at each other and yelled out the other's nickname. Ye Feng and the other disciples watched this scene, their mouths agape in surprise, not expecting the two to know each other. Chapter 112. Ye Feng's blueprint, I am the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. Yaezai, how did you get so fat that I can hardly recognize you? Huo Yunjia said in disbelief. Ah! That's a long story. Zheng Yaeshao slapped his thigh and looked up at the sky with a sigh. Ye Feng cleared his throat and asked, You two know each other? Huo Yunjia and Zheng Yaeshao nodded repeatedly. Zheng Yaeshao explained, When AG and I were just a few years old, we sneaked out of our homes and ran into each other at the street corner. That's how we met. Then, we went to the pond to catch cicadas in the banyan trees, played in the mud, and got beaten up together. We had a pretty good relationship. As he spoke, Zheng Yaeshao's face showed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, once we reached the age suitable for cultivation, we went our separate ways and never saw each other again. Huo Yunjia added, I went to look for Yaezai, but I heard that the Zheng family had moved. Zheng Yaeshao nodded and said, Indeed, we moved once, but it was still within the bounds of Beacon Fire City. Speaking of which, how did you get so fat? I remember you were even thinner than me when we were kids. Huo Yunjia paused hesitantly before voicing his confusion. Cough, let's not talk about it. It's all because my dad provoked a female demon, and as a result, our whole family was cursed and became this fat. But I've got myself a dual cultivation companion now, envious much. Zheng Yaeshao laughed proudly. Not envious at all. In my view, women only slow down the speed of my sword drawing. Huo Yunjia shook his head firmly. Listening to the conversation between Zheng Yaeshao and Huo Yunjia, the disciples learned about their strong childhood bond. Right, Sect Master Ye, the spirit ore you entrusted me to refine is all done. Take a look at the results. Zheng Yaeshao opened his storage bag and placed more than a dozen metal blocks that looked nearly like bricks on the table. Ye Feng picked up a metal block and found its purity very satisfactory. He praised, truly worthy of an artifact refiner, your purification technique is very skillful. If I have the chance, I must visit the 100 Artifacts sect. I'll be going back the day after tomorrow. I'll mostly be in the sect from now on. If you come, Sect Master Ye, remember to notify me in advance with a messenger paper crane, Zheng Yaeshao said. Sure, definitely. Ye Feng nodded. In the time that followed, everyone discussed a variety of topics. Since Zheng Yaeshao was busy with artifact refining, he bid farewell to everyone and prepared to leave. Fellow Zheng, wait a moment. Ye Feng stopped Zheng Yaeshao and placed 300 pounds of spirit ore on the ground, then handed him a blueprint. If possible, please forge this set of spiritual artifacts for me as per the blueprint. No need to inscribe array patterns, the harder, the better. As for the costs, I will pay you when I receive the spiritual artifacts. Zheng Yaeshao received the blueprint, glanced at it, and his expression showed surprise, but he nodded anyway. Okay, no problem. The next moment, Zheng Yaeshao jumped onto a puppet bird and swooshed away, flying out of Misty Peak. I'm so tired. At that time, Qiao Jiaxi finally completed a turn carrying the steel, just reaching the peak before plummeting into darkness and collapsing. Junior brother! The disciples shouted in alarm. Ye Feng extended his hand, guiding the heroic spirit power to catch the steel and place it on the ground, then put Qiao Jiaxi in a barrel filled with spirit spring water, letting Shilei perform the fiery cloud palm to heat the spiritual liquid. Sect Master, won't this harm junior brother's foundations? Li Jiao asked with concern. No, Ye Feng shook his head, we need to exhaust Jiaxi to the point of fainting so that all his strength is depleted. Then, soaking him in spirit spring water filled with spiritual energy allows him to accumulate pure spiritual power. Once he reaches a certain level, he can fully unlock his potential. Upon hearing this, the disciples understood Ye Feng's painstaking intentions. They also marveled inwardly at Qiao Jiaxi's diligence, for being able to train until fainting, truly recognized as the #1 cultivation fanatic in the Misty sect. It seems I have to train even harder. Huo Yunjia was deeply moved and quickly went to an open space to practice his sword drawing technique. The other disciples dared not slack off either. Seeing this, Ye Feng was very pleased. The harder the disciples worked, the stronger he became as their leader. Nanlu Mountain Range. An elderly man in a Taoist robe stood before a grave. He picked up the summoning order lying on the ground and sighed. The protector actually got struck by a thunder-imbued boulder, perishing both body and path, adding insult to injury for the already struggling soul-seizing sect. Could it be that the heavens are warning me? Suhun Zhenren murmured, his face edged with the sands of time. After sending out the protector and not seeing his return, Suhun Zhenren had to take action himself. He found his way here, deducing the cause of death from the wounds on the body of the protector. However, the blood spirit pill that the protector had is gone, while the summoning order was left behind. This indicates that the protector found a suitable demon general candidate before dying, but the person dares to defy my orders. Damn it! Speaking those final words, a cold murderous intent spread rapidly, snapping trees within hundreds of meters due to the overwhelming aura of Suhun Zhenren, terrifying nearby creatures into cowering on the ground, trembling like chaff in the wind. However, the instigator, the shape-shifting beast, had long since left the Nanlu mountain range. White Float City, Jade Green Tower. A middle-aged man with a goatee sat comfortably, enjoying the service of 8 women. Some served tea, some peeled fruit, some massaged his back, while others pinched his feet or shoulders. This is truly comfortable, the kind of life a big guy like me deserves, the man with the goatee sighed contentedly. Kind sir, do you feel comfortable? Remember to tip us a few more silver pieces later, a graceful woman in feathers spoke. What, give you silver? The shape-shifting beast's eyes widened as he pushed away the surrounding Gulen maids. What nonsense, I'm here for a free ride. If you think I'm giving you silver, think again in your dreams. With that, the shape-shifting beast snatched a pot of wine and made a run for the exit of Jade Green Tower. Somebody help! This guy wants a free ride! The Gulen maids screamed out loudly, their piercing voices spreading throughout the entire Jade Green Tower. How dare you run wild in our Jade Green Tower? You're dead! The leader of the protectors, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, shouted. The next moment, a dozen protectors in the Qi refining realm surrounded the shape-shifting beast, prepared to subdue him on the spot. A bunch of useless drunkards, daring to show off in front of the 1,000 faces demon monarch. The shape-shifting beast laughed heartily, waved his sleeve, and a surge of energy swept across, blowing all the protectors away. No one could withstand his single move. After that, the shape-shifting beast casually grabbed 2 of the curvaceous Gulen maids, intending to march out the door. You ruffian, you think you can come and go from Jade Green Tower as you please, a voice shouted from above. Immediately afterward, a flying needle wrapped in a strong gale struck. The daunting pressure was enough to change the color of even a normal 9th level Qi refiner. Some skill, but still not enough. The shape-shifting beast sharply turned his head and blew a breath at the incoming flying needle. The flying needle spun around, stabbed the shoulder of Bai Xiao, the owner of Jade Green Tower, and the force sent her flying for over 10 meters, only to be intercepted mid-air by a figure in white robes. The two exchanged glances in mid-air before gently landing. Miss Baiwa, I am late. Xin Guangxian gave Bai Xiao a reassuring smile, then brandished his spirit sword and slashed with a fierce sword qi. The air was torn apart by the sword qi. All who heard the piercing sound clutched their ears in horror, crouching on the ground, trembling with fear. Xin Guangxian, it's you. The shape-shifting beast, who had been watching Misty Peak for a long time and recognized many faces, saw Xin Guangxian and his smile grew more arrogant. Bang! The shape-shifting beast simply exhaled, the fierce sword qi exploded like fireworks, turned into a counter-blast of energy, and violently struck Xin Guangxian's chest. Wow! Xin Guangxian spit out a mouthful of blood and collided with Bai Xiao. TCH. Not a single capable fighter, the shape-shifting beast, extremely arrogant, grabbed 2 Gulan maids, and walked away with impunity. City Lord's Mansion. Xin Guangxian knelt on the ground. Lu Shanyu paced back and forth, saying, "Things are looking grim. In recent days, the demon general and members of the soul-seizing sect have suddenly kept to themselves, likely harboring some sinister plot, and now an unidentified Thousand Faces demon monarch has turned up. The situation around White Float City is becoming increasingly dangerous." The deputy city lord frowned and said, "Third cousin, keep calm, as long as the city lord is here, there will be no issues unless Suhun Genren himself arrives." "Hopefully so," Lu Shanyu nodded. Once the deputy city lord had left, Lu Shanyu slapped Xin Guangxian on the shoulder. "You, Xin Guangxian, enjoying yourself at Gulan and not inviting me? If you had brought this elder along, we would never have let the Thousand Faces demon monarch escape." Xin Guangxian had no words in response. "Never mind, go to Misty Peak and inform Sect Master Ye about the Thousand Faces demon monarch. Tell him to be cautious," directed Lu Shanyu. "Yes," Xin Guangxian hurriedly scuttled away. Chapter 113. How can cultivators have a fear of heights, a new trouble? Misty Peak Summit. Qiao Jiexi finally woke up. "Why am I lying in a wooden barrel? Shouldn't I be on the ground?" Qiao Jiexi instinctively jumped out of the barrel, and discovered that his whole body was filled with strength, seemingly increased by 30% compared to before he lost consciousness. "Do you feel like you've become stronger?" Ye Feng, sitting in a lounge chair with his legs crossed, eating a watermelon, asked. Qiao Jiexi nodded. "Sect leader, I've found that my strength has greatly increased. If I continue to cultivate in the same way as today, I should be able to endure for a longer time." Ye Feng said, "The training tasks will increase each day, it can't always stay the same. Cultivation itself is about constantly breaking one's own limits. If you always stick to past standards, how would you improve?" Qiao Jiexi had an instant realization, "I will continue the strenuous training." "Wait." Ye Feng stopped Qiao Jiexi, "Fainting once a day is enough, any more than that would actually affect your foundation. After all, cultivation also requires a balanced approach, to proceed step by step. What should the disciple do next then?" "Immovable as a mountain, the Great Stillness Technique." Ye Feng articulated 8 characters. Upon hearing these words, Qiao Jiexi felt as if he were facing a towering peak, and he himself seemed to have transformed from a person into a mountain, unshakable regardless of the winds and rains. "Please teach me, sect leader," Qiao Jiexi said respectfully. Ye Feng pointed to the open space ahead and said, "Stand on the open ground, maintain a natural standing posture, close your eyes, enter a thoughtless state, completely relax your body and mind, and gradually immerse yourself in nature. At that time, you should consider yourself as nothingness." This was a method Ye Feng had devised based on his understanding of existing spells, primarily to calm Qiao Jiexi's mind and prevent distracting thoughts, a more sophisticated approach than when he initially guided Mo Ying in cultivating sword qi. Qiao Jiexi immediately did as instructed. His hands hung down naturally, he stood as steady as a pine or a cypress, his eyes closed naturally, not thinking about anything, always maintaining silence. Before long, Qiao Jiexi fell asleep while standing. Seeing this, Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, Qiao Jiexi was flung up into the air by the heroic spirit power and then rapidly fell downward. "Ah!" Qiao Jiexi immediately awoke with a cry of alarm. Ye Feng didn't bother with him and let Qiao Jiexi fall from a height of more than 10 meters. In the face of danger, Qiao Jiexi realized his physique was strong. He quickly adjusted his posture, and the moment his feet hit the ground, he began to absorb the impact. He rolled once on the ground but was unharmed. "Sect leader, your disciple acknowledges his mistake. Where did you go wrong?" The disciple was to enter a thoughtless state, not to fall asleep. I will continue to seek understanding and not bring shame upon you." Hearing this, Ye Feng fell silent for a moment and then said, "You're not bringing me shame. In the path of cultivation, what one ultimately cultivates is oneself. Whether it is done well or poorly, what does that have to do with me?" That being said, Ye Feng, using the heroic spirit power, elevated both himself and Qiao Jiexi until they reached a height of several thousand meters. The knife-like cold wind struck, and Qiao Jiexi shivered. "Cultivate the great stillness technique here," Ye Feng instructed. Qiao Jiexi looked down and saw that the peak below had become very small, and White Float City could be seen in the distance, his natural fear of heights making him tremble. "You're afraid of heights?" Ye Feng asked. "Yes," Qiao Jiexi admitted, embarrassed. "For a cultivator who fears heights, how would you manage to fly? Imagine being a sword immortal who can ascend tens of thousands of miles into the sky at a single thought. If you are afraid of heights, wouldn't you just fall straight down?" Ye Feng paused briefly, then continued to add, "When cultivating the quiet heart technique, how can one enter a state of no thought if there is fear in the heart? The so-called no thought can also be described as being without fear, fright, sadness, or joy." Having finished speaking, Ye Feng left Qiao Jiexi in the sky and descended by himself. "Sect Leader, don't leave me up here alone!" Qiao Jiexi shouted, but Ye Feng seemed deaf, simply ignoring him. High in the sky. Looking down, Qiao Jiexi's legs immediately went weak, but he found that his body was engulfed by an invisible force, preventing him from falling. "I have to listen to the sect leader, I must calm my mind, overcome my fear. First, I need to trick myself into not being afraid." Qiao Jiexi breathed rapidly, his complexion pale, but thinking of the words Ye Feng had said before leaving, he stared straight at the ground, trying to dispel his fear. He did not know that within his body, an ancient power was awakening and beginning to spread throughout his body. Before long, Qiao Jiexi found that he was no longer afraid. "I'm actually not afraid of heights anymore." Overjoyed, Qiao Jiexi hurriedly stood up in the sky, closed his eyes, listened to the call of the wind, the rhythm of his heartbeat, and various other cacophonous sounds, as his mood gradually settled. At the summit of Misty Peak. Ding! System notification, registered disciple Qiao Jiexi is now fully integrating the ancient god bloodline, current progress 55%. Suddenly, Ye Feng heard a prompt from the system. It actually worked. Ye Feng was astonished. He had only casually given a few pointers, yet Qiao Jiexi had successfully found the right path. It must be because Qiao Jiexi's ancient god bloodline is particularly strong, and he has good talent too. And just so happens my tips were right on point, so he succeeded, Ye Feng thought to himself. Sect Master Ye. At this moment, a call came from Xin Guangxian at the foot of the mountain. Ye Feng opened the formation passage, and Xin Guangxian quickly arrived at the peak, saying anxiously, "There's been a serious incident." Ye Feng's heart tightened. His first instinct was that Suhun Zhenren was causing trouble again, and he quickly asked, "What happened?" Xin Guangxian spoke gravely, "Overall, it's two things. First, today in White Float City, a mysterious element gathering realm expert emerged, calling himself the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. He defeated me and Miss Beiwa with just a single breath. The third elder told me to come and remind you to be extra careful of this person." Ye Feng raised his hand immediately and asked, "Wait, which Miss Beiwa?" I was just about to tell you. The Tower Master of Jade Green Tower, Beiwa Xiao, is my..." Xin Guangxian stretched his hand to gesture, giving Ye Feng a you-know-what-I-mean look. Ye Feng couldn't believe that Xin Guangxian and Beiwa Xiao had gotten together and was momentarily speechless. Remembering the origin of Yan Ruyu, Ye Feng asked, "Xin Dao friend, have you asked Beiwa Xiao about Yan Ruyu?" "I've inquired about it. Yan Ruyu was captured by people from the Vice Tower Master near Five Colors City and was taken back to Jade Green Tower. But don't worry, Sect Master Ye, Miss Beiwa has been very kind to Yan Ruyu. It was only because Miss Beiwa had to leave for some business that the Vice Tower Master tried to subjugate Yan Ruyu, prompting her escape, Xin Guangxian explained. Thinking further, Xin Guangxian added, later, I learned that Miss Beiwa has eliminated the Vice Tower Master and all those who had made mistakes under her command, thereby settling matters with you, Sect Master Ye. Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that Beiwa Xiao was indeed a decisive woman. Also, I have a second matter to discuss. Xin Guangxuan's expression suddenly turned grave. These past few days, the demon generals from Fuyun Gloomy Forest and the people from Soul Seizing Sect have all gone quiet, as if they are plotting something sinister. Sect Master Ye, you should be vigilant. Oh, the demon general. Ye Feng scratched his head, looking bemused. He wanted to say that on a night when dark clouds covered the earth, he had already slain the demon general, and even taken the demon core. As for the Soul Seizing Sect, they were probably wary of Misty Sect's sect protection array, hence their recent absence of activity near White Float City. Don't worry, there's nothing to fear, Ye Feng reassured, waving his hand. Xin Guangxian said solemnly, Sect Master Ye, this is a serious matter, you mustn't take it lightly. Chapter 114. Establishing Cooperation, Xin Guangxuan's Conjecture. Ye Feng knew that Xin Guangxian meant well, but for the moment, it was inconvenient to spread the news that the Tiger General and Suhun Zhenren's clone had been slain. Otherwise, the Misty Sect would attract attention from all sides. At this stage, our Misty Sect is only a high-ranked sect and does not yet have the strength to stand against a star-level sect, better to keep a low profile, Ye Feng thought to himself. Seeing Ye Feng deep in thought, Xin Guangxian thought he was worrying about the Demon General and the Soul Seizing Sect, and was about to add something. So this is Misty Peak, the scenery is pretty good indeed, a loud and sloppy voice spread across the mountain peak. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Peng Hyun and Xie Jiaran arriving hand in hand, standing at the top of the peak and looking around. How did you two get up here? Ye Feng asked in surprise. After Xin Guangxian had come up, he had clearly closed the mountain passageway, yet these two still managed to make it here. Ye Feng immediately thought of something and asked inwardly, System, do Peng Hyun and Xie Jiaran meet the criteria to be accepted into the sect? They meet the criteria, the system said. Hearing this, Ye Feng had an odd expression on his face. Xie Jiaran and Peng Hyun were disciples of other sects, yet the system still let them pass through the misty area. It was clearly encouraging him to poach. This dog system is not the strongest sect leader system, it should be called the strongest poach system. Ye Feng complained to himself. At this moment, Xie Jiaran laughed loudly, Sect Master Ye, why can't we come up? Could it be that your Misty Sect harbors some earth-shattering secret? Before Xie Jiaran could finish speaking, Peng Hyun had already covered her mouth, saying with an embarrassed face, Sect Master Ye, the spirit beast feed has been entirely refined. Jiaran said she forgot to arrange a time with you last time, so she personally delivered it. What spirit beast feed? Xin Guangxian asked in surprise, Junior sister, you've been missing for the past few days. I thought you had returned to the sect, but it turns out you went to find Xie Jiaran. Peng Hyun nodded and explained the full story. Upon learning that it was because Ye Feng needed spirit beast feed and thus sought out the spirit beast sect, Xin Guangxian gave an O and stood to the side to watch. Ye Feng saluted Xie Jiaran with his hands, Dea ist Xie, where is my merchandise? Xie Jiaran showed a sly smile, Sect Master Ye, why be so formal? Isn't it better to just call me Jiaran? At this, Ye Feng's face turned cold, we're talking business here. Xie Jiaran, seeing Ye Feng's serious appearance, covered her mouth to laugh and rolled up her left sleeve, revealing 10 bracelets on her wrist. It's actually 10 lower-grade storage bracelets. Xin Guangxian exclaimed in surprise. Ye Feng was astounded, thinking to himself that Xie Jiaran, as the designated heir of the Spirit Beast sect, was truly a little rich girl. Sect Master Ye gave me 1,000 pounds of high-rank demon soldier level demon beast flesh, which I enhanced with quite a bit of spiritual liquid, medicinal herbs and food ingredients, eventually refining 3,000 pounds of high-grade spirit beast feed, Xie Jiaran explained while opening 3 of the storage bracelets and pouring out 3 large wooden barrels full of spirit beast feed on the ground. A rich fragrance immediately spread in all directions. Wow! With a cry, Brother Flathead led the other spiritual beasts as they rushed over and gathered around the barrels, their faces full of desire to eat. Wow, such a cute little pig! Hey, these 5 are naturally born spiritual beasts. Sect Master Ye's Misty Sect truly does have secrets. Xie Jiaran exclaimed as she took Pig San Pang into her arms. I only provided 1,000 pounds of flesh, and you made 3,000 pounds of spirit beast feed for me. Ye Feng gaped, that's a lot of water you've added. Pang Hyun quickly waved her hands, Sect Master Ye, don't misunderstand, I've been watching Jiaran these past days, and the included spiritual liquid is essential, there was no intention to shortchange you. Xie Jiaran wore a rare serious expression, Sect Master Ye, although I'm usually casual, I never slack off when it comes to important matters. Besides, I did not come here solely to deliver the feed but also for another matter. Ye Feng looked intrigued, what matter? Our spirit beast sect can refine spirit beast feed, but we are in dire need of high-rank demon soldier level demon beast flesh. If you have more, I would like to partner with you, Xie Jiaran revealed her purpose for coming. How shall we cooperate? Ye Feng was somewhat interested. You provide the high-rank demon soldier level demonic beast flesh, and I'll be responsible for refining it into high-grade spirit beast feed. After the job is done, half goes to you, and the other half to me. I won't charge a penny for the processing fee, Xie Jiaran said. Ye Feng waved his hand, no, that's asking for too much. Xie Jiaran raised her little hand and said, Sect Master Ye, don't be hasty in refusing. After the other half of the feed becomes mine, I will sell it all. Whatever money is earned, I'll give you a third. Ye Feng fell into thought. All he had to provide was the demonic beast flesh, and he could not only get spirit beast feed heavier than the flesh but also a share of the money. It was a no-loss deal either way. As for whether Xie Jiaran made a profit and how much, Ye Feng didn't care much. Because, the Misty Sect couldn't lose either way. Good, it's a deal. Sect Master Ye is so straightforward. Let's seal the deal with a high five. Slap. The two high-fived on the spot, sealing their cooperation. Pointing at the 3 big barrels of feed, Xie Jiaran said, these 3,000 caddies of high-grade spirit beast feed, calculating at a quarter of the selling price, the processing fee alone would be 75 lower-grade spirit stones. But to celebrate our consensus, I'll waive the processing fee. That's very generous. Ye Feng was overjoyed and immediately stored the feed in his system space. Then he placed 10,000 caddies of demonic beast flesh on the ground. This is 10,000 caddies of high-rank demon soldier level demonic beast flesh. Besides the corpses of the tiger general, the black patterned serpent demon, and the little wolf general, all remaining high-rank demon soldier level demonic beast flesh was here. So much! Xie Jiaran was shocked. Pang Hyun and Xin Guangxian were also astonished. How many high-rank demon soldier level demonic beasts were killed for this? Xin Guangxian gulped nervously. Typically, a high-rank demon soldier level demonic beast has only a few hundred caddies of flesh, and the larger ones 1,000 caddies. After removing the bones, not much meat is left. And yet, Ye Feng had casually brought out tens of thousands of caddies. Didn't that mean dozens of high-rank demon soldier level demonic beasts? I heard from the third elder that the forces under the demon general in Fuyun Gloomy Forest had only a few dozen high-rank demon soldier level demonic beasts. Couldn't they all have been wiped out by Sect Master Ye? Then, what about the demon general? At this thought, Xin Guangxuan's heart trembled. Could it be that Ye Feng had also slain the demon general? Otherwise, having taken out the majority of the demon general's forces at once, it was unlikely that the demon general would sit idly by. And now, here was Ye Feng, standing safely before them, which probably meant the demon general was defeated. The more Xin Guangxian thought about it, the more he was shaken. Unaware of Xin Guangxuan's inner thoughts, Ye Feng watched as Xiejiaran took away the 10,000 catties of flesh and asked, "Now that the transaction is complete, may I know when you plan to return?" "What, does Sect Master Ye intend to ask me to spend the night?" Having settled the serious business, Xiejiaran began to tease once more. "Spend the night? If I dared to do so, by tomorrow morning, the entire army of the Spirit Beast sect would probably be marching on Misty Peak." Ye Feng complained in his heart. "In consideration of your safety, carrying so much demonic beast flesh is too precious. I insist you return to your branch immediately." Having said that, Ye Feng grabbed Xiejiaran by the shoulder and unceremoniously pushed her towards the mountain path heading down. "Sect Master Ye, are you really going to be so ruthless with me?" Xiejiaran huffed indignantly as she and Peng Hyun disappeared into the misty area. "Finally, they're gone, and there's some peace and quiet around here." Watching the two women leave, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Xin Guangxian standing there, still in a state of shock. Chapter 115. Breaking the Limit, Ancient God Body Refining Art. "Sect Master Ye, did you really kill the demon general and his subordinates in the Fuyun gloomy forest?" Xin Guangxian voiced his inner suspicion. "No, I didn't, stop talking nonsense." Ye Feng refused to admit it, outright denying it 3 times in a row. "Then how did you get so much high-rank demon soldier level demon beast flesh? That's tens of thousands of catties, equivalent to dozens of demon beasts." Xin Guangxuan's breath grew more rapid. "I picked it up," Ye Feng said indifferently. "I'm not a fool, don't lie to me." Xin Guangxian was speechless. How could he possibly believe such a thing? However, realizing that Ye Feng had a reason to hide the truth, Xin Guangxian lowered his voice and said, "I understand, it was indeed Sect Master Ye who killed the demon general, but you want to keep it low profile. Don't worry, I, Xin Guangxian, will keep my mouth shut. Would you like some tea?" Ye Feng deliberately changed the subject. "Hehe, I have Miss Beiwa now, from now on I'll definitely be drinking the tea she brews." "Alright, Sect Master Ye, I'll take my leave." Xin Guangxian winked at Ye Feng before flying off on his spirit sword, away from Misty Peak. At the city lord's mansion, Xin Guangxian bowed to Lu Shanyu and said, "Third Elder, I have conveyed your message. Sect Master Ye says he will be cautious." "Good," Lu Shanyu nodded, and, seeing that Xin Guangxian was still standing there, asked, "Is there something else?" "Third Elder, who do you think will become the #1 sect in the White Float City Demon Slaying Assembly this time?" Xin Guangxian asked meaningfully. "Feathers Sect, Nishang Palace, and Tyrant Blade Sect all have seasoned element gathering realm experts, while Misty Sect is a new high rank, so it has to be one of these 4, Lu Shanyu said. "If someone killed the demon general, could they secure the first place?" Xin Guangxian asked again. "Of course they could secure first place, but in White Float City, no one can kill the demon general, because it is a transformed tiger demon with exceptional life-saving tricks. Even I would only be able to defeat it but not capture it." Lu Shanyu shared his opinion. Xin Guangxian fell silent. It seems that when the month-long demon slaying assembly is over, as long as Sect Master Ye is willing, he can definitely take first place. After all, he has killed the Tiger General and dozens of high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts. With this thought, Xin Guangxian silently turned and left. "Wait, where are you off to?" Lu Shanyu asked. "Jade Green Tower. You mischievous student, dare you go without me?" At Misty Peak, high in the sky, Xiao Jiexi stood thousands of meters high, enduring the biting wind, her hair whipping wildly around her, yet she stood fearless, gradually entering a state of no thought. After distributing some high-grade spirit beast feed to his 8 spiritual beasts, Ye Feng soared into the sky and approached Xiao Jiexi. System, how is Jiaxi's progress with integrating the ancient god bloodline? Ye Feng inwardly asked. Current progress is 60%, the system replied. That's quite fast, Ye Feng was pleased. At this rate, in a few more days, Xiao Jiexi would be able to fully integrate the ancient god bloodline, break her limits, and officially step into the ranks of body cultivation cultivators. Back at the peak, Ye Feng took out a fist-sized red sphere, harder than steel and filled with abundant power. It was the demon core of the Tiger General. Normally, demon general level monster beasts could condense a demon core, containing a huge amount of vital energy, capable of easily killing a cultivator of the same rank if itself destructed. Mo Ying, do you think giving the demon core to Brother Flathead to eat would allow it to transform into a demon general? Ye Feng asked Mo Ying, who was standing nearby. Not sure, Mo Ying shook her head. Wow! Brother Flathead came running over excitedly, sniffing at the Tiger General's demon core with a look of eager anticipation in his eyes. Do you want to eat it? Ye Feng asked. Brother Flathead nodded repeatedly. All right then, the demon core is yours, just don't disappoint me. Ye Feng threw the Tiger General's demon core to Brother Flathead. Crack! Brother Flathead's teeth were incredibly sharp, easily crushing the Tiger General's demon core and swallowing it whole. His body became unbearably hot, as if ignited into flames, and he roared continuously. Ye Feng received a message from Brother Flathead, knowing that it was very hot, and quickly fetched a wooden barrel, filled it with spirit spring water, and then tossed Brother Flathead into it. Sizzle! It was like a red-hot iron being dropped into water, with billowing steam rising immediately, and the originally cool spiritual spring water boiled directly. Ye Feng kept adding spiritual spring water to the barrel to prevent Brother Flathead from being overwhelmed by the scorching temperature. Brother Flathead is absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit spring water, and at a very fast pace, Long Tianxing observed with his blue spirit eyes and discovered the clues. It seems to have been scalded. Yan Ruya heard Brother Flathead's muffled groans and quickly extended her hands, releasing the cool life spirit force to alleviate his pain. The next morning. By then, Brother Flathead was curled up into a ball, falling into a deep sleep. When it wakes up, it should be able to advance to the rank of Demon General. Ye Feng received feedback from the system, knowing that Brother Flathead had passed the most dangerous period. The disciples all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. By the way, where's the junior brother? Shi Lei asked. Everyone was startled. Oh no, Jiexi is still up in the sky. Ye Feng smacked his forehead. In taking care of Brother Flathead last night, he had completely forgotten about Xiao Jiexi. Whoosh! Ye Feng soared into the sky, reaching the high altitudes. At this time, Xiao Jiexi was still maintaining his standing posture, braving a night of cold winds, his slender frame immovable and emanating a powerful ancient aura. Ding! Current progress 99%, the system prompted. Ye Feng's eyes showed surprise. It had only been one night, and Xiao Jiexi's integration of the ancient god bloodline was nearly complete. What happened? Ye Feng asked the system. According to his estimation, it should have taken a few more days to reach 99%, but now it had happened overnight, which surely meant something unusual was at play. Registered disciple Xiao Jiexi successfully entered the state of no thought, and the integration speed of the ancient god bloodline significantly increased. Before the system's voice could finish, Ye Feng noticed Xiao Jiexi's body begin to burst forth with light. Xiao Jiexi suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils turned a pale gold color, but they quickly returned to normal. Behind him appeared the phantom of an ancient giant god clad in battle armor, holding a long halberd, exuding an air of invincibility. Ding! Registered disciple Qiao Jiexi has successfully integrated the ancient god bloodline, broken through the limit, advanced to the first tier of body refinement, and received the incomplete cultivation technique Ancient God Body Refining Technique, Body Refining Chapter, the system notified with a prompt. At that moment, Ye Feng found a large amount of information appearing in his mind, which was the cultivation method of the Ancient God Body Refining Technique, Body Refining Chapter. The Ancient God Body Refining Technique, Body Refining Chapter has 9 tiers, each unlocking a cultivation movement to strengthen the ancient god bloodline and forge a more powerful ancient god's body. By cultivating to the 9th tier peak, one would be a rare adversary below the element gathering realm. Ye Feng recited the introduction to the cultivation technique. Since the ancient god bloodline in Qiao Jiexi body was rather thin, this ancient god body refining technique, body refining chapter only included the first 6 tiers, but because Ye Feng possessed the system, it was directly perfected to the 9th tier. Sect Leader, I've succeeded. At that moment, Qiao Jiexi regained consciousness, discovered the body refining technique exclusive to him in his mind, and was so joyful that he fell from the sky. Ye Feng quickly caught him, steadily landing on the peak of Misty Peak. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Leader, and thanks to the care from my fellow brothers and sisters, I, Jiexi, will never forget this kindness. Qiao Jiexi immediately knelt down to Ye Feng and then thanked the other sect members. Stand up. From now on you must cultivate diligently, so that I, as sect leader, will be truly gratified, Ye Feng advised. Yes, Qiao Jiexi nodded. You may all disperse. Ye Feng waved his hand to disperse the disciples. He was about to walk into the sect leader's great hall to rest when he suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Ding! It has been detected that the sect has its first body cultivation practitioner. The second phase of the sect leader's task is initiated. Chapter 116. Sect Leader's Second Phase Task. Is there a task? Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly opened the task introduction panel. Sect Leader's Second Phase Task. Task Description: 1. Continue to lead Misty Sect to greatness, gaining universal admiration with a sect prestige value breaking 10,000. 2. Cultivate 2 demon general level spiritual beasts and 7 high-rank demon soldier level spiritual beasts. 3. Disciple Assessment. Task Duration: 3 months. Task Reward: Meridian Recurrence Pill times 3, Consolidating Origin Pill times 10, the second Chi Si, Lower Volume, 3rd Grade Spell Heavenly Moon Strike, Secret Technique Shared Hatred, Special Middle Grade Spiritual Artifact times 1. Note: completing each task yields 1 special small gift pack. All 3 tasks must be completed to obtain all of the above rewards at once. Upon seeing this, Ye Feng felt a bit perplexed. I thought the second phase task was to make a push for star level sect, but it turns out it's not. Could the requirements for a star level sect be that high? Ye Feng inwardly complained. Misty Sect is currently just starting out as a high-ranked sect, taking the first steps towards becoming a star level sect. Indeed, there is still a considerable gap, the system explained. I see. Ye Feng nodded. After some thought, Ye Feng felt that this made sense. If becoming a star-level sect were that easy, the 3 high-ranked sects of White Float City wouldn't still be subordinate to the City Lord's mansion. In total, White Float City possessed a mysterious City Lord at the 4th layer of Element Gathering Realm, a Deputy City Lord of Element Gathering Realm, and the Element Gathering Realm sect leaders of the 3 high-ranked sects, among other powerhouses. Combined, these forces were equivalent to an ordinary 1-star sect. Ye Feng stopped thinking about the star-level sect and decided to progress step by step, so he opened the 3 task descriptions for the sect leader's second phase. The first item: breaking the sect prestige value of 10,000. This is easy to understand, just increase our prestige. Currently, our Misty Sect's prestige points have already broken 3,000 but still far from 10,000, Ye Feng murmured. The second item, cultivating spiritual beasts. For this, Ye Feng was a bit troubled. At the current stage, Misty Sect only has 8 spiritual beasts. Even if Brother Flathead advances to Demon General, the remaining 7 spiritual beasts upgraded to high-rank demon soldiers still leaves one short of a Demon General level spiritual beast. What's more important is that we must wait for the prestige points to break 10,000 before the Spirit Beast Pavilion can accommodate more spiritual beasts. Overall, this task is quite challenging. The completion progress depends on the time taken to break 10,000 prestige points. Thinking this, Ye Feng turned to the description of the last task. Subtask: Disciple Assessment. Description: a sect's growth is inseparable from its disciples' progress. Currently, the sect has a total of 12 disciples, including 3 outer sect disciples and 9 registered disciples. Task requirement: the system will automatically assign tasks. Within 3 months, all registered disciples must each complete a task to be promoted to outer sect. Of the current 3 outer sect disciples, at least one must pass the assessment to be promoted to inner sect disciple. Seeing this, Ye Feng realized there was a long list of introductions below. It listed the specialized tasks for the 12 disciples. Since this was a system task, each disciple's corresponding task had already been assigned, and upon Ye Feng's proclamation, they could begin execution. Among these 3 tasks, only the last one, the disciple assessment, is comparatively simple, which can mostly be completed within a month. Moreover, when the disciples are out on missions, incidentally slaying demons and exorcising evil boosts the sect's prestige points as well as killing several birds with one stone. Thinking this, Ye Feng stood in front of a whiteboard and picked up a brush to write and illustrate. On the grassy peak of Misty Peak, Xiao Jiexi was performing a peculiar action, standing in a horse stance, lifting a giant rock weighing 1,000 caddies with both hands, standing unyieldly solid. This was the first cultivation movement recorded in the ancient God body refining technique, body refinement chapter. The first movement is very simple, which is to lift a huge stone that is at the limit of one's strength and maintain it for the duration of half an incense stick, and that will count as one completion. And I just need to persist for 100 times to break through the limit again and advance to the second layer of body refinement. There are 12 hours in a day, and 1 hour is roughly equivalent to the time of 2 incense sticks burning, so if I practice day and night without eating or drinking, I can break through in at most 3 days. Refine the body, refine the soul. To refine the body is to rise above others. Xiao Jiexi gritted his teeth and persevered, continually cheering himself on. After advancing to the first layer of body refinement, his maximum strength had reached 1,000 jin, so he asked Shi Lei for help in finding this giant stone on Misty Peak to begin the most arduous cultivation. Look at our little junior brother, so fierce. He has just reached the first layer of body refinement, yet he can lift 1,000 jin heavy stone. He said that he needs to complete the stone lifting refinement 100 times before he can advance to the second layer of body refinement, which is much harder than chi refinement. Other disciples sat in front of the hall, watching Xiao Jiexi cultivate, most of them filled with admiration. Even Huo Yunjia, who considered himself very diligent, conceded defeat this time. He's already started cultivating. At this moment, Ye Feng walked out of the sect leader's great hall and hung a whiteboard filled with writing on the wall, nodding in satisfaction upon seeing Xiao Jiexi cultivating. Sect leader, what is this? The disciples crowded around upon seeing the whiteboard. This is the disciple mission wall. From now on, you must take on these sect missions, which will serve as this sect leader's assessment of you, said Ye Feng. We finally have missions. Long Tianxing was the first to rush over and found his name. Long Tianxing, registered disciple, must swiftly put a stop to his cousin Long Qishan's bullying of the weak, until Long Qishan repents. Upon completion of the mission, one can be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Long Tianxing read out his mission requirement. Your mission is kind of tough. It's not easy to make someone like Long Qishan repent, Jia Yulan commented, my mission is much simpler: to grow 50 mature vitality grasses, and then I can become an outer sect disciple. Look, apart from the eldest senior brother, the second senior brother, and the third senior sister, all of us are registered disciples. Yan Ruyu pointed at the mission wall, sharing a new discovery. Correct. Ye Feng finally spoke up, you all are just registered disciples. To advance to the outer sect, you'll need to undergo an assessment. As for Shilei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao, they will be facing the inner sect disciple assessment. Sect leader, do we have any rewards after completing the missions? Long Tianxing asked hopefully. Ye Feng stretched out his hand and patted Long Tianxing's head, saying, of course there are rewards for the missions. As for what they are specifically, you'll find out later. In fact, Ye Feng had not actually considered what the rewards would be. However, once he finished refining all the spirit minds into spiritual artifacts, it would be feasible to give one to each disciple. The missions are to be completed within 1 month, arrange your time accordingly. I have nothing more to say, concluded Ye Feng as he unfurled the recliner and lay down at ease. The disciples gathered in front of the mission wall, searching for the tasks they needed to complete. Oh right, I haven't used today's small wish system. I want to make a wish, just give me anything, Ye Feng thought to himself. The next moment, a red embroidered belly band appeared in Ye Feng's hand, emitting a fragrant scent, God knows where it came from. Dog system. Ye Feng's mouth twitched. He tossed the red embroidered belly band like it was electrified, and it landed perfectly on top of the sleeping brother Flathead. The whole process was very discreet, and the disciples didn't notice. After a moment of thought, Long Tianxing decided to head to White Float City immediately to stop his cousin Long Qishan from continuing his misdeeds. Thus, he gave a respectful salute to Ye Feng and said, Sect Leader, I am going to carry out my mission. Chapter 117. We, the White Float 3 heroes, can achieve great things. Go, Ye Feng waved his hand. Long Tianxing, upon receiving the response, immediately employed the light body technique and descended the mountain, gliding toward the direction of White Float City. A moment later, Mo Ying approached Ye Feng and asked, Sect Leader, is my task to independently slay a high-rank demon soldier level monster beast? Yes, Ye Feng nodded. These tasks were all provided by the system. After all, the disciple assessment was the third item in the second phase of tasks for the sect leader. Ye Feng could only supervise, he could not directly determine the content of the tasks. But this actually pleased Ye Feng. Because he didn't need to rack his brains to arrange tasks for his disciples, he just needed to announce them. Disciple accepts the command. Mo Ying gave Ye Feng a fist and palm salute and was about to ride on her breeze riding sword to seek out the troubling demonic beasts. Senior sister Mo, wait a moment. Yan Ruyu called out to Mo Ying and handed her a thumb-sized bamboo tube. Inside is filled with spirit spring water and some of my life spirit force. It might be able to help you. Thank you, junior sister. Mo Ying accepted the bamboo tube, patted Yan Ruyu on the shoulder, and rode away on her sword. I also can't sit idle, Li Jiaojia rushed to the kitchen. Her task was to create a dish that could increase cultivation level, taking the first step toward becoming a spirit chef. The other disciples also started to get busy. Seeing that everyone had a goal, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Shilei's task was to manage the sect, acting like a brick within the Misty sect, moving wherever he was needed. Thus, he began an all-around study of the Misty sect to see where he could contribute most. Xiaoyi and Qiuju's tasks were to assist Jie Yulan in cultivating spiritual medicine and to take care of the feeding of the spiritual beasts in their spare time. Yan Ruyu's task was to cultivate spiritual medicine and heal at least one injured disciple. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu's tasks were to study and cultivate. As for Qiao Jiexi, who was the last to join as a beginner, his task was to cultivate, aiming to break through to the 6th level of body refinement within 3 months. Huo Yunjia's task was swordplay. Within 3 months, to master the sword drawing technique, this was the task given by the system, and it suited Huo Yunjie just right. No woman in heart, the sword is drawn with divine part, first page of the sword manual, forget the one in your heart. But it seems the more I practice, the more wrong it feels. Huo Yunjie stood on the mountain top, lost in thought. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled and said, "Why not take a walk down the mountain? Or, use your sword to slice through the falling dead leaves." Upon hearing this, Huo Yunjie felt as if the clouds had cleared to reveal the sun. He stood tall with his sword. "Many thanks for the guidance, Sect Master Uncle." With that, Huo Yunjie left the mountain top. Beneath a tree over a dozen meters tall, the strong wind blew, and a dozen leaves fell. Huo Yunjie's eyes focused, his cold light sword already drawn. Clang! The blade passed without touching a single leaf. Ah! This! Huo Yunjie was dumbfounded. He had intended to split those dozen leaves with one stroke but found that he couldn't do it at all, not managing to hit a single leaf in the end. Junior sister Mo Ying once said that I must calm my mind, and this may be the meaning implied in the first page of the sword manual. Huo Yunjie reasoned as he began to sheath his sword, closed his eyes, and stood still, waiting for the wind to come. Whoosh! The strong wind howled, causing the leaves to collide with one another, and several dead leaves fell. Huo Yunjie held his breath, using his own breath to lock onto those few falling leaves, leaped into the air, and drew his sword at the same time. The cold light sword carved a bizarre arc across the sky, slicing those few leaves in half. "I'm making progress." Huo Yunjie was overjoyed, seizing the inspiration of the moment to continue practicing his swordplay. White Float City. Long Tianxing had returned. He wore a black robe that concealed his silver hair, walking down the streets and inquiring with passers-by, learning that Long Qishan was causing mischief outside the city. "Cousin, don't lose your way." Long Tianxing murmured to himself, employing the light body technique as he hurried off. Over 10 miles south of White Float City, there lies an ancient town named Ye Feng. All the merchant caravans coming from the southern part would mostly stop in Ye Feng ancient town for a while before entering the city the next day, thus the place had gathered quite a few cultivators and passing merchants. At this moment, inside an inn, Long Qishan was seated at the table, with 2 ruffian-looking youths by his side. Like him, they were all at the peak of Qi refinement 5th level. If Ye Feng were here, he would recognize these 2. One of them was Li Hanshao. Ever since he was sent flying by Jia Yulan's vitality bullet last time, Li Hanshao did not dare to continue his wrongdoings in White Float City and turned to Ye Feng ancient town instead, where he set up a gang and lived quite comfortably. The other was Wu Dai, the second disciple of the middle-rank Suanayun sect. On the day when Ye Feng was accepting disciples at 100 Sects Plaza, both Wu Dai and Li Hanshao were present. Just then, Long Qishan spoke, "Brother Li has established the Huanxiao gang in Ye Feng ancient town, commanding several cultivators, dozens of mundane martial followers, and even captured a few wives. You are living quite the life." Wu Dai also said, "Yes, indeed enviable." "What's there to envy?" Li Hanshao was very frustrated as he slammed the table. "Enough, let's stop beating around the bush. We, the White Float 3 heroes, have gathered together for what exactly?" Wu Dai perked up, turning his attention to the organizer, Long Qishan. "I want to establish a legitimate sect. After all, our petty squabbles amount to nothing." Long Qishan lifted his chin, his eyes full of ambition. "Just the 3 of us?" Wu Dai was stunned. "Why not?" Long Qishan slammed the table. Even Ye Feng could turn a lower-ranked sect into a high-ranked sect. "We, the White Float 3 heroes, are all talented individuals. Are you saying we can't even establish a lower-ranked sect? We are only at the peak of Qi refinement 5th level, while Ye Feng is the chosen one, we can't compare to him." Wu Dai waved his hands in dismissal. Every time Li Hanshao heard Ye Feng's name, he thought of Jia Yulan, recalling the humiliation of being struck until his clothes were torn and lying in the shape of the character Big, in the street, he clenched his fists tightly. Then, Long Kishan said, "We'll use Daifeng Ancient Town as our base to unify the small sects around here first and gradually expand our influence. Once we have enough silver taels, we'll exchange them for spirit stones, and then purchase mystical elixirs to enhance our cultivation levels." "And then?" asked Wuda again. "And then? Once the three of us reach Qi Refinement 7th level, we'll pick a lower-ranked sect outside White Float City to challenge. After winning, we'll get the sect territory deed, won't we?" Long Kishan smiled. "Good plan, let's do it." Li Hanshao finally spoke up, remembering past events. He clenched his fist tightly. The White Float 3 heroes are definitely capable of achieving great things. As long as we join forces, we can succeed. Indeed, we can. Long Kishan stood up. "Then today, let's start by unifying the gangs in Daifeng Ancient Town." Stirred by the other two, Wuda agreed to the action. Shortly after, the three, exuding the aura of peak Qi Refinement 5th level, followed by several cultivators of Qi Refinement 1st and 2nd level, as well as dozens of martial artists, began to sweep through the gangs in the entire Daifeng Ancient Town. These gangs had hardly any cultivators and were just small factions of martial artists, incapable of resisting against three at the peak of Qi Refinement 5th level. In less than half an hour, most forces had been subdued, causing great turbulence in Daifeng Ancient Town, and striking fear into the hearts of the people. At this point, the last force named White Robe Sect, an all-female faction with a sect leader who was a Qi Refinement 5th level practitioner, had come from a lower-ranked sect that had already disbanded. Boom! The gate of the White Robe Sect was broken, and Long Kishan, Li Hanshao and Wuda stormed in, their entourage now grown to over 100 people. "What do you want?" The sect leader of the White Robe Sect was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She formed a spell with her hands, creating a protective shield in front of her, guarding the dozens of women disciples in white robes behind her. "Join under this young master's command and you shall be spared," Long Kishan declared loudly. Looking at so many women, Li Hanshao's eyes were about to pop out, revealing a perverse smile. "What a White Robe Sect! How did I never notice this place before? You scoundrels!" The sect leader of the White Robe Sect scolded. "Cut the crap, just attack!" Wuda raised his palm and struck forward, turning it into a huge handprint. With a crack, it shattered the shield set up by the sect leader of the White Robe Sect. Spurt! The sect leader of the White Robe Sect was injured, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Sect leader!" All the female disciples cried out, then glared at Long Kishan and his group with anger. With a wave of his hand, Long Kishan commanded, "Tie them all up." "Cousin, I advise you not to make a mistake." Just then, a childish but angry voice came through, resonating throughout the entire Daifeng Ancient Town and catching everyone's attention. Chapter 118. Senior sister says to fight until submission, hurry and ask for the 1,000 Faces Demon Monarch. "Who's talking?" Wuda asked loudly. Li Hanshao felt the voice was somewhat familiar and hurriedly looked toward its source, only to see a petite figure clad in a black robe descending from the sky, light as a feather, as if weightless. Long Kishan stared at that person, his gaze sharpening. "It's you, the outsider brat." "Shut up, don't call me a brat!" Long Tianxing suddenly shouted, rage flickering in his blue pupils. "What else would you call a pathetic worm who doesn't even know who his own father is? Do you think just because you've joined Misty Sect you can lord it over me?" Long Kishan scoffed. "What? He's a disciple of Misty Sect." The crowd was astonished. The sect leader of White Robe Sect coughed and looked at Long Tianxing's not-so-tall figure, feeling as if he had grown imposing in an instant. "Cousin, I advise you not to delude yourself, to stop bullying the weak," Long Tianxing said as he extended a hand from his black robe, gathering a glowing orb, "otherwise, I won't be polite." "Pa, you think you can stop White Float 3 heroes from doing our business? Li Hanshao spat before Long Qishan could speak. Let's fight together and suppress Long Tianxing. Wu De also shouted. Elders, that's a disciple of Misty Sect. We can't afford to provoke them, a middle-aged man at the 3rd level of Qi refinement advised, waving his hands. Afraid of what? They've come knocking on our door. On my command, attack together and suppress this brat. Long Qishan bellowed. I said, don't call me a brat. Long Tianxing's eyes blazed with anger as he launched a vitality bullet. After a period of arduous cultivation, Long Tianxing had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, and in his fury, he used his strongest power, unleashing a strong gust of wind that sent all the fallen leaves in the courtyard swirling. Not good, dodge. Long Qishan, Li Hanshao and Wu De all realized they were no match and leaped aside in fright. As for the underlings behind them, they were caught in a terrifying blast and flung at least 10 meters away, crashing to the ground in a chorus of moans. Impressive. The female disciples of White Robe Sect all showed admiration, looking at Long Tianxing who, although not tall, seemed like a mountain standing before them, giving a sense of warmth and dependability. Ding! Sect Prestige Points N35. Atop Misty Peak, Ye Feng, upon hearing the notification, opened his bleary eyes and muttered, that's quite a lot of prestige points, not bad, back to sleep. After saying that, Ye Feng shifted his sleeping position and closed his eyes. Daifeng Ancient Town. After Long Tianxing used the vitality bullet, his black robe's hood was thrown back, revealing his silvery hair and blue eyes. However, instead of panicking, the female disciples of White Robe Sect showed deep admiration upon seeing this. Long Qishan, since you refuse to repent, just like senior sister Mo said, beat you until you submit. Saying that, Long Tianxing suddenly used Earth Escape and vanished into the ground. Where'd he go? Long Qishan's pupils shrank to pinpoints as he panically looked around but couldn't find Long Tianxing's trace. I'm right here. Long Tianxing jumped out from the ground, entangling Long Qishan with the binding spirit rope, and then threw 3 punches in quick succession. Bang! 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 Long Qishan got beaten until his nose was blue and his face swollen, and then with a kick to the abdomen from Long Tianxing, he collapsed on the ground, curling up in agony. You're asking for death. Li Hanshao and Wu De pounced from both sides, casting spells to counterattack. Whoosh! Long Tianxing used Earth Escape once more to dodge. Li Hanshao and Wu De saw their target vanish, and in their shock, were unable to stop in time, smacking into each other. Now's my chance. Long Tianxing leapt from the soil again, launching a huge vitality bullet that sent Li Hanshao and Wu De flying, spitting blood as they fell to the ground, moaning in pain. A bunch of trash, this brat is just at the 6th level of Qi refinement, take him down together. Long Qishan yelled at his subordinates. Who dares? Long Tianxing stepped forward with a stamp, his hands forming seals, ready to launch the vitality bullet, scaring the ragtag crowd into scattering and fleeing. Many thanks, young hero, for your assistance. On behalf of the White Robe Sect and the dozens of disciples, I express our gratitude to you. At this moment, the sect leader of the White Robe Sect, supported by 2 female disciples, stepped forward and gave a bow. No need to be so polite, ladies. Long Tianxing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed with so many women staring at him, his face blushing with shyness. You brat, playing the hero, wait till I recover, and I'll beat you up good. Long Qishan lay on the ground, panting heavily. I am here by the sect leader's orders, to make you repent and stop bullying the weak. Do you truly understand your wrongs? Long Tianxing grabbed Long Qishan by the collar and asked loudly. I won't change. Even if I knew I was wrong, I'd still do it again. Long Qishan stubbornly replied. Slap slap slap. Remembering Mo Ying's words, everything can be beaten into submission, Long Tianxing decisively slapped Long Qishan several times. Do you submit now? No. Slap slap slap. Long Qishan was beaten again. Do you submit now? I submit, I submit. Cousin, I know I was wrong, and I will repent. Long Qishan, now looking like a pig's head, no longer dared to be defiant and even changed the way he addressed Long Tianxing. Since you have realized your error, my mission is also complete, Long Tianxing said, feeling relieved, and lifted up Long Qishan, Li Hanshao, and Wu Dai. Farewell, young hero. The people from the White Robe sect waved their hands, their eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance. Certain younger female disciples, now with flushed faces, secretly vowed in their hearts to marry no one but Long Tianxing. Don't worry. They have repented and won't come back to bully you. Long Tianxing turned around and smiled. Afterward, Long Tianxing took the three men back to White Float City, dumped them at the southern gate, and cheerfully drifted towards Misty Peak. At the top of Misty Peak, Long Tianxing, beaming with joy, saluted Ye Feng, Sect Leader, my mission is accomplished. Ye Feng opened his eyes and silently checked the system panel, noting that Long Tianxing's mission progress was only 50% complete, and commented, You only gave Long Qishan a good beating, didn't you? Unfortunately, he only superficially submitted. What? Long Tianxing was dumbfounded. In a tea house in White Float City, Long Qishan sat at a table, with two young and beautiful maids attentively applying medicine to him. That damned brat, daring to beat me in front of everyone, I'll make sure he regrets this. Long Qishan slammed the table in anger, but the action was too large and it tugged at his wounds, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. With that wild brat Long Tianxing in the way, our plans are impossible to carry out. Wu Da said, depressed. How about we go to the Nanluo mountain range and seek help from the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch? Li Hanshao suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Do you know the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch? Long Qishan pushed aside the two maids and asked with wide eyes. One day, while roaming Gulan, I chanced upon the Demon Lord. We got to know each other. He claimed to have built a mansion in the Nanluo mountain range. How about we go and ask him to become our sect's supreme elder? Li Hanshao gave a wicked smile, sharing his idea. Great idea. Long Qishan and Wu Da enthusiastically agreed, slapping their thighs. Afterward, without waiting to heal, the three of them, along with the two maids, hastily made their way towards the Nanluo mountain range. Chapter 119. Founding Nanluo Demon Sect, the fox borrows the tiger's fierceness. The Nanluo mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles. To its northwest was a peak approximately 3,000 meters high, shrouded in mist and clouds all year round, with breathtaking scenery. Midway up the mountain, there was a cave abode. Long Qishan, Li Hanshao, and Wu Da knelt in front of the cave, gazing reverentially at a middle-aged man with a mustache-split beard. Your two maids are quite pleasing. I, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, will reluctantly become the supreme elder of the force you're establishing, said the shape-shifting beast, gently stroking his mustache-split beard with a satisfied smile. We've seen the supreme elder. The three of them knelt in unison, their eyes brimming with ecstasy. By the way, what's the name of the force you three are establishing? The shape-shifting beast asked curiously, still fondling his beard. The three exchanged glances, their expressions odd. Because they hadn't actually thought of a name for the force they wanted to create. Seeing the constipated look on the faces of the White Float three heroes, the shape-shifting beast harumphed, it seems you three are unreliable, not even knowing what force you're building. You dare to come here and amuse me, you fools. Spare our lives, Demon Lord. The three of them hurriedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. Seeing this, the shape-shifting beast gently stroked his beard, looking over the splendid landscape before him, and felt a surge of boldness in his chest. Well then, since that's the case, I, the Demon Lord, will personally establish a force. It shall be called the Nanluo Demon Sect. As for you three, you'll start off under my command. Yes, we've seen the Sect Master. The White Float 3 heroes were filled with worry. Their initial plan had been to have the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch serve as Supreme Elder and step in at crucial moments while they themselves would act as sect leaders, holding the real power. But now, their plan to steal the roost had backfired, and not only had they failed to become the sect leader, but they had also inadvertently committed themselves to working for the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. Alas! Thinking of this, the White Float 3 heroes were on the verge of tears. What? You're not happy that I, the Demon Lord, have become the Sect Master? Seeing the constipated looks on the trio's faces, the shape-shifting beast harumphed coldly. The White Float 3 heroes immediately kowtowed and said, "No, we're delighted. Congratulations to the Sect Master, and we hope that the Sect Master's cultivation will advance further, leading us to take over White Float City and create a true star-level force." Why should we take over White Float City? The shape-shifting beast showed a look of doubt. He had seen the dangers of White Float City before and did not dare to make trouble there. On hearing that they couldn't attack White Float City, Long Kishan and the other two were dumbfounded. What was the point of establishing the Nanluo Demon Sect if they couldn't go into the city and strut their stuff? Seeing that the trio didn't speak, the shape-shifting beast waved his hand. "All right, you may go now. The Demon Lord wants to rest, ha ha ha." After speaking, the shape-shifting beast blew a breath and sent Long Kishan and the others flying out, then proceeded deeper into the cave with a smile resembling that of a lecherous man. At the foot of the mountain, Long Kishan, Li Hanshao and Wuda had nothing to say to each other. "Li Hanshao, it was your lousy idea to invite the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch to be Supreme Elder. And what happened? We can't even be the sect leader now, and I lost my two maids in the process." Long Kishan angrily shook his sleeve. Wuda paced back and forth, unsure of what to do next. Li Hanshao clenched his fists tightly, his head hung low. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a tiger in the distance, and his eyes lit up. "We haven't lost out after all," he exclaimed. Wuda scratched his head, asking, "What do you mean?" Li Hanshao revealed a cunning smile. "Idiot! Don't you understand the principle of borrowing the tiger's fierceness? From now on, we'll act in the name of the Nanluo Demon Sect and declare that the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch is the Sect Master. Who would dare disrespect us?" After all, the Nanluo Demon Sect had already been established, and with the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch as Sect Master, they could leverage his reputation to get things done. Brilliant! Realizing this, Long Kishan clapped his hands together. Wuda raised his eyebrows before giving a thumbs up. Afterward, the three exchanged glances, each of them letting out a ga-ga-ga-ga bizarre laugh. White Float City. Long Tianxing, dressed in a black robe. After inquiring for quite some time, he heard that Long Kishan had once visited a brothel named Liuxiang Pavilion, so he decisively stepped inside. "Oh! Young man, you're not old enough to be here, you shouldn't come to this place," a female worker at Liuxiang Pavilion said in a coquettish voice. "Sister, could you wear a bit more clothes? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Long Tianxing eyed the woman, having never seen such a scene before, and suddenly swallowed hard. "Giggle giggle giggle, you really are too young, you don't understand anything. Hurry along now, we can't do business with you." The woman grabbed Long Tianxing's shoulder and started to push him outside. "I'm here to find someone." Long Tianxing quickly explained his intention. "I'm looking for my cousin Long Kishan, to persuade him to repent and turn over a new leaf." The patrons around, hearing this statement, thought Long Tianxing was trying to get Long Kishan to stop coming to the brothel. They all laughed and said, "That guy is beyond redemption, a lost cause." Long Tianxing assumed they meant that Long Kishan would never give up his evil ways, so he stamped his foot on the ground, unleashing the aura of Qi refinement level 6 to intimidate everyone present. "No, I can beat him into submission." As soon as the words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. My goodness, he's an immortal master. Many patrons were so frightened that they hid under the tables, shivering, and the scene suddenly descended into chaos. People of Liuxiang Pavilion, heed my words. From today onward, your establishment belongs to the Nanluo Demon Sect. Anyone who dares to disobey, step forward. It's you. A familiar voice came from outside Liuxiang Pavilion. The person wasn't there yet, but the voice had already resonated throughout the establishment, yet it abruptly stopped before he could finish speaking. That was because Long Qishan, the speaker, was already standing in front of the entrance to Liuxiang Pavilion, and upon seeing Long Tianxing, his expression changed drastically. Long Tianxing, it's you again. Wu De also appeared, pointing at Long Tianxing and cursing loudly. You people from the Misty Sect really are like bad pennies. Li Hanshao too showed up at the scene, and upon seeing Long Tianxing, he was immediately filled with anger. It seems I didn't beat you into submission the last time. Long Tianxing released a strong aura, and a vitality bullet blasted out. Let's gang up and thrash him. Long Qishan leaped into the air, first dodged the vitality bullet, then immediately cast a first-grade spell known as Vajra Palm, his palm as tough as metal, striking toward Long Tianxing. Wu De and Li Hanshao attacked simultaneously, and the three of them, at the peak of Qi Refinement Level 5, took action together, creating blinding lights and fierce energy surges, which blew away the tables and chairs in Liuxiang Pavilion, sending everyone around flying haphazardly. Since the floor was covered in marble tiles, Long Tianxing was unable to use Earth Escape. Instead, he switched to using Binding Spirit Rope, twining the light rope around the wooden beams of the ceiling. With a strong pull, he ascended into mid-air. The White Float three heroes lunged into empty space. Long Tianxing immediately seized the opportunity, firing a vitality bullet at each person, taking them all down, then used Binding Spirit Rope to entangle Long Qishan and the other two, completing the triple kill successfully. We are disciples of the Nanluo Demon Sect, and the Sect Master is the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. How dare you touch us, are you looking for death? Li Hanshao screamed at the top of his lungs. Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. The patrons around, upon hearing this, all turned pale with fear. Who is the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch? Long Tianxing was stunned and turned to ask the crowd. Immortal Master, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch is a powerful being in the element gathering realm, you really mustn't provoke him, said a fat man clad in a brocade robe with a look of reverence on his face. So, it's the element gathering realm. Although that's very powerful, I am under the sect leader's orders. I swear to make Long Qishan repent and reform, or else, I will beat him into submission, Long Tianxing said without hesitation and started beating Long Qishan relentlessly. Cousin, stop it, please. Cousin, I know I was wrong, I will change. Stop hitting me, it hurts. Brother, you are the true brother, please stop. No matter how piteously Long Qishan cried out, Long Tianxing did not cease his assault until he had beaten Long Qishan so severely that he was twitching at the corners of his mouth and frothing at the mouth. Chapter 120. The Misty Sect has gone too far in bullying me. Watching Long Qishan being battered, Wu De and Li Hanshao both gulped nervously, their faces turning pale as if frostbitten eggplants, not daring to utter a single word. I will take you back to Misty Peak until you repent, Long Tianxing said as he picked up Long Qishan, used the light body technique, and left, only leaving a crowd with shocked faces behind. Truly worthy of being a disciple from Misty Sect, such ferocity. He even dared to strike the disciple of Thousand Faces Demon Lord. It looks like a battle between Thousand Faces Demon Lord and Sect Master Ye of the Misty Sect is inevitable now. People in the Liuxiang Pavilion were discussing animatedly. Upon hearing the crowd's words, Wu De and Li Hanshao exchanged a glance, their faces flashing with ecstasy, and said in unison, yes. Let's use this opportunity to have the Sect Master take action, hurry, we must rush back to report the news. The two of them struggled with great effort to free themselves from the light ropes, and then they bolted towards the Nanluo mountain range like unleashed puppies, tongues lolling, running wildly. The people in the Liuxiang pavilion witnessed this spectacle, their expressions changing dramatically. Those two cultivators are going to summon the Thousand Faces Demon Lord. Quick, spread the word. The news began to spread throughout White Float City. Are you saying that Thousand Faces Demon Lord has founded the Nanluo Demon Sect, and today, there was a dispute between a disciple of the Nanluo Demon Sect and a disciple of the Misty Sect? Yes. The disciple of the Nanluo Demon Sect has already returned to the Nanluo mountain range and is asking for Thousand Faces Demon Lord to take action. It's bound to be a fight against Sect Master Ye of the Misty Sect. What? Thousand Faces Demon Lord is going to challenge Sect Master Ye one-on-one. Yes, it looks like the battle is about to begin soon. The message kept spreading and slowly transformed into various strange versions. In the end, some even said that the Thousand Faces Demon Lord had deliberately let his disciple be captured by Long Tianxing to create an excuse to challenge Ye Feng. Some people even claimed that Thousand Faces Demon Lord planned to elevate the Nanluo Demon Sect to a star-level sect, starting with devouring the Misty Sect. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng looked down at Long Qishan lying on the ground, who had been beaten to a pulp, unable to speak clearly. Who told you to beat him until he submits? Ye Feng's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he turned to ask Long Tianxing. With a serious face, Long Tianxing responded, Senior Sister Mo Ying once mentioned that for those who refuse to repent, the solution is to beat them until they submit. Long Qishan lying on the ground wanted to cry, desperately wondering why Mo Ying had said such a thing, leading to him being beaten so miserably. In the Fuyun gloomy forest. Suddenly, Mo Ying sneezed, turning to look back at the fog-enshrouded Misty Peak with a slight frown. After a moment, she continued using the light body technique to navigate through the dense jungle, reaching the Fenhuo River at the northern boundary of the Fuyun gloomy forest. Crossing the Fenhuo River will lead to the Yungziao Great Forest on the northern shore, where there should be high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts. Mo Ying murmured to herself. Since leaving Misty Peak, she slowed her pace. Along the way, she was attacked by numerous demonic beasts, all of which she cut down with a single sword strike. Regrettably, they were only lower-rank demon soldiers, not meeting the requirements of her mission. Thus, Mo Ying set her sights on the more vast and more dangerous Yungziao Great Forest. Ye Feng was unaware of Mo Ying's progress or where Huo Yunjia had gone after descending the mountain. At that moment, Ye Feng stood atop the peak, looking down at Long Qishan lying on the ground and wailing. He shook his head and said, A beating is only a superficial submission, deep down he's still defiant. It's useless. Upon hearing this, Long Tianxing's face was full of worry. Sect Master, doesn't that mean my mission will not be completed? Don't worry, this is just the beginning, there is plenty of time. Ye Feng waved his hand and lay down again. Cousin, do you really have no intention of repenting? Long Tianxing squatted down, patted Long Qishan on the head, and sighed. Repent my ass. Long Qishan cursed inwardly, but outwardly he still feigned foaming at the mouth, trying to sneak away. Faced with Long Qishan's unrepentant nature, Long Tianxing was at a loss. At this moment, Shi Lei came running over excitedly, saying, Sect Master, I got it, as the eldest disciple of the sect, I should proactively share your worries, and as the sect expands, many things need to be arranged, such as building more housing and facilities. Before the sound of his voice had faded, Ye Feng saw through the system panel that Shi Lei's mission progress had improved. This meant Shi Lei's intention was correct. Exactly, that's the way to do it. Ye Feng praised, handing over 100 lower-grade spirit stones to Shi Lei. Take these spirit stones and use them to develop the sect's facilities. Got it. Shi Lei immediately went down the mountain. Half a column of incense later, Shi Lei entered the Ji residence and met with Master Lu, talking about Misty Sect's plans to engage in major construction work and build more pavilions and halls. After your sect becomes a high-ranked sect, expanding is indeed necessary, considering the disciples will surely increase in the future, but, I have heard that the Nanlu Demon Sect Master, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, will challenge Sect Master Ye tomorrow. How can Shilei the Immortal Master still be in the mood for this, said Master Lu with a serious face. At these words, Shilei stood frozen. Immortal Master Shilei wouldn't be unaware of this matter, would he? Master Li looked at the uncertainty on Shilei's face and quickly asked. I really didn't know. Shilei was a bit anxious. Master Li, what on earth is going on? Just listen to me explain slowly. Master Li immediately told the most widely spread version of the story in the city. On hearing that the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch deliberately allowed Long Qishan to be captured and used it as a reason to challenge Ye Feng, Shilei was greatly shocked and hurried back to Misty Peak to report. Nanlu Mountain Range. What? The Sect Master of Misty Sect, Ye Feng, ordered the capture of Long Qishan and even dares to demand that this demon lord come and pay for his release. How preposterous! The shape-shifting beast glared at Wu De and Li Hanshao, who were kneeling on the ground, pulling at his goatee in anger, then abruptly swept his sleeve and flew towards Misty Peak. On the way, the shape-shifting beast made no attempt to hide his powerful aura, which alarmed the likes of Liu Shanyu and the Deputy City Lord of White Float City, along with others from the Element Gathering realm. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch is heading to Misty Sect with tumultuous momentum. To prevent any accidents, we must rush to support him immediately. Liu Shanyu took the lead in leaving. Following him, the Deputy City Lord, the sect leaders of the three high-ranked sects, and various other sect leaders set out, all heading for Misty Peak. Meanwhile, at Misty Sect, Ye Feng, looking at Long Zhenchuan standing before him, said in confusion, Patriarch Long, are you saying you will take Long Qishan back home and discipline him personally, preventing him from joining the Nanlu Demon Sect? Exactly. Long Zhenchuan nodded. Moreover, please rest assured Sect Master Ye, I will definitely ensure my son is well behaved. But what is the situation with the Nanlu Demon Sect? Ye Feng scratched his head, filled with confusion. Not long after Shilei left the mountain, Long Zhenchuan came to visit, claiming he would take Long Qishan home for discipline, and he would surely sever Long Qishan's connections with the Nanlu Demon Sect. He also requested that Ye Feng not harbor any resentment. Listening to these inexplicable words, Ye Feng felt bewildered. Misty Sect, you are simply too outrageous. A piercing voice suddenly came through, like a thunderclap exploding midair, stirring up a violent storm. Ignoring Long Zhenchuan and Long Qishan, Ye Feng leapt up into the sky to look at the middle-aged man with a goatee standing in the high air. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 121. Thousand Faces Demon Monarch vs Misty Sect Leader. This was a completely unfamiliar person to Ye Feng. The man was dressed in black, adorned with a goatee, and appeared to be around 40, his eyes filled with anger. His aura had already reached the Element Gathering realm. Are you the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch? Ye Feng speculated the identity of the visitor, recalling Xin Guangxuan's words. Indeed, I am the Demon Monarch. The shape-shifting beast wanted to say more, but noticed that the Deputy City Lord, Liu Shanyu, Nishang Palace Master, and over 100 other powerful figures had flown over and gathered around, each exuding a formidable presence. The Deputy City Lord glanced at the shape-shifting beast with displeasure and said, Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, I've heard about your chaos in White Float City, and although I haven't settled the score with you, you now dare to stir trouble at the Misty Sect, quite bold of you. The shape-shifting beast immediately became furious. Ye Feng sent people to capture my subordinates, which is a slap in my face, a slap in the face of the Nanlu Demon Sect. I am here to seek justice, what's wrong with that? Liu Shanyu smiled meaningfully and said, however, according to rumors in White Float City, it was you who deliberately let Long Qishan cause trouble in the city, drawing Long Tianxing's attention. This matter clearly seems to be a long-planned scheme of yours, aimed to use it as a pretext to challenge Sect Master Ye. Nonsense, roared the shape-shifting beast with eyes wide in anger. The shape-shifting beast felt wronged in his heart. He just wanted to say that they were overestimating him. He wasn't capable of such deep schemes, this was all just their wild guesswork. All he did was casually take in Long Kishan and 2 others, then retreated to his own cave to frolic with a few young ladies. As for what happened later, it truly had nothing to do with him. Facing the authoritative gazes of the crowd, the shape-shifting beast seemed calm on the surface but was panicking inside. They seem to think of me as a scheming person, can someone tell me what to do? I'm online now and in urgent need. The shape-shifting beast howled internally. But soon, the shape-shifting beast squinted his eyes and thought to himself, I've already established the Nanluo demon sect, why not take advantage of the situation to challenge Ye Feng? If I win, wouldn't there be plenty of beauties joining the Nanluo demon sect? The thought of being able to change companions daily, 365 days a year without a repeat, twisted the smile on the shape-shifting beast's face. He he he. The shape-shifting beast suddenly lowered his head, with hands clasped behind his back, and then slowly raised his chin, looking down his nose at people with a meaningful smile. Indeed. All of this was simply a little ploy by this demon monarch, said the shape-shifting beast, turning to look at Ye Feng as his aura began to intensify. I've heard you are the chosen one, with commendable strength. Tonight, this demon monarch shall challenge you to witness what sets the fabled chosen one apart. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. Sect Master Ye, this person's origins are mysterious, don't readily accept his challenge. Be wary of deceit, warned Liu Shanyu. Indeed, don't be too trusting, the deputy city lord shook his head. Ye Feng waved his hand and said, if it's just a normal sparring match, I can accept it. He left unsaid another thought, sect challenges, no. In a sect challenge, unless otherwise stated, the defeated party must hand over the sect territory deed. And now, after a transformation of heaven and earth, Misty Peak possessed a spirit vein. It was too risky to put it on the line as a bet. As soon as Ye Feng agreed to the challenge, the shape-shifting beast immediately laughed, worthy of the chosen one, to possess such courage. Unfortunately, you're destined to lose. With that, the shape-shifting beast slowly turned around, leaving behind his cold silhouette, thinking to himself that today's show was certainly on point. Defeating Ye Feng would surely raise the reputation of the Nanluo demon sect to its peak. Tonight, south of White Float City, this demon monarch awaits you. Having finished, the shape-shifting beast stood with his hands behind his back and sped off toward the Nanluo mountain range at an extremely fast pace, leaving behind a crowd abuzz with discussion. Sect Master Ye, although it is a friendly match without any stakes, don't take it lightly. I have a feeling that this man is not simple, his aura is unfathomable, Liu Shanyu reminded. I will proceed with caution, nodded Ye Feng. The reason he accepted this challenge was not because he had eaten too much, but rather, Ye Feng wanted to use this opportunity to publicly defeat the Thousand Faces demon monarch who had once shocked White Float City. If successful, the sect prestige value would surely soar. Relying on ordinary means, it's not easy to increase the prestige points. I'll have to take advantage of these special opportunities. I wonder how strong the Thousand Faces demon monarch actually is. He shouldn't be too troublesome, should he? Pondered Ye Feng to himself. If the shape-shifting beast were truly powerful, he would have already disregarded the deputy city lord and other element-gathering realm powerhouses like Liu Shanyu to wreak havoc. Sect Master Ye, are you really going to accept the challenge? Asked the deputy city lord out loud, his voice still hoarse. Ye Feng nodded. Then you must be careful, the deputy city lord warned with a hint of concern. Then he and Liu Shanyu flew back to White Float City. The Nishang Palace master and people from various sects stopped mid-air, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. Long Zhenchuan, carrying Long Kishan, paid his respects to Ye Feng with a bow. Soon, everyone had departed. Then, a bombshell news spread throughout White Float City. Ye Feng had accepted the challenge of the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. The location was set to be on the open ground south of the city. Upon hearing the news, the crowd's love for excitement naturally came to the fore as they started preparing meals, and after eating, they surged towards the southern city gate. In just half an hour, tens of thousands had gathered outside the southern city gate, staking out the best spots to watch the duel. Misty Peak. The disciples surrounded Ye Feng, their faces filled with worry. Sect Master, this man is of unknown origin, and the challenge quite sudden. Are you really going to accept the challenge? Jia Yulan asked anxiously. Sect Master Uncle, what if you get injured? Li Jiao's eyes reddened with anxiety. If Sect Master gets hurt, I can heal you, Yan Ruyu said, offering a bowl of spirit spring water brimming with life spirit force. Facing the disciples' concerns and care, Ye Feng was moved and said, as the sect leader, I cannot shy away from challenges from other sect masters. If I don't even dare to fight, I will surely be laughed at by thousands. Upon hearing this, all the disciples clenched their fists. Sect Master Uncle, should we call Yunji and Mo Ying back? Shi Lei asked. No need, let them gain experience outside, Ye Feng said, waving his hand and standing at the edge of the cliff, looking towards the Nanlu mountain range. Huo Yunjia, steering the cold light sword, flew across the Nanlu mountain range, planning to head further south. I've heard that there's a star-level sect in the south called the Divine Wind Sword Sect that specializes in the sword Dao. I could go and observe, he murmured to himself, accelerating his pace. North bank of Fenhuo River, Yungziao Great Forest. Mo Ying cut down a middle-rank demon soldier-level beast, gazing at this forest stretching hundreds of miles. With firm steps, she continued to venture deeper. Nanlu Mountain Range. The shape-shifting beast glaringly scolded Wu De and Li Hanshao, who were kneeling on the ground, this is all you're doing. If it weren't for your careless spreading of news, would this demon lord have been forced to make a move? Sect Master, we admit our mistakes. Wu De and Li Hanshao's faces were pale, their bodies cold as they kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The shape-shifting beast huffed and, gazing toward White Float City, said, however, you've accidentally done something right, giving this demon a legitimate opportunity to make a move. As long as I defeat Ye Feng in public, countless beauties will surely fancy me and swarm to me, gaga. Hearing the shape-shifting beast's petty aspirations, Wu De and Li Hanshao exchanged looks, feeling like they'd followed the wrong leader. They had thought that the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch had established the Nanlu Demon Sect with the ambition of creating a star-level force. Yet, all he desired were beauties. How thoughtless! Wishing to cry but lacking the tears, Wu De and Li Hanshao seriously considered leaving the Nanlu Demon Sect. Time passed. The sun gradually set, finally disappearing below the horizon, leaving only a wide swath of crimson twilight in the sky. Misty Peak. Ye Feng glanced at Brother Flathead still in slumber, then toward the open ground south of White Float City, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit. Chapter 122. I have the ability to change in 1,000 ways. Set off. At Ye Feng's command, everyone followed closely behind him, except for Brother Flathead who was still sleeping and Mo Ying and Huo Yunjia who were out gaining experience. Nanlu Mountain Range. The shape-shifting beast soared into the sky, heading towards the agreed battleground. South of White Float City. The Deputy City Lord, Liu Shanyu, the Nishang Palace Master, the sect leader of the Tyrant Blade Sect, and the sect leader of the Feathers Sect, all from the Element Gathering Realm, stood atop the city wall, waiting in silence. Below the city wall, over 200,000 onlookers had already gathered. Some had even set up tables and chairs, drinking tea as they waited. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and black tea for sale in the front row. Does any fellow Daoist need any? No need, don't block the front. If you don't need anything, then be quiet. Why are you shouting at me? Similar commotions occasionally broke out. At that moment, a sharp-eyed cultivator spotted someone flying through the sky and immediately shouted, "They're here." The others looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Ye Feng and the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch arriving simultaneously on the open ground south of the city, facing each other from a distance of several dozen meters. "Everyone's here. Is it starting?" The crowd widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any detail of the impending clash. In White Float City, it wasn't often that one could witness a spar between element-gathering realm powerhouses. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. The bonfire, ignite! The deputy city lord formed hand seals with both hands, and flames appeared at his fingertips, which he directed towards several dozen large water jars on the ground. Bang! The jars contained charcoal soaked in kerosene, which now ignited into roaring flames as they were sparked. "Does this battle need a defined arena boundary?" the deputy city lord inquired. "No need," Ye Feng shook his head. "This demon monarch doesn't need it either," declared the shape-shifting beast with folded arms. "Very well," nodded the deputy city lord. With a wave of his hand, he sent the dozens of flaming water jars flying out, positioning them around the open space spanning several hundred meters, illuminating the entire area. "You may begin," he said. After speaking, the deputy city lord sat down on the city wall. The audience held their breath, waiting for Ye Feng and the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch to make their move. Within the Misty Sect's camp, disciples clasped their hands tightly, their small faces filled with tension, while the spiritual beasts like the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle dared not make a sound. "Ye Feng, even though this demon monarch has only recently entered the element-gathering realm, I have mastered many profound spells. Crushing you will be as easy as flicking my finger." With his hands behind his back, the shape-shifting beast laughed loudly, already hovering above the blaze-lit clearing. Then, he was choked by the dense smoke. "Cough cough, what the hell is this crap?" The shape-shifting beast's aura surged, and all the thick smoke was suddenly forced to spread outward in a ring shape, creating a fierce whirlwind that incidentally extinguished all the flames in the water jars. Everyone felt the immense pressure and looked solemn. Ye Feng remained silent, reaching the high sky to face off against the shape-shifting beast. "Ye Feng, you can still maintain a shred of dignity if you admit defeat now. Otherwise, once this demon monarch unleashes my aura, I will send you crashing to the ground." The shape-shifting beast stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes bright as the starry sky. As he spoke these imposing words, he immediately attracted the admiring gazes of many women. "Are you going to fight or not?" Ye Feng was getting impatient. "Since you're so eager to lose, this demon monarch will grant you your wish right away." The shape-shifting beast blew forcefully, conjuring a chilling windstorm mixed with thick smoke, reminiscent of a giant hand swatting at Ye Feng. "Such a profound spell," the crowd exclaimed in admiration. Ye Feng flicked his finger, channeling 90% of his heroic spirit power to collide with the giant hand of black smoke, and both forces dispersed simultaneously, neither gaining the upper hand. "Humph!" The shape-shifting beast raised an eyebrow, thinking that Ye Feng did have some skill and wouldn't be easily defeated. Sect Master Ye is indeed the chosen one, his mastery over the heroic spirit power has reached the stage of moving it as if it were his own limb, Liu Shanyu said as he lightly stroked his beard in praise. The deputy city lord smiled. The remaining 3 element-gathering realm cultivators remained expressionless. In the eyes of the Nishang Palace Master, Ye Feng and the shape-shifting beast indeed possessed considerable strength. Even though they had just entered the element-gathering realm, they were not much weaker than her. "Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve," Ye Feng called out across the distance. He possessed not only heroic spirit power comparable to the first level of the element-gathering realm but also physical strength of the same level. Once he unleashed his full power, even facing someone like Liu Shanyu, at the second level of the element-gathering realm, he would still have the strength to fight. "To deal with you, a storm is sufficient," the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch disdainfully snorted, thrusting his hands forward and summoning another storm. With one palm strike, Ye Feng blasted the storm apart and then, taking the initiative, accelerated forward, hurling a punch towards the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. Don't even think about getting close. Seeing through Ye Feng's intent, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch continuously dodged, his hands moving rapidly, unleashing numerous storms capable of shattering boulders, but all were dispersed by Ye Feng using the heroic spirit power. The two sides were immediately locked in a stalemate. How strange, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch keeps reverting to the same storm tactic. Could it be that this is all he knows? Apart from the heroic spirit power, Sect Master Ye seems to have no other means either. Both are new to the element gathering realm. It's normal for them to have a limited arsenal of techniques, but even if their methods are simple, it's not something those of us in the Qi refining realm can compare with. The sect leaders from the various sects discussed among themselves. Although they felt that Ye Feng and the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's combat techniques were basic, they were certain they wouldn't be able to withstand a single move if they were the ones facing the fight. I get it. Aside from boasting, it seems you have no other talents. Ye Feng, despite being an involved party, wasn't confused and was able to analyze the battlefield. It didn't take him long to see through the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's pattern. In Ye Feng's view, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's boastfulness was indeed exceptional. Normally, he would just use the storm against his opponents. It looked strong, but in reality, he only knew that one move, meaning he always exerted his full strength and had no other methods at his disposal. It does seem like it. This Thousand Faces Demon Monarch appears to be just a big talker with very little real skill. The onlookers at the scene were immediately abuzz. Nonsense. The depth of this demon lord is not something you can fathom. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, having been exposed, exploded with rage, retreating to a distance and staring at Ye Feng with a cold expression. Since you, boy, are so arrogant, this demon lord will let you witness my true power. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch brought his hands together, grasping a sharp long blade and, with a whoosh, launched a sneak attack on Ye Feng. Resorting to sneak attacks, shameless. Bullying our sect leader for not having a spiritual artifact, even more shameless. The disciples of the Misty Sect scolded in unison. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch sneered, a bunch of short-sighted fools. What I possess is the ability to change endlessly. What do you know? Having said that, he had already closed in on Ye Feng. The long blade drew a shining arc through the air and chopped down sharply. Ye Feng quickly backpedaled, dodging the strike. You think you can dodge? It doesn't matter if I let you run for a while because this demon lord's blade can extend indefinitely. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch laughed heartily. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the audience, the long blade suddenly expanded in size, stretching to several dozen meters in length and stabbing towards Ye Feng. What kind of technique is this? Ye Feng continued to dodge, shocked in his heart. Although his own body was very strong, Ye Feng dared not recklessly withstand an attack by a spiritual artifact of unknown grade. In his judgment, this 40-meter-long blade was definitely a middle-grade spiritual artifact, likely beyond his ability to defend against. Damn it! How can you dodge so well? The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, slashing 18 times in a second and missing every one, began to lose his composure. Controlling the 40-meter blade, he made it swell in the shocked gazes of more than 200,000 people, transforming into a gigantic hammer. Boom! The attack range of the hammer was vast, and Ye Feng, unable to dodge in time, was struck and sent flying dozens of meters, nearly crashing to the ground. All of a sudden, the situation turned unfavorable for Ye Feng. Chapter 123. So you're a shape-shifting beast, I attack. Sect Master. The disciples were shocked to see Ye Feng almost fall to the ground. The deputy city lord, Liu Shanyu, Xin Guangxian, and others all looked worried. Flesh and blood beings, bearing the might of this hammer from the demon lord, must be shattered to pieces, right? The Thousand Faces demon monarch said while holding a hammer that was dozens of meters long, letting out a gaga cackle. The demon lord is invincible. From the distance, Li Hanshao and Wu De lay on the branches, shaking the tree limbs, and shouted to cheer on. However, Ye Feng landed on the ground, patted his chest, and found that he was unharmed. That hammer seemed potent, but that was about it. Is it because my body is strong so I withstood it? Ye Feng blinked. You're actually unharmed. Seeing that Ye Feng was without a single injury, the Thousand Faces demon monarch's eyes bulged with shock, his face filled with disbelief. You're not that impressive either. Ye Feng laughed, beckoning towards the Thousand Faces demon monarch with a hook of his finger, his intention clear without words. I'll smash you to death, the Thousand Faces demon monarch bellowed, both hands gripping the hammer handle, and exerted all his strength to smash down on Ye Feng. Nine Heavens Thunder Kick. Ye Feng stood on the ground, bent over with knees bent, and pushed off with all his might, his entire body shooting up like an unsheathed sword into the sky, punching at the giant hammer and roaring, earth-piercing fist. Boom! The seemingly indestructible hammer was dented in by Ye Feng's punch and then shattered into a cloud of white mist, dissipating into thin air. What kind of spell is this? The Thousand Faces demon monarch sucked in a breath of cold air, not out of horror, but because it hurt. His true form was that of a shape-shifting beast. After breaking through to become a lower-rank demon general with the aid of 10 blood spirit pills, the shape-shifting beast's talent had improved further, able to morph into any shaped object, and it was no longer limited to white but could change into any color. In this form, the shape-shifting beast could impersonate anyone or utilize its talent to transform into things like a 40-meter blade, a hammer, and could even become a lump of excrement. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it infinitely variable. But the problem was, anything shaped from it was connected to the beast's body, and breaking it hurt. When throwing the punch, why did I feel like Sect Master Ye's power doubled, reaching the second layer of the element gathering realm? Liu Shanyu stopped twiddling his beard, furrowed his thick brows, his eyes brimming with confusion. Ye Feng hovered in the air, silent. Just now, he had combined his physical strength with the heroic spirit power, which he currently considered his strongest move, yet the Thousand Faces demon monarch was still standing. Thousand Faces demon monarch, I want to see how long you can hold out. Ye Feng launched another attack. You're already defeated. The demon lord flickered, turning into a black mist, vanishing into the night. The Thousand Faces demon monarch was clever. The reason he chose to battle Ye Feng at night was because he had one final trick, which was to transform into mist and start changing color, thereby obtaining a temporary invisibility through the environment. Where did he go? Ye Feng frowned. Everyone else also lost their perception of the Thousand Faces demon monarch, even if people like the deputy city lord and Liu Shanyu extended their spiritual sense, they could not detect him. At that moment, the Thousand Faces demon monarch was as if he had completely disappeared. Ye Feng stood in mid-air, looking around, but was unable to spot where the Thousand Faces demon monarch had gone. Too bad I can't cast spells, otherwise using all-dimensional spiritual perception should still be somewhat helpful in this situation. Ye Feng inwardly lamented, sighing over his lack of spiritual energy. Thud! A dull blow struck Ye Feng on the head, throwing him more than a dozen meters away, suspended in the air. Hurriedly turning his head to look, he still couldn't find the Thousand Faces demon monarch. The Thousand Faces demon monarch actually used a stealth spell, appearing at the crucial moment to strike Sect Master Ye with a blow, Liu Shanyu deduced. Regrettably, the Thousand Faces demon monarch was too cunning. Once he appeared and struck, he would flee without lingering. Ye Feng rubbed the back of his head, feeling the pain from the strike. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was exceptionally strong, comparable to a spiritual artifact, any other element gathering realm chi refinement cultivator would likely have suffered a bloody injury by now. Thud! It was another dull blow. Ye Feng staggered from the impact, took a deep breath, his eyes full of rage, wishing that he could pin the Thousand Faces demon monarch to the ground and give him a good beating. Ye Feng, by the time I unleash this move, you have already lost, gahaha, the Thousand Faces demon monarch laughed maniacally. Even though his mouth was merry, the demon monarch's heart was also filled with vexation. He had struck twice with his staff, but Ye Feng seemed unscathed, while he himself was shaken to the point of feeling some pain. Could it be that this battle will last until dawn? The onlookers glanced at the sky, unable to help but murmur. The disciples of the Misty Sect lined up, their faces filled with worry, especially Long Tianxing, who clung to Shi Lei in fright. In the darkness, Ye Feng scratched his head and speculated whether the demon monarch could actually be a monster. If he were human, how could he have such eerie methods? With that thought, Ye Feng subconsciously activated the scouting function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion's second stage. Wherever his gaze landed, the glowing figures were demonic beasts. Just as expected, Ye Feng saw a large cluster of glowing black mist not far from him that appeared very sinister, and within his sight, several lines of text appeared. Shape-shifting beast, lower rank demon general. Talent, 1000 transformations. Note, fully transformed, possesses the strength of the element gathering realm's first layer, self-proclaimed Thousand Faces demon monarch, with immense potential. This guy really isn't human. Ye Feng was overjoyed. He kept the scouting ability active and deliberately turned around, positioning his side to the rear towards the demon monarch, waiting for his strike. The next moment, a black staff surged in a surprise attack, but Ye Feng was prepared. He caught the staff with one hand and quickly unleashed 9 punches with the other. Wow! The demon monarch, with his dinner almost vomiting out, stumbled backward. He quickly transformed into a mist to continue hiding. The tables have turned. The spectating crowd boiled with excitement. Ye Feng had just inflicted a wound on the demon monarch in an instant. Was it a coincidence? Murmured the sect leader of the Tyrant Blade sect. The other element gathering realm experts also showed signs of surprise. Facing the powerful hiding technique of the demon monarch, even those with 1 or 2 levels higher cultivation could only be forced to defend. Yet, Ye Feng was able to counterattack. The 5 element gathering realm experts present had to admit that in this respect, they were no match for Ye Feng. Lad, that was surely just luck, but you can't always be this lucky, the demon monarch said unwillingly. I am the chosen one, my luck has always been good. With that, Ye Feng took the initiative to attack and blasted a mass of black mist away. Feeling pain, the demon monarch exclaimed in shock, Impossible, you can't find me, this. Before he could finish, Ye Feng had already pursued, grabbing the black mist and beating it fiercely, causing the demon monarch to howl miserably and start running away. Do you submit? Ye Feng asked while continuing to beat him. This demon monarch doesn't submit. The demon monarch felt that he could still hold on a bit longer and began flying in circles in the sky, trying to shake off Ye Feng. Then I'll keep beating you. Ye Feng continued the chase and the assault. Meanwhile, at the peak of Misty Peak, Brother Flathead, who was lying on the ground, surged with energy, and a wild wind swept across the peak. Fortunately, the defense function of the 5 elements continuous array activated automatically, calming the turbulence. The next moment, Ye Feng discovered that his physical strength had doubled. Did Brother Flathead succeed in his breakthrough? Ye Feng guessed, but regardless of the reason, he threw a punch at the demon monarch. Thump! This blow, with doubled power, finally overwhelmed the demon monarch. He could no longer maintain his mist form, consolidated into a human figure, and crashed to the ground with a bang, foaming at the mouth. We won. Everyone watching this sudden turn of events was flabbergasted. Chapter 124. Prestige points break 10,000, Spirit Beast Pavilion 3rd tier. No one expected Ye Feng to defeat the Thousand Faces demon monarch in such a manner. Before the battle, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch talked a big game, his momentum like a rainbow, and everyone believed his strength to be terrifying. In contrast, Ye Feng was too low profile, most likely doomed to defeat. Yet who knew that the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, while talking the biggest game, would take the hardest beating, and ultimately, be blasted to the ground by Ye Feng's punch. I seem to have felt that Sect Master Ye's punching power doubled just now. How is that possible? The deputy city lord furrowed his brows. Could it be that Sect Master Ye has gained more blessings from the heroic spirit power, and as a result, his strength has risen to the standard of the second layer of the element gathering realm? Liu Shanyu stroked his beard, speculating in this direction. Sect Master Mighty. The Misty Sect disciples finally relaxed their tense hearts, and Long Tianxing also hopped down from Shilei, patting his chest. Compared to the disciples of the Misty Sect, Wu De and Li Hanshao, who were watching the battle from a tree, were dumbfounded. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch lost. That's impossible. The two of them still couldn't believe it. That was the Sect Master of the Nanluo Demon Sect. While they were watching, they had witnessed firsthand the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's eerie methods, his strength indeed formidable. In single combat, he could absolutely crush the leaders of Nishang Palace, Tyrant Blade Sect, and Feathers Sect. Yet in the end, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch lost. On the ground, the corners of the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's mouth twitched continuously, and blood spilled out. His entire body was splayed into the soil, his mouth opening and closing, not knowing what to say. How could I lose? The thought filled the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's mind. Ye Feng landed on the ground. Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, you've lost. In that moment, silence fell over the entire arena. Even if the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch wouldn't admit it, the outcome of this battle was clear, and whether he acknowledged it or not, it no longer mattered. You're ruthless. After struggling for a long time, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch still didn't shout no, I haven't lost. Instead, he climbed out of the dirt, pointed at Ye Feng, and spat out these three words. Afterward, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch left in a cloud of dust. Wow! The audience suddenly erupted. Ye Feng won. Although they did not understand how Ye Feng managed to pinpoint the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's position and start a counterattack, the onlooking crowd cared more about the result. Sect Prestige Points plus 457. Sect Prestige Points plus 632. In just a short while, the prestige points of the Misty Sect had soared from 3,000 to nearly twice that, approaching 7,000, and were still rapidly increasing. Ye Feng had never felt this happy before. Tonight, there were more than 200,000 spectators. To Ye Feng, even if only 1/20th of the onlookers acknowledged the Misty Sect, their prestige points could break 10,000. When the Spirit Beast Pavilion is promoted to the third tier, I'll go subdue the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch and see if he can be tamed as the 9th Mountain Guardian Spirit Beast, Ye Feng thought to himself, looking in the direction where the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch had fled. If successful, the first two parts of the second stage of the Sect Master's task would be essentially completed. Not far away, Long Kishan was kneeling on the ground, his fingers like hooks, digging into the soil, his gaze flickering. Why is Ye Feng so strong? Even the Demon Lord has lost, and I cannot accept it. I still want to create a star-level force, but why does it always go against my wishes? Long Kishan banged his head against the ground and began to cry. Standing behind him, Long Zhenchuan gently patted his back, speaking solemnly, My son, sometimes when one road is blocked, you should choose another. Tianxing is right, you should acknowledge your faults and take the right path. After speaking, Long Zhenchuan let out a long sigh. Long Kishan looked up at his father, noticing the slightly graying temples. Recalling the loving face of his father in his youth, those eyes that held such high hopes for him, and then looking at the mess he was now, Long Kishan's eyes reddened even more, and he wept profusely. Dad, I was wrong. In the end, Long Qishan threw himself into Long Zhenquan's arms and burst into loud sobs. To know one's mistakes and to change one's ways is the greatest virtue. First thing tomorrow, you will leave White Float City and cultivate properly under an old friend of mine, Long Zhenchuan said, patting Long Qishan on the shoulder. Dozens of meters away, Ye Feng was surrounded by Misty Sect disciples and numerous cultivators, with countless congratulatory voices in his ears. Ding! Registered disciple Long Tianxing's personal task has been completed, he may be promoted to outer sect disciple. The system's notification caught Ye Feng's attention. He looked in surprise towards the distance, seeing Long Qishan crying in Long Zhenquan's arms, and realized that the boy had genuinely repented. Although he didn't know if he would turn wicked again in the future, at least for now, Long Qishan had come to his senses. After all, he's just a 16-year-old boy. Ye Feng reflected. Before long, Long Zhenchuan took Long Qishan with him as they left, and most of the onlookers, too, packed up their stools and headed home. The battle that night had been an eye-opener for them, providing fodder for many days of stories. Especially the ever-changing tactics of the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch had made a deep impression. Nevertheless, most people still believed Ye Feng to be stronger because he could see through the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch's stealth techniques and had achieved the final victory. Sect Master Ye, could my 3 sons join your sect? I have a nephew who also wants to join Misty Sect. Although I am 50 years old, I think I can do it. Many people shouted, hoping they or their friends and family could be appreciated by Ye Feng and join Misty Sect. At the foot of Misty Peak, there is a stone tablet personally erected by me, the sect leader, listing the conditions for taking on disciples. Those interested can take some time to go have a look, Ye Feng said. Having said this, Ye Feng bowed to the crowd, leaped onto the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, and took his disciples away. We must definitely go to Misty Peak tomorrow. Remember to call me. The crowd dispersed noisily, all returning home to sleep. During this time, the prestige points of Misty Sect continued to soar, having breached 9,000 and moving towards 10,000. Atop the city wall, the deputy city lord and other 5-element gathering realm masters watched Misty Peak. Sect Master Ye's strength is increasing rapidly, truly befitting a chosen one. After this battle, he has won a lot of people's hearts, and his heroic spirit power will increase even further, Lu Shanyu said. Given that, the next time we meet, he should be the second strongest in White Float City, the sect leader of Tyrant Blade Sect said gravely. Very likely, Lu Shanyu nodded. This is what it means to be a chosen one, something you can't envy, lamented a member from Feather's sect, shaking his head helplessly. After years of arduous cultivation, he still couldn't keep up with a young man in his 20s. It's just a pity that the chosen one doesn't have cultivation. Though it's said he will not be afflicted by sickness, if he cannot embark on the path of cultivation, his lifespan is doomed to be short, rising quickly, falling quickly, sigh. Lu Shanyu sighed. At the summit of Misty Peak, the disciples gathered around the table, eating the late-night snack that Li Jiaojiao had just prepared, their faces filled with smiles. Ye Feng watched his disciples enjoy themselves and couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his face. He stepped outside and saw Brother Flathead still lying on the ground. It had indeed broken through to the rank of lower-rank demon general, but had not yet awakened. After the late-night snack, the disciples each went about their business. Ye Feng sat on the rooftop alone, gazing at the moon in the sky, quietly waiting. Ding! Congratulations on the sect prestige value breaking 10,000, unlocking the 3rd tier of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. The first item of the second stage task for the sect leader admiration of 10,000 people has been completed, and a special small gift pack X1 has been delivered to the sect storage space. The system notification sounded. Ye Feng took a deep breath, trying to keep himself from laughing, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and laughed loudly 3 times, disturbing everyone in Misty Sect. Sect leader, what's wrong? Yan Ruyu looked up and waved to Ye Feng on the roof. Ahem, I'm just too happy today. Don't mind me, continue sleeping, Ye Feng waved his hand. Once the disciples had returned to their rooms, Ye Feng eagerly opened the special small gift pack. Ding! You have obtained a middle-grade spiritual artifact mini banana palm fan. With a flash of spiritual light, an ancient-looking small fan, just 3 inches long, lay in the palm of Ye Feng's hand. Chapter 125. Mini banana palm fan, suppressing the shape-shifting beast. Mini banana palm fan, it really is tiny. Ye Feng pinched the handle of the mini banana palm fan between his thumb and forefinger, examining it closely, and lines of text soon emerged in his vision. Mini banana palm fan, middle-grade spiritual artifact. Introduction: engraved with a sophisticated miniature spirit-attracting formation, it possesses abilities such as dispelling spells, summoning wind, and calling rain. It can be used without the binder expending spiritual energy and can be enlarged during use, with its power increasing with each consecutive fanning. Binder, Ye Feng. Note: like the spirit origin clock, it also possesses a steward function. The binder can temporarily assign a steward to use this item. Not only can it summon wind and call rain, but it can also enlarge. Wonderful! Ye Feng left Misty Peak and hovered over a forest in Fuyun gloomy forest. The mini banana palm fan in his hand suddenly expanded to half a meter in length. With the first fan, a strong wind swept out, unstoppable to anyone under the element-gathering realm. Even ordinary spells would be scattered. With the second fan, a small patch of dark clouds appeared in the sky, drizzling fine rain onto the forest. As Ye Feng continued to fan with the mini banana palm fan, the rain grew heavier and eventually turned into a torrential downpour, even accompanied by thunder and lightning. The only slight disappointment was that the coverage area was only a few hundred meters in radius. Not bad. Ye Feng smiled and began to fan vigorously with the mini banana palm fan. After more than a dozen consecutive fans, he found that the fan seemed to weigh tens of thousands of pounds, and his movements became slower and slower. However, the power of the fan increased. Boom! A terrifying whirlwind burst forth, obliterating all the trees in its path and even gouging out a trench several dozen meters wide, half a meter deep, and hundreds of meters long in the ground. With this power, even those in the element-gathering realm can't withstand it, right? Ye Feng couldn't put down the mini banana palm fan, familiarized himself with it for a while longer, then happily returned to Misty Peak and opened up detailed information about the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Spirit Beast Pavilion, Tier 3. Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts, 8/15. Promotion information for Spirit Beast Pavilion, breakthrough 100,000 prestige points to unlock the 4th stage of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, adding new functions. Function 1, Strength Accumulation. The spiritual beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion can provide the sect leader with an extra boost in cultivation level. Function 2, Scouting. Obtain names, types, uses, talents, weaknesses, etc., of various demonic beasts. Function 3, Bloodline Purifying Pill. This pill can purify the bloodline of spiritual beasts without any limit, maximizing the beast's potential. Attached is a virtual pill refining furnace. After collecting the required materials, you can refine pills on your own. Unlimited purification of spiritual beast bloodlines. This feature is simply invincible. Even if the spiritual beast's own bloodline isn't strong, it can still enhance the bloodline and increase potential and strength by taking bloodline purifying pills. Ye Feng was overjoyed. He had previously been troubled by the lack of means to enhance the bloodlines of spiritual beasts. Now he had obtained the pill recipe for bloodline purifying pills, so there was no longer any worry about insufficient potential of spiritual beasts. With Spirit Beast Feed, the cultivation of the mountain guardian spirit beasts is ensured. Now with bloodline purifying pills, one doesn't have to fear impurities filling the spiritual beasts' bodies, and their potential can be enhanced to break through bottlenecks. Wonderful! Ye Feng leisurely fanned himself with the mini banana palm fan and then opened the pill recipe for the bloodline purifying pill and the instructions related to the virtual pill refining furnace. Bloodline purifying pill recipe consists of 36 spiritual medicines, including 1 chien of 10-year-old brown spirit tree sap, 3 chien of 15-year-old wood spirit grass. Chien is a unit of measurement, where 1 tael equals 10 chien. Ye Feng converted the measurements and figured that 1 chien was just a few grams. The virtual pill refining furnace, when used, is summoned by thought, forming an ethereal pill furnace between heaven and earth, fueled by the power of heaven and earth, with spirit spring water as the catalyst, allowing the required spiritual medicines for refinement to be placed in it for alchemy, with a 100% success rate, but it can only be used once a day. Seeing this limitation, Ye Feng scratched his head. It can only be used once a day, but it doesn't say that only 1 pill can be refined at a time. Upon this realization, Ye Feng's smile became increasingly sly. Now that the Spirit Beast Pavilion has reached Tier 3, it's time to tame more spiritual beasts. Ye Feng rose into the air, gazed towards the direction of the Nanluo mountain range, and activated the scouting function. On a high peak, he discovered a particularly bright glow. Who else could it be besides the shape-shifting beast? Swoosh! Ye Feng, holding the mini banana palm fan, flew as fast as he could. Demon Lord's cave abode. The shape-shifting beast lay on a jade throne, glaring at Wu De and Li Hanshao, who were kneeling on the ground, and furiously said, "It was your 2 fools' lousy idea that made this demon lord lose face in front of tens of thousands of people. We deserve death." Wu De and Li Hanshao cowered on the ground, shivering. Scram! After the shape-shifting beast blew a breath, the 2 were tossed out, spinning hundreds of times in mid-air before fainting near White Float City. "You all get lost, too." The shape-shifting beast flung out several maids nearby, but being inherently kind-hearted, it blew a breath so that they landed safely in Daifeng ancient town. Afterward, the shape-shifting beast slumped in its throne, looking glum. In its view, as long as it didn't fight Ye Feng, it wasn't defeated. But what was the result? The Nanluo demon sect had just been established for a few days, and now it had lost all face, fearing it wouldn't have the chance to recruit beauties anymore. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps approached. "Didn't I tell you to scram?" Hearing the footsteps, the shape-shifting beast stood up angrily and shouted, only then to discover at the entrance of the cave stood a tall figure holding a banana fan, backlit by the bright moonlight, with an indiscernible face. "Ye Feng, it's you." The shape-shifting beast recognized the newcomer, got scared, and immediately hid behind the throne, transforming into a mass of black mist that fled along the cave's corners. "Do you think you can get away?" Ye Feng, holding the mini banana palm fan, blew a gust of wind that slammed the shape-shifting beast against the wall, forcing it back into human form. "What kind of spiritual artifact is this that it can break through this demon lord's endless transformations?" the shape-shifting beast exclaimed in shock, feeling a chill throughout its body. Ye Feng's mouth curled up slightly, thinking to himself that the mini banana palm fan could indeed break spells. "I just want to ask you if you are willing to submit to this sect leader and become the Misty Sect's mountain guardian spirit beast. Demonic beasts shall never be slaves." The shape-shifting beast hadn't finished speaking before it darted away with a gust under its feet. Rejecting a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ye Feng snorted coldly, fanning with the mini banana palm fan over a dozen times. All the wine suddenly accumulated into a fierce storm that struck the shape-shifting beast's back with an earlier arrival than departure, making it cry out in pain and tumble down the mountain. On the ground. The shape-shifting beast once again lay flat on the ground, looking at Ye Feng standing beside it with eyes full of dread. "Don't worry, after becoming the mountain guardian spirit beast, I won't announce it for now, and you can continue to stay in the Nanluo mountain range as your own mountain king," Ye Feng said, surprising the shape-shifting beast. "Really?" the shape-shifting beast asked doubtfully. "Of course, it's true. Besides, you can have these 2 things, Ye Feng placed 2 bowls on the ground. The first contained spirit spring water, infused with Yanruyu's life spirit force, which could heal wounds. The other was filled with high-grade spirit beast feed, its fragrance drifting through the air. The shape-shifting beast merely licked the spirit spring water and found its injuries healing. After taking a bite of the high-grade spirit beast feed, its face was filled with bliss, and its already wavering conviction collapsed in an instant. If you want this demon lord to submit, you must provide food and accommodation without any restrictions on taking concubines, and you shall never publicly humiliate me, it stated. I agree to all of that, Ye Feng nodded. No sooner had the shape-shifting beast finished speaking than Ye Feng agreed. You're so easy to talk to, the shape-shifting beast said with wide eyes, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ye Feng. Your subordinate has seen the boss. Call me sect leader. Yes, boss. Ye Feng. Although the shape-shifting beast was a bit cheeky, in the end, it gave in. Ye Feng took the opportunity to use the function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion to make the shape-shifting beast his 9th Mountain Guardian Spirit Beast. Ding! You've subdued the 2nd lower rank Demon General. Reward, Sect Storage Space times 5 cubic meters. The system emitted a prompt sound. Ye Feng immediately found the space inside had increased significantly, and felt pleased in his heart. At the same time, he noticed that the progress bar for the second mission had instantly surged to 80%. As soon as he nurtured the White Float 5 Immortals, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, and the Little White Fox into high-ranking spirit beasts of Demon Soldier level, this task would be considered complete. Chapter 126. New Outer Sect Disciple, actually having to pay for purchases? With the shape-shifting beast becoming the Mountain Guardian Spirit Beast, Ye Feng found that his strength had increased by an amount equivalent to that of someone in the first level of the Element Gathering realm. Counting the power of the heroic spirits, he was now 4 times stronger than someone at the first level of the Element Gathering realm. Is this the strength of someone at the 3rd level of the Element Gathering realm? Ye Feng clenched his fists, inadvertently revealing a powerful aura that completely subdued the shape-shifting beast. Boss has gotten stronger again. The shape-shifting beast quickly broke off a few whiskers. It was only when the pain hit that it made sure all this was real. Ye Feng said calmly, to tell you the truth, when the sect leader sparred with you, it was just for fun, and I wasn't even using my real strength. The shape-shifting beast was shocked to realize that Ye Feng hadn't suddenly become stronger. He had always been that strong but had hidden his true abilities until now. Thinking of this, the shape-shifting beast felt a surge of retroactive fear. Good thing I knelt quickly, or I would have been slapped to death by Ye Feng. But this is good, with such a strong sect leader, I can mess around as much as I want in the future. As it thought, the smile on the shape-shifting beast's face gradually turned smug. Slap! Ye Feng slapped the shape-shifting beast on the shoulder and asked, the leader of the Black Robe Association from before was you, right? The one who encountered Huo Yunjia in White Float City and left behind the first page of the Nameless Sword Manual, that was you too, correct? Upon hearing these 2 questions, the shape-shifting beast revealed an awkward smile. Back then, I was under Little Wolf General. Oh no, I was his immediate superior, so I went to Misty Sect to scout for military intelligence. As for the second time, I happened to be visiting the Gulan in White Float City. After speaking, the shape-shifting beast added, that's pretty much it. As for the sword manual, I picked it up by the flowing water river south of the Nanlu mountain range. Although he knew the shape-shifting beast was mixing lies with the truth, Ye Feng didn't expose him and instead muttered while looking at the mountains to the south, it's said that flowing water river is south of the Nanlu mountain range, and following the current downstream leads to the Divine Wind Sword Sect, a 2-star rank sect that specializes in the art of the sword. Perhaps, Yunji went there to train. After speaking, Ye Feng took out a piece of paper and handed it to the shape-shifting beast, asking, can you read? Of course. The shape-shifting beast nodded. Then when you have time, help me look for these medicinal herbs in the Nanlu mountain range. As a spiritual beast, you must know about herbs. Right, you should still call yourself Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. As for a name, do you have one? I don't have a name. Then you'll be called Niu Babian from now on. After saying that, Ye Feng flew away. The shape-shifting beast looked up at the sky, its mouth twitching continuously. Niu Babian? That sounds terrible. Why couldn't it just stick with Thousand Faces Demon Monarch? Moments later, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch picked up a bowl of spirit spring water and drank it in one gulp. The wounds on its body rapidly healed, and it couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Then, it picked up another bowl and began eating the high-grade spirit beast feed. Finding the taste quite good and crunchy, it gradually grew to love this flavor. The next morning, Ye Feng called over Long Tianxing and said, "Tianxing, this is your outer sect disciple token." Long Tianxing caught an iron token forged in black, noticing the protruding words Misty Sect on the front and, on the back, Outer Sect Long Tianxing. Sect Leader, have I been promoted to the Outer Sect? Long Tianxing was very surprised. Long Qishan has truly repented, and your task is past. Now, as the Sect Leader, I formally appoint you as an Outer Sect disciple. Ye Feng nodded in affirmation. Thank you, Sect Leader. Long Tianxing leaped 3 zhang high. When the other disciples heard that Long Tianxing's task was completed, they all looked at him with envy. Sect Leader, I'm going to return to the Long family for a bit. With a smile on his face, Long Tianxing put away his outer sect disciple token and hurriedly ran towards the Long family's home. White Float City, the Long family residence. Great Uncle, are you saying my cousin has already left? Long Tianxing's face was full of surprise. Long Zhenchuan sighed and said, Qishan has sincerely repented and left the Nanluo demon sect. He left White Float City early this morning to train with an old friend of mine. Great Uncle, could you reveal which sect or school it is? Long Tianxing inquired. My friend is very mysterious. Even I don't know the details of the sect or school, only that it's about 500 li to the north and its foundation should be no less than that of the current Misty sect, Long Zhenchuan replied. It seems to be a hidden high-rank sect. The next time I encounter cousin, could you please give him my regards on my behalf, uncle? Just tell him that I was too heavy-handed before, and ask for his forgiveness. Long Tianxing quickly bowed, showing his remorse. Long Zhenchuan patted Long Tianxing's shoulder and said, Uncle understands, you did it for his own good. By the way, Uncle also wants to remind you, do not leave the 300 li radius of White Float City until your cultivation level exceeds the 7th level of Qi refinement. Why is that? You just remember that. Oh. Once Long Tianxing had left, Long Zhenchuan sat in his seat feeling much more relaxed. Qishan is starting to walk the right path, Tianxing is cultivating with the support of the Misty sect, our Long family should also be getting better and better, right? White Float City, Myriad Commerce Alliance. A bare-chested man wielding a large blade and wearing a fierce expression stood in front of the counter and slammed a piece of paper on the table. Get me 5 servings of all the medicinal ingredients listed here. No, make it 10. The frightened maid quickly complied. Before long, the burly man, carrying a large box full of spiritual medicine, prepared to leave. Honored guest, that will be 500 lower-grade spirit stones, the maid timidly said. You dare ask me for money? I've always helped myself for free, okay. The burly man continued to walk out. How dare you? 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement leaped out from nearby, attacking simultaneously with great momentum and rolling bursts of energy. However, the burly man slapped aside all 3 with a single palm and left the Myriad Commerce Alliance with great strides. An hour later, inside a cave abode in the Nanluo mountain range, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch threw the box of medicinal materials on the ground and laughed. They dare to ask me for money, the nerve. But come to think of it, do you really have to pay for things in the human world? The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch scratched his head, too lazy to bother with it and simply lay down on his throne to sleep soundly. At the summit of Misty Peak, Ye Feng was sitting face to face with Xin Guangxian, drinking tea. I heard that the Myriad Commerce Alliance's trade fair was robbed of medicinal ingredients worth 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, including brown spirit tree sap and wood spirit grass and other precious items. Xin Guangxian suddenly brought up the matter. Hearing this, Ye Feng's face looked a bit bizarre. After Xin Guangxian left, Ye Feng rushed to the Demon Lord's cave abode without delay and happened to see the Thousand Faces demon monarch lying on his throne, deep in slumber. Beauty, give your lord a kiss. Come on, don't be shy. The Thousand Faces demon monarch was deeply asleep, snoring and drooling, muttering nonsensically in his sleep, his hands groping around. Ye Feng laughed and kicked him right away. Who dares to disturb your lord's sweet dream, seeking death? Oh! It's the sect leader himself. Look, I've gathered all the medicinal ingredients. The Thousand Faces demon monarch was suddenly roused by the kick, about to erupt in anger, but as soon as he saw it was Ye Feng, he quickly knelt on the ground with practiced ease. Did you rob the Myriad Commerce Alliance? Ye Feng directly asked. What Myriad Commerce Alliance? Never heard of it, I have no idea. The Thousand Faces demon monarch immediately began his litany of denials. Ye Feng immediately rolled his eyes and said, I've already heard that the Myriad Commerce Alliance was robbed of a large box of valuable spiritual medicine worth thousands of lower-grade spirit stones, including wood spirit grass. You still dare say it wasn't you? Hearing that the figure had risen to 1,000 spirit stones, the Thousand Faces demon monarch instantly jumped up and shouted, Nonsense, it was clearly only 500 spirit stones. This crooked merchant dares to frame your lord, I'll definitely rob them blind next time. Realizing he had slipped up, the Thousand Faces demon monarch quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Ye Feng, not bothering to say more, took out a lower-grade spirit stone and said, Look carefully, this is a lower-grade spirit stone. In the future, when you buy things, you pay with spirit stones, you cannot simply take them by force. This shoddy stone can be exchanged for spiritual medicine. The Thousand Faces demon monarch's eyes widened. I remember in the Tiger General's underground vault, there was a large chest full of stones like this. Crack! In his excitement, Ye Feng inadvertently crushed the spirit stone in his hand and quickly grabbed the Thousand Faces demon monarch's collar. Where's the Tiger General's underground vault? It's in the Fuyun gloomy forest, stammered the Thousand Faces demon monarch, but the Tiger General might still be lurking there. Wouldn't it be problematic for us to go? I've slain the Tiger General. Ye Feng didn't waste words and directly pulled out the massive carcass of the Tiger General from the system space, throwing it onto the ground, which frightened the Thousand Faces demon monarch into instinctively weakening at the knees. Chapter 127. The Tiger General's Underground Treasury, Bloodline Purifying Pill. This Thousand Faces demon monarch felt extreme inner shock. Back when he was a middle-rank demon soldier level monster beast, he had encountered the Tiger General and found him terrifying, which left him with a psychological shadow. But now, the once fearsome strong being that had scared him had its tiger head chopped off by his own sect leader, dead and gone. Haha, so you also have your day. Thousand Faces demon monarch carefully stepped on the Tiger General's carcass to make sure he was truly dead, then burst into triumphant laughter. Sect leader big brother, I'll lead the way for you. In the heart of Fuyun gloomy forest, Ye Feng and Thousand Faces demon monarch landed on a small hilltop. Because the trees nearby were tall and lush, it was hard to notice this small hill, about tens of meters high, from above unless one looked closely. Sect leader big brother, the entrance is here. The shape-shifting beast swelled its body to 10 meters high, lifted a 100,000 pound boulder from the top of the small hill, and threw it aside, revealing a straight downwards rocky hole 100 meters deep. Your shape-shifting talent is really useful, praised Ye Feng. It's nothing, said Thousand Faces demon monarch proudly, shrinking his body before stretching out a hand with a flame ignited in his palm and leaping down first. Ye Feng followed him closely. After a continuous drop of 150 meters, the two finally reached the bottom. The area had become very spacious, with moonlight stones embedded in the walls around, lighting up the surroundings. Walking inside, you'll find the Tiger General's dwelling, and after that the underground treasure vault. But there's a lock that ordinary people can't break, Thousand Faces Demon Monarch said while walking. Ye Feng followed behind, looking around and noticing that there were quite a few pieces of antique furniture of considerable value, showing the Tiger General knew how to enjoy life. Eventually, the two arrived in front of a solid stone wall. There was a heavy and massive metal door, very sturdy, with lots of hacking marks, all unable to break through. Thud! Ye Feng hammered on the door, only causing it to dent inward, unable to break it open, his eyes revealing a trace of amazement. Sect Leader Big Brother, this is meteorite iron from beyond the heavens. It's said that only those above the fourth layer of element gathering realm can break through, but unfortunately, there are no artifact refiners who can refine it, so it has remained here. /div. How do we open it? Big Brother, I have the key. Thousand Faces Demon Monarch swelled with pride, as one of his fingers turned into a fog and entered the keyhole of the meteorite iron door, then transformed into a key, successfully opening the door and revealing a secret chamber filled with items. There are dozens of lower-grade spiritual artifacts, but unfortunately, they're all damaged and won't fetch many spirit stones. 3 large boxes of various spiritual medicines, but sadly they've been stored for too long and have lost more than half of their efficacy. They'll only sell for a wholesale price. There's also 3 cubic meters of spirit mine, about the same yield as the one guarded by the earth-frenzied lizard. It's worth at least 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. That's a big profit. And this last chest should contain spirit stones, right? Ye Feng checked each item in the treasury, then focused his gaze on a special chest at the end. Upon opening it, a dense spiritual pressure hit him, and inside were actually 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 15 middle-grade spirit stones. Where did all this come from? Ye Feng asked, turning his head towards Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. It's said that the Tiger General once cut off a miniature spirit vein and took its core. These spirit stones should be from that time. Thousand Faces Demon Monarch was also uncertain, as it was just hearsay. Ye Feng thoughtfully said, I remember Elder Lu Yuji telling me that the miniature spirit vein of Yunhua sect was cut off by someone. So, could there be a connection here? But Ye Feng was just speculating and wasn't certain either. Soon, Ye Feng put all the treasures from the vault into system space, and after another half an hour of searching the underground vault with Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, they discovered a square metal piece with strange ancient patterns. It's actually this thing. Ye Feng spread his palm open, revealing another piece of metal of the same material in his hand. How is it like a magic trick? Yet another one, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Feng said, I got one in White Float City at the Haichuan Gate before, and I didn't expect to get a second here. What exactly is recorded on these? Generally speaking, it's a treasure map, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch speculated. Is it not possible that it's a powerful secret technique? Ye Feng stated his own guess. But since the 2 metal pieces couldn't be put together temporarily and had no special effects, Ye Feng could only throw them into the system space. After emptying everything valuable and movable from the Tiger General's cave, Ye Feng left the depths below reluctantly. Above ground, Ye Feng packed up the box containing the ingredients for 10 doses of bloodline purification pill, handed over 500 lower-grade spirit stones to the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, and instructed, return the 500 lower-grade spirit stones to the Myriad Commerce Alliance. Our Misty sect does not engage in robbery. You have to pay for what you buy, understand? Your subordinate won't freeload ever again. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch pocketed the spirit stones, and in Ye Feng's presence, transformed into a burly man with bare arms, wielding a large saber, and a ferocious expression on his face. He flew towards the Myriad Commerce Alliance in White Float City, paid the spirit stones in front of everyone, and then left with a flourish. At the summit of Misty Peak, Ye Feng sorted the 10 portions of the bloodline purification pill ingredients, compared them against the pill recipe to ensure there were no errors, and thought to himself, "System, can I really succeed in pill refining this way? Sect Leader, rest assured, the virtual alchemy furnace is top-notch. As long as you have the pill recipe, gather the ingredients, and the surrounding environment meets the requirements, it's 100% success rate for pill creation," the system assured him. Do the current conditions meet the requirements for refining 10 bloodline purifying pills? They do. Receiving confirmation from the system, Ye Feng relaxed. With a thought, he summoned the virtual pill refining furnace. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared at the summit, and spiritual energy continuously gathered above him, condensing into an alchemy furnace phantom silhouette about 2 meters tall. The 4 sides of the pill furnace were engraved with glowing array patterns, both ancient and sacred, capturing the attention of all the disciples of the Misty Sect. What is this for? It looks like he's refining pills. The sect leader can actually refine pills. The disciples gathered around, whispering among themselves. Let the power of heaven and earth serve as fire, the spirit spring water as the catalyst, bloodline purifying pill, refine for me. Ye Feng poured all the ingredients into the virtual alchemy furnace and then brought in the spirit spring water to soak the spiritual medicine. Whoosh! A scorching flame appeared out of nowhere, swallowing the virtual alchemy furnace whole. The spirit spring water abruptly began to boil, and steam surged skyward. The spiritual medicine within the pill furnace started to react, residues were continually turned into ash, carried away by the wind, while the remaining medicinal liquid became purer and started to take shape. Half an incense stick later, the flame went out, and the furnace vanished. The crowd saw 10 golden pills slowly descending, caught by Ye Feng's hand, their enticing pill fragrance assailing the nostrils and attracting many spiritual beasts who ran over in frenzy. This is the bloodline purifying pill, specifically refined for the mountain guardian spirit beasts. It can purify the bloodline and enhance potential. Each one can sell for at least 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, Ye Feng said, noting the confusion among the crowd and offering an explanation. That expensive? The disciples almost choked on their words. Expensive? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. Just the raw ingredients cost 100 lower grade spirit stones, and after much effort, he had succeeded in refining them. Selling them for 10 times the cost price seemed utterly reasonable, didn't it? After all, that's how merchants operate. Thinking this, Ye Feng's smile gradually became uncontrollable. This seems to be another way to make a fortune. Chapter 128. The Journey of Sword Cultivation, Begs Yuding of Quicksand Sect. This is for you, don't worry, there will be more in the future. Ye Feng took out 7 bloodline purifying pills and distributed them to the White Float 5 Immortals, the Little White Fox, and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Big Bro is so mighty. Big Bro is the coolest. Fox Dahong, Dog Ha, and the other 3 naturally born spiritual beasts could talk, complimenting him one after another, buttering him up. The little white fox couldn't speak but was able to stand on its hind legs, right front paw resting on its left, making a gesture resembling a woman's fist and palm salute, bowing 3 times to Ye Feng. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle looked at its own wings, then at the little white fox and the White Float 5 Immortals, feeling a sense of inexplicable sorrow. Not only was it unable to flatter, but it also couldn't even perform the gesture of clasping fists. Suddenly, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle had an idea, immediately prostrated itself on the ground, and kept kowtowing to Ye Feng, making thud 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 sounds on the ground, appearing very devout. The disciples looked on as the mountain guardian spirit beasts outdid each other with extravagant displays of gratitude, swallowing their saliva and giving them a silent thumbs up. You might as well eat the bloodline purifying pills now. Ye Feng advised, then lay on his lounger, fanning himself leisurely with a mini banana palm fan, enjoying the view of the great rivers below him, his mood steadily improving. The 7 spiritual beasts quickly ate the bloodline purifying pills and found their bodies becoming red hot, as if they had been tempered by earth fire, their blood flowing freely, filled with inexhaustible strength. This was the process of bloodline purification. I feel like I'm about to have a breakthrough. Pumpkin Wugwa hurriedly dug a hole in the soil, buried himself in it, and then used the green leaf on his head to cover themselves with spirit spring water, continuously pouring it over himself, his aura gradually and steadily rising. Seeing this, the other spiritual beasts were so frightened that they ate 5 big bowls of spirit beast feed. The disciples all covered their lips and chuckled softly before beginning their new cultivation routine. Shi Lei went to contact Master Li to prepare for the construction of new pavilions and halls. Li Jiao practiced her cooking tirelessly. Jia Yulan and Yan Ruyu joined hands to plant spiritual medicines. Xia He and Qiu were busy taking care of the spiritual beasts. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu studied and cultivated earnestly. Xiao Jiaxi continued lifting rocks as part of his body refinement, attempting to break through to the second layer, drinking spirit spring water every day, feeling swift progress, and possibly achieving a breakthrough within a few days. /div. Long Tianxing completed the outer sect disciple tasks and had nothing to do, so he found Shi Lei, with the 2 brothers contributing to the construction of the Misty Sect. Atop Misty Peak, everything was as usual. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away on the other side of the Nanluo mountain range, Huo Yunjia rode his cold light sword, following the roaring, turbid flowing water river downstream. Finally arrived. Looking at an ancient town by the riverbank, Huo Yunjia checked it against his map, confirmed he hadn't gone astray, and began to speed up. Splash! Suddenly, the river surface burst open, and a strange fish with a sharp solitary horn on its head shot out of the water, aiming a fearsome jet of wind towards Huo Yunjia, its grade reaching the middle-rank demon soldier level. Sword drawing technique. Huo Yunjia stopped controlling his sword flight and, gripping the hilt of his sword, targeted the oncoming strange fish as he fell from the sky. Clang! A chilling flash of sword chi passed, and the fish was sliced into 2 halves in mid-air, the cut so clean that blood gushed out only a moment later. Huo Yunjia caught the fish and continued flying towards the ancient town. After a period of intense practice, Huo Yunjia combined his spells with streaming light sword chi to create his own initial version of the sword drawing technique. Although it was just the simple actions of drawing and sheathing his sword, as he practiced relentlessly, he was able to speed up the former and slow down the latter, achieving unexpectedly effective results in killing his enemies. The downside was that he had not yet learned to unleash sword chi, limiting him to close combat. Ancient town of Quicksand. I've finally arrived. Huo Yunjia landed on the ground and observed that the ancient town was built beside the river, featuring 3 docks and hosting many wooden boats. Is this young master an immortal master? The bone swordfish in your hand seems to be of middle-rank demon soldier level. If you're willing to sell it, I'd like to offer 5 spirit stones. I'm willing to offer 5 spirit stones, plus 10 taels of silver. I'll offer 6 stones, don't compete with me. As soon as Huo Yunjia touched down, many fishermen with awakened spirit eyes crowded around him, showing no fear of strangers. 6 spirit stones, it's yours. Huo Yunjia sold the bone swordfish and earned 6 lower-grade spirit stones. His original intention was to eat grilled fish, but since it could be sold for money, he simply exchanged it for spirit stones, which was more beneficial than eating it directly. The immortal master is indeed handsome, carrying a spirit sword on his back. Could it be that he's an outer sect disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect? A short-haired woman wearing a linen-colored long dress with wheat-colored skin walked alongside Huo Yunjia and asked. 7th layer of chi refinement. Huo Yunjia stopped in his tracks and stared at the woman. I am not a disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect, but from the Misty sect. Who are you? Demon Locking Tower Master of the Quicksand sect, begs Yuding, the woman claimed. Huo Yunjie tactically leaned back, thinking to himself that the woman was not particularly pale, so the name seemed a bit off, but he only remarked in his mind and then asked, "What's the matter?" Begs Yuding pointed to an abandoned tower at the center of the ancient town of Quicksand and said, "That's a demon locking tower. Tonight, on the night of the full moon, a high-rank demon soldier peak demonic beast will try to break the seal, threatening the safety of the entire ancient town. You're asking for my assistance?" Huo Yunjie released the aura of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. "Unfortunately, I'm not a match for it alone. I have enlisted the help of 3 people, all above the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With you and me, that makes 5 in total, enough to ensure the safety of tens of thousands in the ancient town of Quicksand," said Begs Yuding earnestly and seriously. "Are you sure I'll help?" Huo Yunjie retorted. Begs Yuding shook her head, "I'm not certain, but I am the sect leader of the Quicksand sect and also the demon locking tower master. As the daughter of the ancient town's mayor, I am charged with the duty to protect the safety of all our residents. Whether you are willing or not, I will still ask for your assistance. Let's go and take a look first." Huo Yunjie did not decline. This trip was intended for him to master the true sword drawing technique, bursting forth with fierce sword qi, and killing his enemies unseen. And Huo Yunjie remembered something Mo Ying had said, that actual combat is the fastest way to improve swordsmanship. Therefore, Huo Yunjie chose to join the battle group. "You agree?" Begs Yuding was surprised and pleased. "Let me state beforehand, if the demonic beast we face this time is too strong and none of us are a match for it, then I'll turn tail and run," Huo Yunjie said earnestly. "Don't just say you will, if we truly can't withstand it, nobody would foolishly stay behind to die." Begs Yuding laughed, "After the deed is done, I will give you 50 lower grade spirit stones as compensation." "Agreed." Huo Yunjie nodded. Following that, the two gradually made their way towards the demon locking tower at the center of the town. Along the way, many bowed in respect upon seeing Begs Yuding, and when they noticed the robust aura of Huo Yunjie, they began to talk among themselves. "The Tower Master Ding has found another strong immortal master, it seems we might be saved. Hopefully, it will be like the past, and will successfully suppress the demonic creature that breaks the seal." People murmured softly, heads bowed. "What I find curious is, knowing that there are demonic beasts, why don't you flee? And why build a demon locking tower in the center of the ancient town?" Huo Yunjie found this very odd. Living near the demon locking tower, wasn't that like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death? Chapter 129. The origin of the demon locking tower, the night of the full moon. The demon locking tower has existed for 300 years, our Ding family has always been the guardians of the tower, growing and flourishing here. Over time, we've drawn waves of refugees, eventually developing into the ancient town of Quicksand. Begs Yuding provided the explanation. The demon locking tower has really been around for 300 years. Huo Yunjie raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise in his heart. That means the high-rank demon soldier level demon beast has lived for over 300 years. It must be an old demon, with considerable strength. Begs Yuding quickly waved her hand, "Brother, you are mistaken. The demon locking tower has indeed been around for 300 years, but the demonic beasts imprisoned within do not last more than 10 years before falling. The one we have now is the 25th. Our Ding family has always been responsible for guarding the demon locking tower. There have been records of demonic beasts breaking out in the past, but in the end, they were all eliminated. As such, people around have grown accustomed to the presence of the demon locking tower, and even upon hearing that a demon might break its seal, they are not too worried, let alone consider fleeing." Upon hearing this, Huo Yunjie started to understand. It seemed the demon locking tower was akin to a prison for demonic beasts, and Begs Yuding's family acted like the tower's jailers. Then, who created the demon locking tower? Huo Yunjie was puzzled and casually asked this question. Begs Yuding explained, our ancestors of the Ding family were inner sect disciples of the Divine Wind Sword sect. Later, they were appointed to manage the demon locking tower here and gradually evolved into an affiliate force of the Divine Wind Sword sect. So it was the renowned Divine Wind Sword sect. Huo Yunja's gaze flickered. On this journey to practice his swordsmanship, what he most hoped for was to witness the talented swordsman of the Divine Wind Sword sect. Now, upon hearing this name, Huo Yunja suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. It's strange to say, but the demonic beasts in the demon locking tower are all sent here by the outer sect disciples of the Divine Wind Sword sect. Clearly they could kill them with one stroke of the sword, so why lock them up? Beg Xiuding mumbled to herself, unable to understand it either. All she knew was that the beasts were sent here by the Divine Wind Sword sect on their own initiative, and usually, after being suppressed for about 10 years, the demonic beasts would perish. Then, after some time passed, new demonic beasts would be delivered for continued suppression, the cycle repeating itself, and now it had been 300 years already. Of course, Beg Xiuding was well aware that this was a command from the Divine Wind Sword sect, and as a mere cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, all she needed to do was follow orders. Before long, the two of them arrived at the base of the demon locking tower. Huo Yunja looked around. He saw that the demon locking tower had 5 levels, a total height of 30 meters, and within 100 meters radius, there was an empty space, with 5 10-meter high stone pillars erected. Each pillar extended an iron chain reaching into the tower, seemingly binding some terrifying creature. Oh, a newcomer. 8th layer of Qi refinement, looks pretty good. 3 people jumped down from the top of the tower, 2 men and a woman. The woman was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and the men were both at the 8th layer. Huo Yunja noticed that the woman and one of the men were standing very close to each other, both dressed in white with gentle demeanors, appearing to be a couple. The last man had the look of a middle-aged person, not very tall, only about 5 feet, his face covered with a thick beard, muscles bulging all over his body, resembling a strongman. These two are the Zhou couple from the high-ranked Chengshuang sect, and the other is Daoist Wang from the high-ranked Giant Spirit sect. Fellow Daoists, this is Brother Huo Yunja, a new arrival from the newly high-ranked Misty sect, introduced Beg Xiuding. On the way to the demon locking tower, she had inquired about Huo Yunja's origins and knew he came from the area around White Float City. Turns out you're a fellow disciple from a high-ranked sect, my apologies. The Zhou couple were kind, full of smiles. Daoist Wang, on the other hand, just nodded slightly, rather aloof. So it's the Chengshuang sect. I heard that your sect was founded by a couple at the Element Gathering realm and only accepts paired disciples. If someone is single, once they join the Chengshuang sect, they will be matched with a fellow Daoist within half a month, Huo Yunja said, looking at the Zhou couple with a surprised expression. Brother Huo speaks the truth. The Zhou couple smiled at each other, eyes filled with love. We became a couple after joining the Chengshuang sect, thanks to our sect leader's matchmaking. It's already been 20 years. Daoist Wang from the Giant Spirit sect just smiled, remaining silent. There are still several hours until midnight, do you all need to eat something? Beg Xiuding asked with concern. I'm not hungry, Daoist Wang shook his head, leaped onto a stone pillar, and stood there quietly with his arms folded. We don't need to either. The Zhou couple took out their own fasting pills and each took one, allowing them to go without hunger for 3 days. They also returned to their stone pillars to wait. Huo Yunja felt a bit hungry, so he went with Beg Xiuding to a nearby restaurant for a meal, then returned to the demon locking tower. Each of the 5 people occupied a stone pillar, silently waiting for the night of the full moon. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As night fell, the wind grew stronger. The people of ancient town of Quicksand lay at their windows, staring at the demon locking tower in the distance, wondering what kind of terrible monster was locked inside. Beg Xiuding looked up at the sky. A full moon hung high, with no clouds in sight. The howling wind created a sense of danger. Roar! A low sound came from the demon locking tower, as if some terrifying thing was awakening, and the 5 iron chains suddenly became taut. The people standing on the 5 stone pillars immediately levitated. Clang! Suddenly, the iron chains were pulled by an even greater force, making a grating clack, clack, clack sound as if they couldn't support the strain and were about to snap. On the night of the full moon, the monster is at its strongest. If it can't break the demon binding chains, we won't have to take action. But once the chains break, we will have to intervene, no matter what, Beigs Yuding said as she held a stack of lower-grade talismans at her waist. Clang! The monster beast kept tearing at the demon binding chains, producing a continuous, piercing noise. Huo Yunjin noticed that each of the demon binding chains was emitting red, yellow, gold, blue, and green glows, corresponding to the 5 elements. Roar! The elongated roar kept sounding, spreading over a dozen or so miles, making every living soul in ancient town of Quicksand feel a sense of alarm and dread. This monster seems stronger than those we've captured in the past, looks like the demon binding chains won't hold. Fellow deists, please prepare to take action, Beigs Yuding said with a solemn expression, tightly gripping the talismans in her hands. The next moment, the wind stopped. The moon above became even more dazzling, illuminating the land almost as if it were daylight, a rare sight. I suddenly feel a sense of danger. Deist Wang swallowed hard and clenched his fists. Crack! The 5 demon binding chains shattered without warning, turning into a cloud of ash. The next moment, with a thunderous boom, the top of the demon locking tower was burst open, revealing the true form of the monster. It was a 3-meter-tall giant earth ape. It exuded the aura of a high-rank demon soldier at its peak, swinging its sturdy arms to tear apart the chains that bound it. Then its aura grew stronger, entering the level of a demi-transformed demon beast. This guy is almost comparable to the black-patterned serpent demon. Huo Yunja gripped the hilt of his sword, and his brow seemed covered with frost. It's the giant earth ape, the Zhou couple said, their expressions darkening. This monster is no easy opponent, tough-skinned and extremely strong. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, Deist Wang began to consider retreat. Everyone, please be careful. If it really comes down to it, lead it out of ancient town of Quicksand to minimize destruction, Beigs Yuding quickly implored. Deist Wang sneered, a bunch of mortal commoners, why should I care about their life or death? If the 5 of us cannot win, I'll be the first to run. Chapter 130. A tough battle, the stabilizing talisman exhibits its power. Although Deist Wang's words were a bit harsh, no one refuted them. In times of disaster, it's human nature to want to preserve one's life. If they truly couldn't win, staying would mean certain death, it was better to flee and live to fight another day. Huo Yunja glanced at the giant earth ape pounding its chest atop the demon locking tower and then at the faces of the townspeople behind him, filled with terror, and inexplicably, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. Everyone, prepare for battle. Huo Yunja lowered his body, readying himself to draw his sword. What a hothead! Deist Wang shrugged his shoulders, but did not flee. Instead, he let out a roar and cast a second-grade spell known as Giant Spirit Transformation, turning into a 3-meter-tall figure with a rocky skin that seemed extremely strong, capable of fighting at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Husband and wife's flying swords. The Zhou couple each held a lower-grade spirit sword, executing this special joint spell. Their auras merged, giving the impression of facing the peak of the 9th level in the Qi refining realm. Beigs Yuding was not to be outdone, she threw out 5 lower-grade talismans. Dangerous auras of wind, thunder, water, and fire spread out, also creating a strong impression. Huo Yunja's hand that held the sword hilt trembled slightly as he thought to himself, are these 4 people all award-winning actors? Just a moment ago, they talked about fleeing, and now each has burst forth with a powerful aura, seemingly stronger than himself. At this moment, Huo Yunja had a weird feeling. It turns out, I'm the clown. Thinking thus, he couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth and quickly gripped his sword hilt tighter. Atop the demon-locking tower. After venting its rage, the giant earth ape looked down and fixed its gaze on the Zhou couple, who had the strongest combined aura, deeming them the major threat. It then decisively leaped down, aiming for Daoist Wang. Damn it! Why me? Daoist Wang cursed as he leaped up, punching towards the giant earth ape. Their fists collided mid-air with a deafening sound. Wow! Daoist Wang was sent flying, smashing the floor tiles to smithereens. Stop your rampage! The Zhou couple attacked simultaneously with their swords. The sword chi they slashed out merged into one, the aura formidable. But with a clap of its palms, the giant earth ape caused the sword chi to collapse instantly. Demon, take this! Beigs Yuding pushed several lower-grade talismans forward in a circle around the giant earth ape, which exploded with a loud boom into searing thunderous flames. The giant earth ape howled in pain, one of its eyes had actually gone blind. Well done! Huo Yunjia was overjoyed. He circled to the side where the giant earth ape was blind and decisively executed his sword-drawing technique. Clang! The cold light sword seemed to strike age-old glacial ice, failing to penetrate the defense. Roar! The giant earth ape, enraged, swung back with a slap. Thankfully, Huo Yunjia reacted in time, blocking with his cold light sword, but he was still sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into a building and being buried beneath the rubble. It's over, he's probably dead. Daoist Wang got up from the ground and found that his entire arm was still numb, his heart shook with fear. The four of us remaining are no match against it, the Zhou couple sighed lightly, yet they still wielded their swords, but to no avail as their sword chi was shattered by the giant earth ape, and they instantly thought of retreating. Beigs Yuding looked worriedly at the rubble covering Huo Yunjia, her almond eyes full of reluctance. Demon, die! Beigs Yuding steeled her heart and in an instant, threw out 5 lower-grade talismans, which exploded around the giant earth ape. Roar! The giant earth ape couldn't dodge in time, and its other eye was blinded. It went on a rampant destruction spree on the spot, its heavy palms leaving palm prints a meter deep in the earth with each slap. It's all over now. Daoist Wang quickly withdrew from his giant spirit transformation, reverting to his human form, applied medicine to his arm, and kept retreating. The Zhou couple shook their heads and also withdrew to a distance. Beigs Yuding looked at the remaining 5 lower-grade talismans in her hand and suddenly felt overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Could it be, the ancient town of Quicksand was going to be destroyed by the giant earth ape? She really couldn't accept it. Roar! The giant earth ape roared in fury, ramming into the surroundings, reducing the area to rubble. Fortunately, most of the townspeople had fled during the night, resulting in few casualties. Detecting the scent of other people, the giant earth ape began to sprint towards the areas with more people, chasing after those fleeing townsfolk. Be careful! Beigs Yuding shouted a warning. But at that moment, a figure burst forth from the ground, leaping into the air behind the giant earth ape, and performed a beautiful backflip over its head, slapping a talisman onto the ape's forehead in passing. Afterward, the giant earth ape stopped moving. With a thud, the figure fell to the ground, chest soaked in blood, gasping for air, and shouted at everyone, "What are you waiting for? My lower-grade stabilizing talisman won't hold for long, attack now!" This person was none other than Huo Yunjia. After being swatted away by the giant earth ape, Huo Yunjia hastily cast the iron shield technique to block the hit, but still ended up injured. Later, Huo Yunjia simply used Earth Escape to hide underground, finally seizing this opportunity to successfully apply the lower-grade stabilizing talisman to the giant Earth Ape. Attack! Beigs Yuding, Daoist Wang, and the Zhou couple had not expected Huo Yunjia to still be alive, let alone immobilize the giant Earth Ape. Without pausing to rejoice, they hurled their most powerful spells and talismans at it. Boom! Terrifying blasts of energy struck the giant Earth Ape, now a sitting duck, covering its body in wounds and causing its blood to flow freely. Eventually, its neck was torn open by the force of the blows, and it collapsed with a thunderous sound. We did it! Huo Yunjia lay under a tree, letting out a sigh of relief. Although he had lost the lower-grade stabilizing talisman in the process, he had been able to help everyone slay the giant earth ape that wreaked havoc, making it well worth the sacrifice. Let me help you. Beixiuding ran over and supported Huo Yunjia, meeting up with Daoist Wang and the Zhou couple. We didn't expect Brother Huo to be so formidable. Without your stabilizing talisman, we wouldn't have had the chance to kill this demon. The Zhou couple thanked Huo Yunjia with a bow. Well done. Even the aloof Daoist Wang spoke up. It's only right. Huo Yunjia downed a lower-grade healing chi pill and found his wounds healed significantly, enough for him to stand firmly. Screech! Just when the five of them were celebrating, a piercing cry resounded from the sky above, shaking many people within the ancient town of Quicksand, causing them to vomit blood and collapse to the ground. Even the five high-ranking chi-refining realm individuals, including Huo Yunjia, felt a sense of terror and trepidation. They looked up to see a strange lizard with a wingspan of 10 meters or more hovering in the air, casting a dreadful shadow over the ground against the backlight of the moon. Its cold, cruel eyes glowed menacingly, making it unbearable for anyone to look directly at them. It's a half-transformed flying frenzy lizard. I've heard the old people say that around this time, it should be hibernating in the deep mountains, shouldn't it? Beixiuding's face turned pale. Perhaps, it was attracted by the smell of the giant earth ape's blood and the vibrations from the battle, the Zhou couple analyzed. What's there to talk about? Let's run. Daoist Wang scurried away agilely like a large rabbit, disappearing in an instant. We take our leave. The Zhou couple also made themselves scarce. Run for it. Without a second thought, Huo Yunjia pulled Beixiuding into a stone house to take cover. Screech! The flying frenzy lizard paid no attention to the people, but instead glared venomously at the demon-locking tower. With a flap of its wings, it descended like a meteorite, easily smashing the pagoda that had stood for 300 years to dust. Afterward, its cold eyes swept around, eventually fixing on the stone house where Beixiuding and Huo Yunjia were hiding. Looking through the crack in the stone house at the flying frenzy lizard, Huo Yunjia felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beixiuding, only at the 7th level of chi refinement, was now so pressured by the terrifying aura that she was rigid, unable to move. It's over. At that moment, both Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding had the same thought. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 131. Unyielding. The cold light sword as heavy as 10,000 jin. What do we do? Run. Huo Yunjia hastily controlled his sword, pulling Beixiuding along as they sped down the deserted streets, reaching their maximum speed. The flying frenzy lizard watched the two fleeing people with cold indifference, simply spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, as if eyeing two escaping prey. Although it was a demonic beast in the transformation stage, it had not chosen to transform but remained in its beast form, having reached a stage comparable to 90% of the element gathering realm, infinitely close to the first layer of element gathering. Its strength was no less than 9 times that of the peak of the 9th layer of chi refining. In the eyes of the powerful flying frenzy lizard, these few cultivators in the chi refining realm were too weak. With a mere gentle slash of its wing, it could eradicate them. Misty Sect. Ye Feng sat on the rooftop, somewhat restless. I wonder how Yunji and Mo Ying are doing. They couldn't have encountered danger, could they? Ye Feng stood up and started pacing back and forth on the rooftop. Ancient town of Quicksand. Huo Yunjia, taking Beixiuding with him, quickly fled and soon left the vicinity of the ancient town of Quicksand, coincidentally running into Daoist Wang, who was also escaping. Idiot! Don't run in the same direction as me. Daoist Wang cursed loudly, decisively turning and fleeing in another direction, about to disappear into the dense forest. In the sky above, the flying frenzy lizard revealed a human-like sinister smile, finally making its move. Crackle! The sound of tearing through the air rang out, and the flying frenzy lizard crossed 100 meters in an instant, its speed increasing rapidly, like a divine sword descending from heaven, striking at Daoist Wang who was trying to escape. Why is it always me? When the giant earth ape attacked, it chose me first, and now the flying frenzy lizard attacks, it's also me first. Could it be that I'm just that unlucky? Daoist Wang howled to the sky, extremely unwilling. He didn't run, because the flying frenzy lizard was too fast, there was no time to escape. Daoist Wang, with numerous questions, was swallowed whole by the fast-approaching flying frenzy lizard, with nothing left behind. Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding witnessed this scene, their faces drained of all color. Hiss! The flying frenzy lizard's powerful hind legs forcefully kicked the ground, its wings flapped at the same time, and in an instant, it reached 100 meters in the sky, its intimidating eyes fixed on Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding, bearing a cruel smile. On the banks of flowing water river, the Zhou couple flew with their swords, their speed fast, but even they felt a chill running down their spines at this moment. Die! The flying frenzy lizard emitted a sound eerily similar to the word die, its wings flapping as if a divine sword was slashing towards the nearby Beixiuding. Quickly, go! Huo Yunjia placed a palm on Beixiuding's back, shoving her dozens of meters to the side, and he himself was pushed back several meters as a result. Boom! The spot where the two of them had just been was torn asunder by the flying frenzy lizard's sharp claws, whether rock or soil, both crumbled like tofu with a single swipe. A wave of powerful energy swept out, injuring Huo Yunjia. The flying frenzy lizard was clearly enjoying this sensation of toying with its prey, staring at the nearer Huo Yunjia but then suddenly turning to kill Beixiuding. Streaming light sword chi. Huo Yunjia didn't want to watch Beixiuding fall before his eyes and mustered all his strength to control the cold light sword, stabbing straight out and striking the back door of the flying frenzy lizard. Roar! The flying frenzy lizard turned in anger, its wing ready to slash and break the cold light sword, but fortunately, Huo Yunjia was quick to react, immediately sheathing the cold light sword and then sprinting into the distance. Whoosh! The flying frenzy lizard caught up with Huo Yunjia in the blink of an eye, its tail sweeping him off his feet and causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground in a critically injured state. Then, a claw shimmering with cold light fell, ready to tear Huo Yunjia to shreds. Stop! With a shiver, Beixiuding threw out all her remaining lower-grade talismans, but the flying frenzy lizard just sneered disdainfully and, with a wave of its wing, extinguished the thunderous light created by the exploding talismans. Afterward, it extended its claw, about to rend Huo Yunjia apart. Facing the descending claw, Huo Yunjia felt an extreme sense of unwillingness. Memories flooded his mind, and within his vision, he seemed to see the tall and formidable silhouette of Ye Feng. Yunji, no matter when, you must never give up. A cultivator refines their heart, only with a strong heart can you surpass the limits. Huo Yunjia seemed to hear Ye Feng's words, the resolve in his eyes growing stronger. Sword drawing technique. In this moment, Huo Yunjia had a flash of enlightenment, instantly gathering his spiritual energy and rotating it at a speed beyond his limits. It surged into the blade of the cold light sword so fiercely that even through the scabbard, one could feel a fierce aura. He began to draw his sword. But at this moment, the cold light sword felt as heavy as 10,000 caddies. With every inch he pulled it out, the blade released an even more dazzling sword light, dazzling the eyes of the flying frenzy lizard to the point it closed them involuntarily. Its claw's speed suddenly decreased. When Huo Yunjia had pulled the cold light sword out a foot's length, the terrible sword light burst forth, severing half of the flying frenzy lizard's claw. However, at this moment, Huo Yunjia realized he had long been drained of strength. The scabbard exerted a huge gravitational pull, helplessly retracting the foot of the blade that had just been drawn. Thud! Huo Yunjia fell to the ground, completely out of energy. He stared blankly at the sky, realizing that there was no silhouette of Ye Feng up there, just the angry and chilling gaze of the flying frenzy lizard. All that had just happened, had it all been his imagination? What a fierce sword chi! The Zhou couple, madly fleeing in the distance, looked back and happened to see the moment Huo Yunjia drew his sword, their eyes pained, almost shedding tears. What a pity, the sword drawing technique is not yet mastered, he couldn't even fully draw the sword. Otherwise, with that single stroke, he could have slain anything beneath the element gathering realm, Madame Zhou lamented. She had seen many exceptional geniuses, but had never seen anyone like Huo Yunjia, who could realize enlightenment in such a crucial moment. Although the Zhou couple wished to turn back and save him, they knew they weren't strong enough, and going back would mean certain death, so they could only speed up and flee into the mountains and forests. At a distance, Beigs Yuding was stunned. She had never seen such a resplendent sword light, like a torch in the dark night, igniting the flame of hope. However, when she saw Huo Yunjia unconscious on the ground, Beigs Yuding felt deflated, weak all over, kneeling on the riverbank's pebbles. In that instant, she felt a profound sense of loss. Die! The flying frenzy lizard, seeing its own claw partly severed, was filled with a raging fury as it lunged to bite down. But just at the critical moment, the area was illuminated by a resplendent sword light, bright as day. Rib! Without even a chance to escape, the flying frenzy lizard was sliced by the sword chi, its head sent soaring into the air, rolling to the side. Then, that bulky body crashed down, about to crush Huo Yunjia, but in the nick of time, a figure with short hair schemed along the ground, grabbed Huo Yunjia, and rolled to the side, saving his life. Thank goodness I was in time. Beigs Yuding checked Huo Yunjia's breathing and found that he had only lapsed into a deep coma. She breathed a sigh of relief, took out a family heirloom healing chi pill, and carefully administered it to him. Then, Beigs Yuding raised her head to look at the sky. Above, there was a sword suspended in the air, with 5 figures standing on it, all of them women. The woman in the yellow dress with a veiled face emitted a powerful aura of the first layer of the element gathering realm, her right hand still holding a sword gesture with lingering light flickering at her fingertips. Clearly, it was this woman who had slain the flying frenzy lizard. Beigs Yuding, looking at the woman in the yellow dress and veiled face, noticed the 4 maids behind her all possessed the cultivation level of the 9th peak of the Qi refining realm. Each had a round jade pendant at their waist, inscribed with the golden characters Divine, Wind, Sword, Sect, shimmering in the dark night. It's a sword child of the Divine Wind Sword Sect. Seeing this unique attire, Beigs Yuding recalled her ancestors' records and sharply inhaled. Chapter 132. Sword Child Mu Rugzhu, Yungziao Great Forest. As a 2-star rank sect, the Divine Wind Sword Sect was presided over by the Supreme Elder at the Spirit Sea Realm, with over 100,000 disciples. The Divine Wind Sword Sect was a forest of geniuses, where even outer sect disciples had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, and as for the inner sect, one needed to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Beigs Yuding's ancestor was an inner sect disciple. Above the inner sect disciples were the true disciples of the element gathering realm. Beigs Yuding had heard that the Divine Wind Sword Sect currently had 10 great true disciples, whose cultivation talents had reached a supreme grade, all of them genuine top-tier geniuses. The Divine Wind Sword Child was the foremost among the true disciples, and the prime candidate for the next Sect Master. It was only when the Sword Child was traveling that they could be accompanied by 4 maids bearing the Divine Wind Sword Sect insignia, in order to showcase the sect's elegance. Thinking of this, Beigs Yuding hastily performed a respectful salute. Beigs Yuding, the 5th generation Tower Master of the Demon Locking Tower, pays respects to the esteemed Divine Wind Sword Child. You recognize me, it seems the rules of the ancestors haven't been forgotten. The gaze of the Divine Wind Sword Child moved down, landing on Huo Yunjia. Is that man your partner? Beigs Yuding's ears reddened, reporting to the Sword Child, this person is not my partner, but rather a fellow deist assisting in slaying demons. His name is Huo Yunjia, from the Misty Sect of White Float City. So he already has a sect. The Divine Wind Sword child felt a tinge of disappointment. She had personally witnessed Huo Yunjia's sword drawing technique and thought him to be a promising talent. She had intended to bring him back to the Divine Wind Sword sect to nurture him as a confidant of the future. However, it turned out that Huo Yunjia already belonged to his own sect. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Huo Yunjia coughed, attempting to stand up only to find that the overexertion from using the sword drawing technique had caused a backlash, leaving his body sore and in pain. Even though his injuries were no longer worsening, he would still need to lie down for a good 10 days to half a month. Thank you for saving my life, sword child. I am Huo Yunjia from the Misty Sect. May I know your honored name? Huo Yunjia asked, sounding weak and breathless. My name is Mu Rugzhu. The Divine Wind Sword child revealed her true name, prompting her four maids to exchange glances, all showing surprise. They remembered that Mu Rugzhu had always been indifferent to others, and they had not expected her to reveal her true name. It seemed she believed Huo Yunjia possessed high talent and potential to reach the element gathering realm in the future. Sword child, the demon locking tower has been destroyed by the flying frenzy lizard. What should I do? Baixue Ding asked with a worried expression. The demon locking tower will be repaired by someone else. As for your Ding family, you have performed your duties with utmost loyalty, and your own talent is not bad either. I offer you a spot as a prospective intersect disciple. Should you wish, you may come to the Divine Wind Sword sect at any time. Mu Rugzhu, the sword child of the Divine Wind Sword sect, dropped a sword-shaped token into Baixue Ding's hand with precision. Afterwards, she glanced at the remains of the demon locking tower scattered in the distance, and flew towards White Float City with her four maids. Such high cultivation! Huo Yunjia's head rested on Baixue Ding's legs, watching Mu Rugzhu's receding figure. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable genius. She seemed to be only about 20 years old, yet she had already advanced to the element gathering realm, causing him to feel reflective. That's the Divine Wind Sword child, the future sect master of a 2-star rank sect. Looking across the entire southern river basin, she's considered one of the top-tier geniuses. Baixue Ding gently stroked the sword-shaped token in her hand that still carried the scent of its owner, her expression complex. Huo Yunjia laughed. What, you don't want to go to the Divine Wind Sword sect? I want to go, but can't bear to leave behind the acquaintances in the old town, Baixue Ding said, her expression a mix of emotions. High in the sky, the Divine Wind Sword child, Mu Rugzhu, stood with her hands behind her back, her robes billowing, like a fairy beneath the moon. The maid wearing the jade divine emblem asked, Sword child, why offer the demon locking tower master a prospective intersect disciple token? That woman is barely connected to the great elder's lineage, doing this might incur his displeasure. The demon locking tower itself is a harmful contraption. Once I take my position, I will make sure to dismantle all 108 of the demon locking towers our sect has set up. Mu Rugzhu's mouth turned down in displeasure. Enough, let's hurry. We must arrive at my cousin's place before sunrise. Yes. The four maids bowed hastily. Atop Misty Peak, Ye Feng stood on the roof, noting that Huo Yunjia's task progress had suddenly surged to 1/3, muttering, Yunjia's task is to perfect his own sword drawing technique. It looks like he has reached 1/3 of the way there, quite fast. As for Mo Ying, I wonder how she is doing. On the northern bank of Fenhuo River, within the vast expanse of Yongxiao Great Forest, Mo Ying sat in front of a bonfire, tilting her head up to gaze at the bright moon above, revealing a rare smile. She removed her black veil and hat, revealing her snow-white, flawless cheeks. Admiring her reflection in a mirror, Mo Ying looked at the slightly aloof yet beautiful face within and sighed, what a pity, only once a month, or on the night of the full moon, will my face return to its natural state. I wonder when these days will end. A moment later, After enjoying the golden and crispy roast rabbit cooked over the bonfire, Mo Ying extinguished the flames with a wave of her hand, put on her veil and hat, and headed to the riverbank to wash her hands. Suddenly, a mutated giant crocodile burst forth from the water, its jaws snapping towards Mo Ying as it emitted a chilling, foul stench from its mouth. Rib. Mo Ying lightly tipped her toes and easily dodged the attack, then drew her sword in a horizontal slash, cutting the middle-rank demon soldier level peak crocodile in two. Strange, why has my luck been so bad lately? This is already the 15th middle-rank demon soldier level demonic beast I've encountered, yet I still haven't come across any high-rank demon soldier level ones. It's as if they are all evading me, Mo Ying grumbled. Mo Ying had thought that slaying a high-rank demon soldier level beast would be simple, however, since her departure, she had yet to encounter even one. Hovering 100 meters in the air on her sword, Mo Ying looked into the distance and surprisingly found a small village in the forest. Had it not been nighttime with the village illuminated by a large and bright bonfire, it would have been very difficult to notice. Roar! Suddenly, Mo Ying heard the roar of an evil beast from the vicinity of the village, followed by the aura of a high-rank demon soldier peak, and her heart leapt with joy. At last! Mo Ying immediately flew towards the source. Miles away. Within an ancient village with a long heritage. The people here wore beast skin clothes and had various white animal patterns painted on their bodies, resembling creatures with tiger bodies and human faces. In the center of the village, a huge bonfire was lit. Towering flames rose up, making the surrounding tens of meters unbearably hot. Next to the bonfire was a high platform where a young girl was bound and gagged, tied atop the platform. Hoo ha ha! The beast-skin-clad villagers encircled the girl, making strange calls and chanting as if summoning something. Roar! A piercing roar soon followed, and everyone looked up to see a tiger-bodied, human-faced demon descend from the skies, landing on the platform. Sniffing the girl's scent, a look of intoxication appeared in its eyes. We welcome Venerable Hu. She is our offering for this year, we hope you like it. The villagers knelt on the ground, their faces full of piety. Venerable Hu stared at the crying girl on the platform, a smile of extreme cruelty spreading across its face, and in the next moment, it bit down. Clang! A burst of sword chi tore through the air, sending Venerable Hu flying. Afterward, Mo Ying landed on the platform, her long sword flashing as she cut the ropes binding the young girl. Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving my life. The girl knelt on the platform, continuously kowtowing. However, Mo Ying wasn't in the mood to speak with her, rather her expression was one of grave concern as she looked towards Venerable Hu who lay fallen on the ground. As for the villagers, they had scattered and fled the moment Venerable Hu was struck, vanishing without a trace. Dare to ruin my good deed, you're courting death. Venerable Hu roared furiously, looking at the sword wound on its neck that was deep enough to reveal bone. Had it not been for its tough life, that single sword strike would surely have been the end of it. Chapter 133. Mo Ying's Chance Encounter, Shu Hongyu appears. A mere high-ranking demon soldier peak, and yet so presumptuous. Mo Ying's face was cold, her words filled with anger. These villagers revered this mutated tiger demon as a divine being, and they were willing to use girls from outside as sacrifices, all deserved to be killed. Die! Venerable Hu leaped forward, his two sharp claws lunging at Mo Ying, while at the same time opening his mouth to spray out a scorching beam of light. Immortal Master, watch out, the young girl hastily warned. Without a word, Mo Ying grabbed the girl and retreated to a distance, clenched a sword-fighting gesture, and invoked the sword combat technique. The breeze-riding sword, with a whistling sword wind, nimbly circled to Venerable Hu's side and stabbed into the prior sword wound. Aoo! Venerable Hu let out a pained cry, ready to swat away the breeze-riding sword, but unexpectedly, the sword suddenly burst forth with sword chi that had been accumulating within it. Thud! The head of Venerable Hu was severed, rolling onto the ground and frightening the young girl so much that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Finally dealt with. Mo Ying confirmed that Venerable Hu had met his demise, sheathed her sword, and then pinched the young girl's philtrum, waking her up. The young girl looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, then back at the fallen Venerable Hu, turned pale with fright, and vomited. Once she had recovered, the young girl saw Mo Ying still standing by and quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for your rescue. My name is Bai Liener, and I live in a small fishing village on the north bank of the Fenhuo River." "A small fishing village? That's quite a few tens of miles from here," Mo Ying remarked, recalling the map of the Yungziao Great Forest. "Ah! That far?" Bai Liener's face turned even paler. "How did you get here?" Mo Ying asked. "I was washing clothes by the river today, but then the wind got too strong and blew them into the woods. I ran to get them, and that's when the people from this ancient village caught me. They insisted on sacrificing me to Venerable Hu," said Bai Liener, her heart racing with lingering fear. "I see. I'll take you back now," Mo Ying said, picking up Bai Liener and flying with her on a sword. Aloft in the sky, Bai Liener reveled in the caress of the gentle breeze, and as she watched the trees recede below her, she became greatly longing for the path of cultivation. "Immortal Master's sister, can I follow you and cultivate?" "I do not take disciples," Mo Ying replied, shaking her head. Bai Liener looked disheartened, but was not yet discouraged. "Then, can Immortal Master's sister take me into a sect? To cultivate, we must assess your aptitude. Unfortunately, when I checked you with spiritual energy just now, you had no aptitude." Mo Ying thought for a moment and still revealed the cruel truth. Upon hearing these words, Bai Liener trembled, lowered her head, and dared not speak again, afraid of annoying Mo Ying. Before long, they arrived near the small fishing village on the north bank of the Fenhuo River. At this time, villagers with torches were searching around, calling out Bai Liener's name loudly. "Dad, Mom, I'm here." Bai Liener leapt down from the sword and flung herself towards an elderly couple, and the three of them quickly broke into sobs. High above, Mo Ying hovered on her sword, looking down at the scene below. After a long thought, she eventually flew away on her sword. Mo Ying could see that Bai Liener's nature was pure, much like her own in the past. She empathized and wanted to take this young girl on the path of cultivation. But Bai Liener had no talent. Without it, unless one had a special bloodline like that of Jiao Jiaxi, even if they took the path of body refinement, it would still be fraught with difficulties and unlikely to lead to success. Instead of embarking on a path that is destined to be impassable, it's better to live a good life, Mo Ying murmured to herself, flying back towards the ancient village deep in Yungziao Great Forest, preparing to lift the carcass of Venerable Hu and return to Misty Sect to report. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. Mo Ying turned towards the sound and saw a sharp sword thrusting towards her face. She hurriedly swung her sword to block it, emitting a crisp clanging of metal. "It's been a long time." A gentle voice came from the dense forest. Then, a young woman walked out from the trees, bathed in the bright moonlight, revealing a playful face with two dimples when she smiled. "Why have you come?" Mo Ying sheathed her long sword. If Huo Yunjia, Shi Lei, and Li Jiao were here, upon seeing this young woman, they would have shown shock. Shu Hongyu, formerly ranked 5th in the Misty Sect, she possessed talent even beyond Xiao Fangwu, but had left to train before the old sect leader's lifespan was exhausted, and had not returned since then. Watching Mo Ying, Shu Hongyu smiled faintly, her dimples showing. "What, aren't you happy to see me back?" "Back?" Mo Ying furrowed her brows lightly. Shu Hongyu covered her mouth and chuckled, "Just kidding. Currently, I'm not in control of my own fate. Even if I insist on returning to the Misty Sect, my family won't agree. But how about you? How do you feel about being in the Misty Sect?" "It's better than I expected. The disciples get along well with each other, and most importantly, the sect leader is quite exceptional. He gives off a vibrant and hopeful vibe. The only fault is that he likes to say all sorts of bizarre things. Mo Ying thought for a moment and replied earnestly. Xu Hongyu took out a scroll and spread it out, revealing Ye Feng's portrait, which was as flamboyant as the man himself. I didn't expect this sect master uncle, whom I've never met, to be so formidable, rumored to be the chosen one, and even leading the sect to ascend to a higher rank. Alas, that's still far from enough. Xu Hongyu rolled up the scroll and shook her head in resignation. You want to come back? Mo Ying heard the implication in her words. Xu Hongyu sighed, of course, I want to go back. The days I spent on Misty Peak were the most carefree of my life. I also miss cooking with Jiao Jiao. But perhaps I'm just clumsy. Whenever I chopped vegetables, I would always cut my fingers. When cooking rice, it was almost always burnt. Fetching water, I would spill half before reaching the kitchen. Hearing this, Mo Ying gave a strange look and asked, speaking of which, how come you're here? The Divine Wind Sword sect chose a sword child named Mu Ruxia with supreme grade roots. My family wants me to get to know her. It's so annoying. Xu Hongyu rolled her eyes. Tonight as I was passing by, I saw you, so I waited here. Sword child, Mu Ruxia, a woman. Mo Ying was surprised. Indeed, a woman, and the first female sword child in the history of the Divine Wind Sword sect. They say her talent is extraordinarily high, dominating all true disciples. Starting from the Spirit Sea realm, she is expected to make a push for the Divine Origin realm, becoming the hope for the Divine Wind Sword sect to reach the 3-star force level, Xu Hongyu praised. Hearing you say this, Mu Ruxia does seem very impressive. Mo Ying nodded thoughtfully. By the way, that endless stretch of dark clouds a while ago, could it have been the phenomenon caused by a Divine Origin realm great power undergoing tribulation? Xu Hongyu lowered her voice. It's said to be the old ancestor of the Mystique Kingdom undergoing tribulation. Whether successful or not, no one knows yet. If succeeds, that would be the Mystique Kingdom's first void break realm being, capable of leading the kingdom to advance to a 4-star level. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a cough echoed from high above. I must go now, we'll meet again if destiny allows. Xu Hongyu quickly waved at Mo Ying, soared into the sky, and met with 2 element gathering realm powerhouses cloaked in black, flying southward. Mo Ying gazed towards the direction where Xu Hongyu disappeared and waved her hand. Thanks for that time you saved my life. After speaking, Mo Ying picked up the body of Venerable Hu and flew on her sword towards Misty Peak. At the summit of Misty Peak. Ding! Congratulations to registered disciple Mo Ying for completing the high-rank Demon Soldier level Demon Beast assessment. You may now be promoted to an outer sect disciple. The system's notification sounded. The next moment, Ye Feng woke up, his face filled with joy. She completed the assessment task so quickly. Worthy of being the number 1 fighter among the Misty Sect's disciples, it looks like Mo Ying will soon return. Chapter 134. Mo Ying's Memories, the Sub-Faction Elder's Helplessness. Ye Feng had been waiting on the rooftop. Late into the night, Mo Ying, holding the carcass of Venerable Hu, landed on the peak's summit and noticed Ye Feng standing in mid-air, fluttering a peculiar fan, a smile seemingly still hanging on his lips. This is your outer sect disciple identity token. Ye Feng tossed a black iron token over to her, which Mo Ying caught. Seeing the words Misty Sect protruding on the front and Outer Sect Mo Ying on the back, Mo Ying inexplicably felt a sense of belonging. Sect Master, you knew I completed the task. Mo Ying arched an eyebrow, a bit surprised. Of course, I knew. Ye Feng nodded, thinking to himself, I have system notifications, how could I not know? Thank you, Sect Master. Mo Ying put away the outer sect disciple identity token and threw Venerable Hu's body to the ground. This demonic beast was on the verge of half-transformation, attempted to harm the innocent people of Dawn, and has been slain by me. Well done. Ye Feng praised, you must be tired as well, go and soak in spirit spring water to ease your fatigue. Spirit spring water, containing abundant spiritual power, was excellent for recovery, whether used for bathing or drinking. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Ye Feng remembered the night he inadvertently glimpsed Mo Ying's silhouette, and his face turned a shade of embarrassment. Mo Ying did not understand why Ye Feng's expression turned odd, but she couldn't be bothered to ask and instead brought up another question. Sect Master, do you know Xu Hongyu? I know of her but have never met her. Why? Ye Feng had been brought to Misty Peak by the old sect leader at a time when Xu Hongyu had left Misty Peak several days prior, so he merely knew of her existence but had no idea what she actually looked like. Mo Ying asked meaningfully, if she were to suddenly return, would you accept her back into the Misty sect? Although he didn't understand why Mo Ying would ask such a question, Ye Feng still pointed to room number 5, saying, I have kept a room for her. If she is willing to return, it will depend on the circumstances. Ye Feng did not make any absolute statements. He had never met Xu Hongyu and didn't know if she would be accepted by the system. If Xu Hongyu was accepted, of course she would be received, but if not recognized by the system, he would say that their destinies had parted, and send her on her way. That was what he meant by depending on the circumstances. With that in mind, Ye Feng glanced at the sky. It's already after midnight. You should rest early as well. Having said that, Ye Feng lay down on the rooftop, waving a mini banana palm fan, leisurely closed his eyes to sleep, and soon dreamt of himself and a beautiful immortal fairy flying freely through the skies, thoroughly enjoying themselves, which caused him to drool. Mo Ying, seeing this scene, had an odd look on her face. She went back to her room to grab some clothes, then entered the bathroom, sinking into memories. Dozens of days prior, Mo Ying was not yet a disciple of the Misty sect. She had been injured by accident, and it was Xu Hongyu who saved her and introduced her to the Misty sect for cultivation and seclusion. Xu Hongyu is from County King City, and naturally, her family would not allow her to stay in the Misty sect for long, even though the Misty sect has now advanced to a high-rank sect. Still, in the face of 2-star rank forces, it's insignificant. If I were from a 2-star rank force, I would also want my daughter to join forces of the same rank or stronger. That was what Mo Ying thought to herself. She executed the recently learned fire cloud palm to heat the water in the wooden barrel with spiritual power and then comfortably soaked in it. The next morning, Mo Ying practiced swordplay on the rooftop kneeling, with Venerable Hu's carcass still lying on the ground, unattended to. Senior Sister Mo, you're back. Long Tianxing, carrying an axe, saw Mo Ying on the rooftop and quickly waved, calling out. Senior Sister Mo is back. Xiao Jiaxi, who was lifting stones for body refinement, heard the shout, turned to look, lost his balance, and got pinned to the ground by the massive stone. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and it didn't hurt him in the least. I arrived last night, and I'm now an outer sect disciple. You all need to work harder too, Mo Ying said calmly. I'm an outer sect disciple now as well, Long Tianxing announced, patting the identity token hanging at his waist. My brother and sister are so fast. I need to work even harder. Xiao Jiaxi felt a sense of urgency, lifted the stone again, and continued the strenuous practice of the first move. Just 20 more times, I must succeed today. Mo Ying glanced at the ground and saw Brother Flathead still sleeping, with more than half of his body covered by something. On closer inspection, it appeared to be a red belly band. What in the world? Mo Ying curled her lips, wondering who could be so mischievous. Meanwhile, 100 miles north of White Float City, in a valley of a branch of the Spirit Beast sect, self-proclaimed Sea King Xiejiaran was riding on the back of a giant white crane, flying with Peng Hyun. The branch elder had left and returned, and now sat on the thatched roof with a look of frustration, repairing the hole he had made himself with a stubborn headbutt last time. I am utterly exasperated. The sect master actually won't let me return to the sect, insisting that I continue to hold this position. It's absurd. Does the sect master not realize that if this continues, Xiejiaran will be the death of me? He grumbled. As the branch elder became more and more agitated, he kept stomping on the roof. Then, he accidentally stepped into thin air and fell down with a cry of ow. Divine Wind Sword Child Mu Rugzhu has come to pay a visit to the junior sect master of the Spirit Beast sect, Xiejiaran. A cold voice came from outside the valley. The branch elder's pupil shrank, and he quickly got to his feet. Mu Rugzhu. I remember she is Xiejiaran's cousin, blessed with supreme grade roots. It has only been half a year since I've seen her, and she has already ascended to become a sword child of the Divine Wind Sword sect. The branch elder thought of Xiejiaran's personality, and how with a cousin as glorious as Mu Rugzhu, she would become even more indulgent. His face instantly filled with sorrow. The next moment, 5 graceful figures entered the valley. My dear older cousin, why have you come? Xiejiaran immediately leaped down from dozens of meters in the air, landing firmly on the ground, took Mu Rugzhu's small hand, and began to swing it back and forth vigorously. Cough, cough. The branch elder sat on the ground and coughed loudly twice, hinting at Xiejiaran that now that Mu Rugzhu had become Divine Wind Sword Child, she needed to be mindful of her image. However, Xiejiaran turned a deaf ear, much to the elder's chagrin. Cousin, you're as mischievous as ever, Mu Rugzhu said, caught between resisting and not resisting as Xiejiaran gripped her hands. Her face was an open book of helplessness. The 4 maids all looked down, pursing their lips, daring not to laugh. Hasn't it always been like this? Wow! You look even more magnificent than you did half a year ago, Xiejiaran laughed, saying things that seemed completely baffling. Mu Rugzhu instinctively looked down and noticed Xiejiaran's gaze fixedly staring at her prominent chest. She quickly tightened her grip on Xiejiaran's hand to prevent any sneaky groping. Hee hee. My big cousin is so clever, always knowing what I'm up to, Xiejiaran chuckled. Cousin, remember you're a junior sect master, and pay attention to your image. Mu Rugzhu stepped back 3 meters, keeping her distance. Anyhow, I came here specifically to tell you that I've become the Divine Wind Sword Child. Please pass the news to our aunt and give her my regards. Don't worry. My mother is more well informed than I am, she definitely knows you've been promoted to Sword Child by now, Xiejiaran assured her. In that case, I should be getting back to the sect, said Mu Rugzhu, ready to turn and leave. She had come in a hurry and was leaving in 1, 2. In such a rush. Xiejiaran's eyes widened. There will be quite a few visits to the Divine Wind Sword sect in the coming days, and I need to be there to receive them. I have to head back right now, Mu Rugzhu explained. Well then. I have something to do today too, so I can't accompany you, Xiejiaran said, ready to leave with Peng Hyun, who was standing by. Where to? Mu Rugzhu asked reflexively. Misty Sect, Xiejiaran replied without concealing the information. Misty Sect, the recently established high-ranked sect in the White Float City area. Mu Rugzhu showed a trace of surprise. Yes. Xiejiaran nodded. Big cousin, you know about Misty Sect too? It seems our Sect Master Ye has grown too handsome to hide. Upon hearing this, Mu Rugzhu felt an urge to send Xiejiaran flying with a slap but refrained, saying, I might as well go and have a look. You're going to Misty Sect? Both Xiejiaran and Peng Hyun looked surprised, and even the branch elder sitting under the thatched hut found it unbelievable. Divine Wind Sword Child Mu Rugzhu, why would she want to visit Misty Sect? Could it really be because she thinks Ye Feng is good looking and wants to see him for herself? Chapter 135. Visiting the Misty Sect, Mu Rugzhu's surprise. Xiejiaran, Peng Hyun, and the branch elder of the Spirit Beast sect all stood there dumbfounded, feeling this was incongruent with their preconceived notions of Mu Rugzhu. After all, she was a Divine Wind Sword Child of the 2-star Divine Wind Sword sect. Her status was revered. What business did she have at the high-ranked Misty sect? Logically, shouldn't it be Ye Feng from the high-ranked sect visiting the Divine Wind Sword sect? The three of them were utterly bewildered. I'm going over there to ask about something, Mu Rugzhu disclosed her intentions. Originally, she had planned to return directly to the Divine Wind Sword sect, but since she heard Xiejiaran was headed to the Misty sect, she might as well join them and see what kind of sect could cultivate a sword Dao genius like Huo Yunjia. So that's how it is. Xiejiaran was still a bit confused, but she didn't ask further and immediately set out. Mu Rugzhu, accompanied by her four maids, closely followed suit. The branch elder of the spirit beast sect sat under a thatched hut, watching Xiejiaran leave the valley, jumping 3 feet high in exultation. Ha ha ha! The lass has finally set out. At last, my ears can have some peace, he laughed heartily. At the summit of Misty Peak, Qiao Jiaxi was lifting stones for body refinement. 85th time now. 15 more to go, and I can use this movement to compress and condense the bloodline in my body to the limit, then release it in an instant to break through my bottleneck and step into the second layer of body refinement, he grunted determinedly. Qiao Jiaxi clenched his teeth and persevered. Through several days of hard training, he found that his body had grown increasingly stronger. Even a giant stone weighing 1,000 pounds could be easily lifted above his head, and he continuously lifted and lowered it to train his body. 1, 2, 3. Qiao Jiaxi's hands were upheld as if supporting the heavens. He took a horse stance, trying to straighten his body before squatting down again, exuding waves of heat. Sister, trouble you to splash me with water. Qiao Jiaxi suddenly called out. Just a moment, junior brother. I'm coming, Xiaohe responded and immediately scooped up a ladle of spirit spring water and splashed it on Qiao Jiaxi, making a sizzling sound like red-hot iron plunged into water. Mo Ying opened her spirit eyes and noticed that Qiao Jiaxi's pores were like countless whirlpools, absorbing the spiritual power embedded in the spirit spring water to become the source of power for his bloodline. Junior brother Qiao is really amazing. Xiaohe exclaimed in admiration and continued to feed the mountain guardian spirit beasts like the White Float 5 immortals. Having been purified by the bloodline purifying pill, the bloodlines of several spiritual beasts were even purer. After eating the spirit beast feed, their breakthroughs came swiftly. Before long, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and Fox De Hong will be able to ascend to the peak of middle-rank demon soldier level, and as for Little White Fox and the other 4 spiritual beasts, they will reach the middle-rank demon soldier level today, Ye Feng thought, watching everything happening at the peak with inward delight. The task of having prestige points over 10,000 was completed. The mission to subdue 2 lower-rank demon generals was also accomplished. At this stage, all that was left was the task of cultivating 7 high-rank demon soldier-level demonic beasts and the disciples' promotions. In Ye Feng's view, he wouldn't need 3 months to complete the second phase tasks as sect leader. At the base of Misty Peak, Xiejiaran, Pang Hyun, and Divine Wind Sword Child Mu Rugzhu, along with their party, descended at the foot of the mountain, only to find quite a few people gathered around a stele. What are you all doing? The straightforward Xiejiaran asked outright. The onlookers, all ordinary people, noticed the ethereal aura of the newcomers and hastily bowed, saying, "Greetings, immortal masters." This stele was erected by Sect Master Ye of the Misty Sect. It is said that those who can pass through that misty area have the qualifications to become disciples of the Misty Sect. One of Mu Rugzhu's maids couldn't help but laugh. Even a high-ranked sect has set up such a test? Do they think they're a star-level sect? Watch your language. Mu Rugzhu's voice was cold and clear. As soon as she spoke, the maid quickly bowed her head and apologized. Let's go, up the mountain. Mu Rugzhu soared into the sky and soon arrived in front of the misty area. This appears to be a miniature formation, more exquisite than the sect protection array of typical 1-star sections. That powerful? The 4 maids expressed their astonishment. What's so impressive about that? Last time little fatty and I came here, we could walk straight up to the peak of Misty Peak without any hindrance, Xiejiaran said. After finishing her sentence, she grabbed Pang Hyun and Mu Rugzhu and leaped into the misty area. But as they walked, Mu Rugzhu realized both Xiejiaran and Pang Hyun had mysteriously disappeared, leaving herself and her four maids trapped in the fog. This formation does have some tricks up its sleeve, Mu Rugzhu chuckled, unfazed. As the Divine Wind Sword child of the Divine Wind Sword sect and the Element Gathering Realm prodigy who surpassed all other true disciples, Mu Rugzhu has always been arrogant and confident in her strength. Moreover, she had already developed her spiritual sense and was not afraid of illusionary formations. This formation is quite remarkable. With just the four of you, it would be impossible to break through the fog, she said. As Mu Rugzhu spoke, she formed a spell with her hand and released her spiritual sense to scout around, ready to find the weak spot of the illusionary formation and break through in one fell swoop. However, her expression gradually changed. Sword child, what's wrong? One of the maids quickly asked. This formation is an extremely profound compound formation, even I can't find the weak point. In other words, I can't break the formation. Mu Rugzhu's face grew somber. Though she was only at the first layer of the element gathering realm, with the auxiliary cultivation method of the Divine Wind Sword sect and powerful spells and secret techniques at her disposal, she could fight even those at the fourth layer of the element gathering realm. And yet, she was trapped by the sect protection array of a mere high-ranked sect. Misty sect is not simple, she exclaimed. Mu Rugzhu's breathing quickened slightly. Stand where you are, do not act recklessly to avoid sinking deeper. Yes, the four maids dared not disobey. Only now did they realize how serious Misty sect was and regretted their previous underestimation. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through, and the five of them suddenly found the fog before them dissipating, revealing a clear path straight to the peak. At the end were two women, waving their hands. Sword child, it's your cousin Xiejiaran, and Pang Hyun, an inner sect disciple of the Liu Yun sect. They've actually reached the peak, one of the maids said solemnly. With a slight nod of her chin, Mu Rugzhu said, follow me up. Having said that, the party of five soared into the air and soon landed on the peak of Misty Peak. Big cousin, you've finally made it up here. It looks like you must have been trapped by Sect Master Ye's formation just now. Xiejiaran pinched Mu Rugzhu's delicate face and laughed heartily. Annoying, why do you have to say it when you can see it? With Xiejiaran pointing it out, Mu Rugzhu's face lost some of its composure. Is this the Divine Wind Sword child? I'm honored to meet you. Ye Feng, accompanied by several disciples, approached, standing at the entrance of the Misty sect. After Xiejiaran and Pang Hyun reached the peak, realizing that Mu Rugzhu and her party had not yet arrived, they quickly found Ye Feng to apprise him of the situation. Upon learning that it was the Divine Wind Sword child of the Divine Wind Sword sect who had come to visit, Ye Feng opened the path upward without a second word. Are you Sect Master yet? Mu Rugzhu sized up Ye Feng and, noticing his complete lack of cultivation yet ability to levitate, her mind turned to the recent rumors about the Chosen One. I am indeed Ye Feng, he nodded. May I know the purpose of Sword Child's visit to our Misty sect? Mo Ying stood beside Ye Feng, curiously observing Mu Rugzhu, surprised to meet her here. This meant Shu Hongya would find nothing on her venture, wouldn't she? Mu Rugzhu was unaware of Mo Ying's thoughts. Her original intent was simply to see the Misty sect. But upon arrival, she found the sect protection array extraordinary. Reaching the peak, she also discovered the rich spiritual energy, clearly indicating the presence of a miniature spirit vein. As for the few disciples of the Misty sect, although they were few in number, their cultivation levels were not lacking. Together with the Chosen One, Ye Feng, the potential of the entire Misty sect was significant, much to Mu Rugzhu's surprise. Overlooking Ye Feng and the others, Mu Rugzhu's gaze sharpened as she glimpsed Brother Flathead lying asleep on the ground. Even possessing a lower-rank demon general, the potential of Misty sect is remarkable. Becoming a star-level sect is just a matter of time. No wonder they could nurture a sword Dao genius like Huo Yunjia, she analyzed inwardly. Regaining her focus, Mu Rugzhu looked at Ye Feng. Does your sect have a disciple who specializes in the sword Dao named Huo Yunjia? As soon as these words were out, all the members of Misty Sect widened their eyes. Why would Mu Rugzhu ask that? Had Huo Yunjia caused some trouble? With this thought, Ye Feng's expression gradually became serious. Chapter 136. News about Huo Yunjia, arrival at the ancient town of Quicksand. Have you seen second senior brother? Li Jiao quickly asked. How is Yunji doing? Shi Lei was also very concerned about Huo Yunjia's safety. He's injured, Mu Rugzhu said, causing the expressions of the Misty Sect disciples to change dramatically. Ye Feng asked in a deep voice, what happened to Yunji? Huo Yunjia arrived at the ancient town of Quicksand and was pursued by a flying frenzy lizard at the transformation stage, sustaining severe injuries and falling into a coma. I, Sword Child, saved him, so his life is no longer in danger. He should be recovering in the town by now, Mu Rugzhu briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing that Huo Yunjia was not in grave danger, the disciples all breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Feng relaxed and said with clasped hands, it turns out that Sword Child saved Yunji, thank you very much. He is a sword Dao genius who has grasped a very powerful sword drawing technique. It's a pity he hasn't fully succeeded yet, otherwise, with his strength alone, he could have slain the flying frenzy lizard. I intervened to save him because I didn't want to see such a talent perish. If I hadn't, the world would have lost a future sword Dao master. Having said this, Mu Rugzhu gave Ye Feng a clasped hand salute. I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave now. Thank you for coming all the way to inform us. Please take care, Sword Child, Ye Feng said as he opened the misty area, allowing Mu Rugzhu and her four mates to soar into the sky, flying southward. Big cousin, don't leave. Xie Jiaran hurriedly waved her hand, but Mu Rugzhu was already far away. Mo Ying, watching Mu Rugzhu's retreating figure, remembered what Xu Hongyu had said the night before and thought to herself that Mu Rugzhu must be in a hurry to get back to the Divine Wind Sword sect to receive guests like Xu Hongyu. So you have such an impressive cousin. Ye Feng retracted his gaze and turned to Xie Jiaran. You came this time specifically to deliver high-grade spirit beast feed, right? Of course. Xie Jiaran rolled up her sleeves, revealing 10 storage bracelets, and placed 15 huge barrels on the ground, each filled with fragrant high-grade spirit beast feed. That's a total of 15,000 caddies. Another 15,000 caddies I plan to sell back at the sect, and after earning some money, we can split it, Xie Jiaran said as she winked at Ye Feng. Great! Do you have anything else, fellow Daoists yet? Ye Feng placed his hands on Xie Jiaran's shoulders, ready to send her off. Sect Master yet, you heartbreaker, I specially brought you spirit beast feed, and you won't even offer me a cup of tea, Xie Jiaran pouted, deliberately showing a very sad expression. 10 minutes later, in the high sky, Xie Jiaran, holding a cup of hot tea, watched Ye Feng descend towards the peak and shivered with indignation. She drank the tea in one gulp and spat out, he has no sense of romance at all, does tea really just mean tea? Peng Hyun floated nearby, secretly laughing, saying nothing. Atop Misty Peak, Ye Feng looked at the 15 barrels of high-grade spirit beast feed, his smile so wide it wouldn't close. In fact, Ye Feng would have been happy to invite Xie Jiaran to stay as a guest. But the thought of Xie Jiaran's carefree personality and periodic idiocy made Ye Feng worry she might tear down Misty Peak, so he decided it was best to send her off quickly for safety's sake. Sect Master Uncle, with so much spirit beast feed, Little White and the others will be able to break through to the middle and high-rank demon soldier level quickly, Li Jiao said as she grabbed a handful of feed to give to the little white fox in her arms. This is 15,000 caddies of high-grade spirit beast feed, plus the previous 3,000 caddies, it's enough for the mountain guardian spirit beasts to eat for a long time, Ye Feng said, his face shadowed with concern when he thought of Huo Yunjia still recuperating in the ancient town of Quicksand. Sect Leader, do you need me to go heal second senior brother? Nanny Yan Ruyu took the initiative to approach Ye Feng. Ye Feng remembered that Yan Ruyu's mission was to cultivate spirit medicine and treat at least one injured disciple. Now that Huo Yunjia was injured, this was a rare opportunity. Therefore, Ye Feng nodded, I've decided to go to the ancient town of Quicksand today. Are you will come with me. Okay. Yan Ruyu nodded obediently. I really want to go too. Long Tianxing said weakly. Ye Feng gently slapped Long Tianxing on the head and said, you will help Shilei with building the sect. Are you and I going together will be enough. Sect Leader, let me go too. Mo Ying volunteered, having been through this period of training, I've found that my bottleneck has slightly loosened. If I can experience more outside, I will be ready to start preparing for the element gathering realm. Hearing this, Ye Feng slapped his forehead, I almost forgot, I haven't bought the second volume of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan yet. It's said to cost only 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, which isn't expensive. I'll buy it while we're out. Mo Ying nodded. An hour later, a somewhat ancient spirit boat flew hundreds of meters above the ground, much faster than ordinary sword flying. Ye Feng sat at the bow, while Yan Ruyu obediently massaged his shoulders. Mo Ying stood in the middle of the spirit boat, holding a flying sword, vigilantly observing her surroundings. This spirit boat was obtained when they killed the avatar of Suhun Zhenren, and after embedding several spirit stones, it could fly at high speeds. According to this speed, we should arrive at ancient town of Quicksand by this afternoon, Ye Feng said, holding a map and analyzing their progress. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed half the sky red. In ancient town of Quicksand, inside a quiet and elegant courtyard, Huo Yunjia lay on a jade platform, feeling numb all over. Although most of his injuries had healed, the meridians throughout his body still hadn't recovered and ached slightly. Beixiuding walked over with a bowl of medicinal soup. Yunjia, it's time for your medicine. What kind of medicine is this? It's a spiritual medicine specifically for soothing meridians. The effect is decent, it should speed up your recovery by 30%. Thank you. After drinking the medicine, Huo Yunjia indeed felt much more comfortable. Looking out the window, his mind kept replaying the details of drawing the sword last night, his eyes flickering with insight. So, I need to concentrate all my spiritual power to be able to burst forth with sword light, but what's the principle behind this? Right, compression. Both sword light and sword qi are a form of rapidly compressed energy. As a cultivator, I can compress the spiritual energy and condense it onto the sword blade, instantly striking out to unleash a terrifying destructive force. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough yet, I can only draw the cold light sword out by a foot. Thinking this, Huo Yunjia found his thoughts becoming clearer. As long as his body fully recovered, he could continue to practice, until he mastered the real sword drawing technique. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached. The next moment, to his astonishment, Huo Yunjia found Ye Feng, Yan Ruyu and Mo Ying standing at the door. He rubbed his eyes. Strange, am I seeing things? Who are these three? Beixiuding also saw Ye Feng and the others, promptly asking. Upon hearing the question, Huo Yunjia excitedly sat up straight. Sect Master Uncle, is it really you? After listening to Huo Yunjia, Beixiuding covered her mouth with her hand. So this is Sect Master Ye of Misty Sect? He looks so young. We heard you were injured, so we rushed over. Ye Feng looked at Huo Yunjia, and noticing he was not missing any limbs, his expression gradually relaxed. Then he turned to Beixiuding. Are you Beixiuding, the sect leader of Quicksand Sect? Indeed, I am the junior. I pay my respects to Sect Master Ye. Beixiuding quickly bowed in salute. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. After arriving in ancient town of Quicksand, Ye Feng had inquired about the situation and was aware of what happened the night before. Even the address of this small courtyard was obtained by asking the townspeople. Ye Feng walked up to Beg Xiuding and took out a cloth bag, handing it over. Here are 100 lower-grade spirit stones, as thanks for taking care of Yunjia. Sect Master Ye, I can't accept this. Beg Xiuding repeatedly waved her hands, refusing. Chapter 137. Sanyuan City, shop owner Murongji. Just take it, Ye Feng said, then directly tapped into the power of the heroic spirits. Beg Xiuding found her hands moving beyond her control, actually reaching out to accept the bag of spirit stones. Realizing this was one of Ye Feng's astonishing techniques, her heart trembled with awe, and she immediately felt reverence. Are you, Heal Yunji? Yes, Sect Leader. Yan Ruya walked over to Huo Yunjia, stretched out both hands, and released a gentle life spirit force. Huo Yunjia felt a warm comfort throughout his body as all his damaged meridians rapidly healed, and in a short moment, he was fully recovered. Thank you, junior sister Ruu. Huo Yunjia leapt to his feet, moved around to test his body, and discovered he had no discomfort. The injury had unexpectedly expanded his meridians, and it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to reach the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. What kind of technique is this? Surprise was written all over Beg Xiuding's face. In her understanding, one needed to take healing medicine for injuries, so why was it that Huo Yunjia was completely healed just by absorbing a bit of soft light? Yan Ruyu, with pride on her face, explained, "This is my talent, no matter how severe the injury, I can heal it." Despite the explanation, Beg Xiuding was still a bit dazed. A healing talent, it sounded magical. Could this be the legendary special constitution? Beg Xiuding thought to herself. As soon as his injuries were healed, Huo Yunjia bounced around energetically, then he realized a question and quickly asked Ye Feng, "Sect Master Uncle, junior sisters, how did you know I was injured?" Murongji went to Misty Peak and spoke of your situation. Ye Feng patted Huo Yunjia's shoulder. She praised you as a sword Dao prodigy. Work hard and your future will be bright. Hearing that it was Murongji who had told them, Huo Yunjia and Beg Xiuding exchanged glances, feeling surprised. To both of them, Murongji did not seem like someone who would take the trouble to go to the Misty Sect to report such minor matters. At that moment, Ye Feng asked, "Yunji, now that your injuries are healed, what do you plan to do next?" "Sect Master Uncle, I have already grasped the essence of the sword drawing technique. Please allow me to continue tempering myself in the outside world. After some time, I'm certain I'll master it." Huo Yunjia knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Ye Feng. Ye Feng helped Huo Yunjia up. "That's your decision, and as the sect leader, my first response is to support you. Stand up." "Thank you, sect leader." Huo Yunjia quickly stood up. "Since you've recovered, this sect leader also plans to leave." "Oh yes, is there a merchant alliance near the ancient town of Quicksand where one can buy the second volume of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan?" Ye Feng asked Beg Xiuding. "Yes, if you follow the flowing water river downstream, about 150 li away, there's a 1-star level city that houses a branch of the Myriad Commerce Alliance." Beg Xiuding, being a local, knew very well. Hearing it was the Myriad Commerce Alliance, Ye Feng couldn't help but curl his lip, thinking to himself that the Myriad Commerce Alliance truly lived up to its reputation as a bunch of rich merchants, establishing branches everywhere. "Thanks." Ye Feng expressed his gratitude, then with Yan Ruyu and Mo Ying, boarded the spirit boat and sped along the flowing water river at full speed. Huo Yunjia, with the cold light sword on his back, looked towards the direction in which Ye Feng was departing and clenched his fists involuntarily. Sect Master Uncle is actually going to purchase the second volume of the basic cultivation technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. It seems that junior sister Mo Ying is about to reach her bottleneck and is preparing to break through to the element gathering realm. I can't fall behind either. Having said that, Huo Yunjia performed the starting pose for the sword drawing technique, staring at a tree in the courtyard, attempting once more to condense the spiritual energy within his body. High above the flowing water river, the spirit boat soared higher and higher. Ye Feng's gaze swept over the soaring mountains and saw the one-star city that Beigs Yuding had mentioned. Mo Ying took out the map to look, and then said, "This city is named Sanyuan City. It is protected by 3 cultivators at the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, and the city lord's mansion even has more than 10 element gathering cultivators, making it much stronger than White Float City." 3 element gathering cultivators? No wonder it's called Sanyuan City, Ye Feng muttered. Mo Ying shook her head and explained, Sanyuan City was established 200 years ago as a distribution center for goods. Everything was sold for 3 copper coins, so the city was named Sanyuan City after it was built. Ah! I see. Ye Feng said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The spirit boat was fast. When night fell, the trio had already arrived at Sanyuan City. Although Ye Feng did not show his strength, with Mo Ying, a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement by his side, they were able to deter many with ill intentions and smoothly reached the Myriad Commerce Alliance branch. "Welcome honored guests, what would you like to purchase?" As soon as they entered the Myriad Commerce Alliance, several dignified and beautiful maids approached them. They seemed to be of a higher class than those at the branch in White Float City. "I want the 2nd volume of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan," said Ye Feng, as the sect leader. Naturally, he was the one to speak. When the maids heard it was Ye Feng, a man of no cultivation level, speaking, their faces remained indifferent, and although they were somewhat surprised, their professional etiquette led them to smile and say, "Honored guest, the 2nd volume of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan requires 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones. Why is it more expensive by half than other stores?" Ye Feng was surprised. "Our store includes the practice insights of 10 element gathering experts with the technique, so we charge an extra 500 spirit stones. However, if the honored guest does not require them, you can just purchase the original," the reception maid explained. Ye Feng looked at Mo Ying and Yan Ruyu. "Do you need the cultivation insights?" "If possible, we should take them," Mo Ying nodded, as having the cultivation insights of predecessors could save them from many detours. "All right, here are 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones." Ye Feng placed the spirit stones on the table, and immediately a rich spiritual pressure spread out. Ever since he looted the Tiger General's underground treasury, Ye Feng had found himself becoming increasingly wealthy, and the amount of spirit stones would grow even more once Yejiaran sold the high-grade spirit beast feed. "Here is the cultivation technique and practice insights you requested." The maid placed a special treasure box on the table. Opening it, there was a brand new cultivation technique inside, the 2nd volume of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. In addition, there were 10 ancient tomes of varying thickness, all containing the cultivation experiences and insights of other element gathering cultivators. Ye Feng picked up the ancient tomes and found they were made from special materials that wouldn't rot in water, burn in fire, or crack in ice. The handwriting was neat and clear, able to be preserved for tens of thousands of years, and indeed worth the price. "Do you require anything else, honored guest?" the reception maid asked. Someone who could casually produce 1,500 spirit stones was indeed a true honored guest in their eyes, and their attitude became even more cordial. "I need to sell some unused spiritual artifacts and spiritual medicine. Does Myriad Commerce Alliance purchase these?" Ye Feng asked. "Of course we do." A woman who was at the peak of 9th layer Qi refinement came out from behind the bead curtains. She wore delicate makeup, her long dress trailing the ground, moving as though she were a floating spirit butterfly, with a fragrant breeze following her. "Greetings to the store owner," a few reception maids hastily performed a courtesy. "I am the owner of this branch, Murongji, also an appraiser. May I ask what treasures the honored guest wishes to sell?" The woman gave Ye Feng a curtsy, her smile as charming as a blooming flower. Chapter 138. Everyone's surprise, Divine Wind Sword Sect Outer Sect Elder. Shopkeeper Murong, please take a look at this first. Ye Feng pulled out a hammer about 3 inches long. It seemed delicate but was radiating a spiritual light, clearly a lower-grade spiritual artifact. However, its surface was full of cracks, as it was taken from the underground treasury of the Tiger General. Murong Ji took the hammer with her handkerchief, scrutinized it for a moment, and then, in a gentle voice, she slowly said, "This is the lower-grade spiritual artifact Wolo hammer. The original price is 150 lower-grade spirit stones, but it has been damaged. It must be repaired by an artifact refiner before it can be used again. The recovery price is 50 spirit stones." Hearing it was only 50 spirit stones, Mo Ying shook her head, thinking the price was too low, not understanding why Ye Feng wanted to sell it. "Esteemed guest, what do you think?" Murong Ji asked. "Acceptable. By the way, there are dozens more of similar spiritual artifacts. Appraise them all." After speaking, Ye Feng dumped a large pile of items on the table, making a crash as the table collapsed under the weight. Hiss! A gasp of astonishment was heard. Whether it was Mo Ying, Yan Ruyu, Murong Ji, or the several maids nearby, all of their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Dozens of lower-grade spiritual artifacts. Had he robbed a star-level sect? Everyone looked at Ye Feng with eyes filled with amazement. Cough cough. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't steal these artifacts, I picked them up," Ye Feng, being stared at by all the women, hurriedly explained. "Oh." The crowd drew out the word, clearly disbelieving. Still, Murong Ji was someone who had seen a lot, and she quickly regained composure, picking up the damaged spiritual artifacts from the ground, appraising them one by one. "This is the lower-grade spiritual artifact Sun Moon Hook. The damage is not serious, the recovery price is 80 spirit stones. The lower-grade spiritual artifact Flying Spirit Bowl. It has a hole broken in it, but fortuitously, it has not harmed the internal formation, almost as good as if it's not broken at all. Just needs some minor repairs and polishing, and then it can be used. The recovery price is 100 spirit stones." Murong Ji lived up to her reputation as an experienced appraiser, completing all the appraisals in less than half an incense stick's time. "Esteemed guest, there are a total of 39 lower-grade spiritual artifacts. The total recovery price is 3,042 spirit stones. I will round it down to 3,100 for you." Murong Ji put down the last artifact, directly offering the total price. "Would you like to proceed with the transaction now?" "No rush, I also have 3 large boxes of spiritual medicine. Unfortunately, they've been stored for too long and more than half of their efficacy has been lost. As for the price, just make an offer." To everyone's astonishment, Ye Feng placed 3 large boxes on the ground, opened them, and inside were filled with different ages of spiritual medicine, their spiritual light dim, indeed looking like they have lost more than half of their efficacy. Mo Ying looked at the spiritual artifacts and medicines on the ground, frowning. What on earth has happened during these few days that I was out on my journey? She was very worried. Had Ye Feng robbed a star-level sect? Or could it be that he had raided some treasury? While Mo Ying was lost in her wild speculations, Murong Ji pulled herself out of her surprise and, using her handkerchief, picked up a root-shaped spiritual medicine and began the appraisal. Half an incense stick later, Murong Ji put down the last batch of medicinal herbs and announced the result. "The efficacy of these medicines hasn't just halved, it's nearly 2/3 gone. Therefore, I can only offer you 1,000 spirit stones in total." "No problem," Ye Feng agreed. After all, these were medicinal materials of little use, it was all the same once they were sold. "All right, here are 4,100 spirit stones, please take good care of them." Murong Ji took out a jade box containing many sparkling spirit stones. Ye Feng counted them, confirmed the number was correct, and then left the myriad commerce alliance with Mo Ying and Yan Ruyu, walking along the bustling streets of Sanyuan City. Sect leader, why did you sell those spiritual medicines? Yan Ruyu stood on Ye Feng's left side, full of curiosity. The effectiveness has decreased too much, we can't use them, so we can only sell them. Ye Feng said matter-of-factly. But, I can replenish the lost spirituality of the spiritual medicines. Yan Ruyu said something that made Ye Feng's jaw drop. That's possible? Then I, the sect leader, have made a big loss. Ye Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. If he had let Yan Ruyu replenish the spirituality before selling them, he could have earned at least 2,000 more spirit stones. But on second thought, here in Sanyuan City, far from the Misty Sect, given Yan Ruyu's current cultivation level and reserves of life spirit force, it wouldn't be enough to replenish 3 large boxes of spiritual medicines. So, he could only do it next time. Let's go, the sect leader is treating you to a big meal. Ye Feng, having pocketed 4,100 lower-grade spirit stones, feeling rich and oily, took Mo Ying and Yan Ruyu to a bustling snack street, where he let the 2 disciples eat whatever they wanted. Mo Ying, eating deep-fried scorpions, wanted to ask Ye Feng how he had acquired so many spiritual medicines and spiritual artifacts. But after thinking about it, she felt that as an outer sect disciple, it wasn't her place to be too inquisitive, so she remained silent. Yan Ruyu, on the other hand, was eating heartily. Her flat stomach seemed to be a bottomless pit, she devoured the entire street's worth of food and still wanted more. Ye Feng, afraid of going bankrupt from feeding them, quickly packed up a whole roast sheep, a roasted suckling pig, a 20-pound roasted fish, a large bunch of roasted leeks, roasted mushrooms, and other delicacies, then contentedly took the 2 disciples onto a spirit boat, moving upstream against the current of flowing water river. I'm so full. Yan Ruyu sat at the prow of the boat, resting her chin in her hands, admiring the bright full moon above, smacking her lips as if she had not had her fill. Hearing this, Ye Feng nearly fell off the spirit boat. He had not expected Yan Ruyu, as the wet nurse, appearing dignified, gentle, well-behaved, and sensible, could have such a shocking appetite. Good thing I, the sect leader, made some money, otherwise I really couldn't afford to feed her. Ye Feng complained inwardly. Previously, Yan Ruyu had said drinking spiritual spring water would be enough to fill her, but tonight she devoured the entire street's fare, truly giving him a scare. Someone's coming. Mo Ying suddenly pointed into the distance, alerting them. Ye Feng and Yan Ruyu looked over to see another spirit boat hundreds of meters away in the sky, speeding on its way. In the bow stood an elder in fluttering white robes, exuding a profound aura, with the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the element-gathering realm. Behind the elder stood 8 young men and women, all with cultivation levels above the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with the 2 strongest at the 9th layer peak. It's an outer sect elder of Divine Wind Sword Sect. Mo Ying had good eyesight, she noticed the emblem on the elder's cuff, a flying sword enveloped in clouds, as if holding divine power. How do you know it's an outer sect elder? Ye Feng asked. He had also seen the emblem of the Divine Wind Sword Sect and felt that the elder likely had a cultivation of around the 2nd layer of element gathering realm, but he couldn't guess the elder's status. Divine Wind Sword Sect is a 2-star rank force. Their elders are divided into outer sect and inner sect. Those below the 4th layer of element gathering realm are outer sect elders, and those at or above the 4th layer are inner sect elders. It is said that the Sect Master of Divine Wind Sword Sect has reached the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea realm, and besides, there are several supreme elders within the Spirit Sea realm, Mo Ying explained. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise, as expected of a 2-star rank force, just an inner sect elder coming out should be enough to sweep through ordinary 1-star forces like White Float City. Mo Ying nodded, that's usually the case. Speaking of which, it's strange. With their strength as a 2-star rank force, why haven't they dealt with Suhun Genren and instead let a bunch of 1-star forces fight to death? Ye Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Chapter 139. Anomaly in the Demon Locking Tower, the powerful Earth Demon. Throughout the southern river basin, including County King City, there seem to be only a few 2-star rank forces, and each of them is highly exalted. How could they possibly care about a mere soul capture true man? Besides, soul capture true man isn't foolish, he knows not to provoke the 2-star rank forces, so he has always been steady as an old dog. Otherwise, Divine Wind Sword Sect could just send an inner sect elder, who would be able to exterminate soul capture true man with a single sword strike. Mo Ying stated the reasons all at once. Hearing this, Ye Feng suddenly realized. That said, what are these people doing here so late at night? Ye Feng kept his distance from the procession of Divine Wind Sword Sect, not approaching but always maintaining a few 100 meters of separation. Not far away, an outer sect elder of Divine Wind Sword Sect glanced at Ye Feng's party, failing to sense any of Ye Feng's aura. Knowing only that Mo Ying and Yan Ruya were merely at the Qi refining realm, he looked away without further interest. Elder Yu, the task we have tonight is somewhat special. Should we drive those few people away? A horse-faced disciple standing behind the elder asked. A few at Qi refining realm, what of it? Hurry up and increase the speed, we must get to ancient town of Quicksand as soon as possible. This elder has a premonition that the earth demon is about to be born, we must reach it before it fully takes shape. Yes. Suddenly, the speed of the spirit boat increased by 50%, flying straight towards the ancient town of Quicksand. Before long, Ye Feng and his 2 companions had been left several miles behind. Behind them, Mo Ying frowned slightly and said, Sect Leader, it seems they are also heading to the ancient town of Quicksand, the same direction as us. What a coincidence! Ye Feng whispered. He had packed many delicious things in Sanyuan City, so he had planned to share some with Huo Yunjia when passing through ancient town of Quicksand. He had not expected that an outer sect elder of Divine Wind Sword Sect seemed to be heading there as well. Now, in the ancient town of Quicksand, Huo Yunjia, bending over, stared at a wooden log hanging from a tree. Suddenly drawing his sword, he carved an inch-deep mark into the wood and then sheathed it in an instant, performing the action in one fluid motion, which looked extremely dashing. Aren't you asleep yet? Beixiu Ding approached with a bowl of tea in hand and asked with concern. Since experiencing the life-or-death battle the night before, whenever Beixiu Ding looked at Huo Yunjia's handsome profile, she felt her cheeks growing warm. Not yet. You go sleep first, I'll continue to practice my sword. Huo Yunjia said, focusing on his target, ready to continue drawing and sheathing his sword. Although he had grasped the concept of the sword drawing technique, he was still determined to solidify his fundamentals, such as accuracy in swinging the sword and controlling its force. Afterward, he planned to reconcentrate his spiritual power and unleash an unparalleled sword radiance. By the way, has anyone come to repair the demon locking tower? Huo Yunjia asked curiously in passing. Beixiu Ding tiptoed to get a better view towards the demon locking tower and said, not for the time being, but I guess someone will come to fix it soon. Neither of them knew that at this very moment, beneath the ruins of the demon locking tower, a luminous formation was actively devouring the remnants of the demonic beast's souls and bloodline forces that had been suppressed here over the years. It was rapidly coalescing into a humanoid phantom under the cover of night. Thump! The sound of a heart beating like muted thunder suddenly erupted, instantly spreading throughout the entire ancient town of Quicksand and instilling an inexplicable fear in everyone, including Huo Yunjia and Beixiu Ding, as if they were witnessing the emergence of a terrifying great demon. What's going on? Beixiu Ding's breathing quickened instantly. Huo Yunjia, looking towards the demon locking tower, saw something that caused his pupils to dilate. Quick, look, what is that? Not just Beixiu Ding and Huo Yunjia, but all the inhabitants of ancient town of Quicksand opened their windows and gazed towards the direction of the demon locking tower. In the sky above, they saw a 10-meter tall humanoid creature, constantly absorbing nature's spiritual energy, with the tail about 5 meters long trailing behind. It was enveloped in radiance, which was gradually compressing and making its shape more solid. Above flowing water river. Elder Yu of Divine Wind Sword Sect, witnessing what was happening over the ancient town of Quicksand, halted his breath and roared, "No good! The earth demon has already emerged. I'll go ahead, you all proceed at full speed." With that, Elder Yu flew towards the demon locking tower at his fastest speed. Further behind, Ye Feng also saw the earth demon as it continued to compress itself, his eyes revealing a grave expression. "Sect Leader, that is a creature comparable to the element gathering realm's third layer. With our current strength, we are no match for it," Mo Ying said gravely, her sword trembling slightly as if in fear. "Element gathering realm's third layer." Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, that's manageable, we can barely handle it." Even though the combined strength might be equivalent to the third layer of the element gathering realm, Ye Feng dared not be too confident in his claim. "What?" Mo Ying was dumbfounded. The third layer of the element gathering realm was manageable? Seeing Mo Ying's unease, Ye Feng smiled and said, "During this time, the sect leader has increased in strength quite a bit. Even if we can't defeat one at the third layer of the element gathering realm, we can still ensure our own safety. Plus, Yunji is there. Even if there's danger, we have to rescue him." Upon hearing this, Mo Ying nodded. Because the spirit boat carrying the three of them was quite far from the ancient town of Quicksand, even though they had increased their speed, they still couldn't arrive immediately. Meanwhile, in the sky above the ancient town of Quicksand. He. I, the demon, am finally born. The earth demon, radiating light, had already been compressed to 2 meters in height, and its tail was only a little over a meter long. It swung behind it, producing a shrill swooshing sound as if it were a sword capable of slicing through the void. The earth demon leapt into the air, releasing a terrifying oppressive force like a storm sweeping through, blowing the ruins of the demon locking tower into the sky, and raining down on the ancient town of Quicksand like numerous meteors. Boom! Hundreds of houses were shattered, and many people were injured. "Run for your lives!" The townsfolk wept and shrieked as they ran for their lives, thrown into disarray. Huo Yunja watched the earth demon ascend, finding himself immobilized by its momentum, unable to even draw his sword. Beixiuding was even worse off, her entire body chilled to the bone and her lips trembling uncontrollably. "Die!" The earth demon suddenly let out a cold voice and, with a wave of its hand, unleashed a beam of light that destroyed an entire street, costing countless innocent lives. "Devil spawn, how dare you!" Just as everyone was in despair, Elder Yu of the outer sect of the Divine Wind Sword Sect finally arrived. Forming seals with his hands, he transformed his robust True Yuan into a golden fist shining with light, carrying the weight of 10,000 Jun, and it crashed down with a vengeance. A mere element gathering realm 2-star dares to act so presumptuously. The earth demon sneered. With a flicker of its form, it dodged the assault and, with a flick of its finger, shattered the giant fist. Then, it flew towards the grave-faced Elder Yu and swept its claws fiercely towards him. Rib! Elder Yu was sent flying, discovering 3 claw marks on his chest, deep enough to see bone. Had it not been for the lower-grade spiritual artifact's soft armor blocking, he might have been reduced to pieces at that moment. What terrifying strength, twice as strong as other demons from the demon locking tower. What on earth is going on? Elder Yu breathed heavily, deeply shaken, and quickly widened the gap between them. Divine Wind Sword Shield, condense. Fortunately, Elder Yu had abundant combat experience. He played defense as offense, invoking a middle-grade level spirit sword which floated above his head, unfolding several layers of sword shields to protect himself thoroughly. As an outer sect elder of the Divine Wind Sword Sect, Elder Yu also qualified to practice the auxiliary cultivation methods of the sect. He was already quite powerful, otherwise, he would not have dared to engage an earth demon of the element gathering realm 3-star with his 2-star cultivation level. Die! The earth demon roared and, with a sudden surge, appeared right in front of Elder Yu, claws slashing down with force. Boom! The terrifying momentum burst forth, and Elder Yu felt the divine wind sword shield vibrate uncontrollably before it exploded into pieces, no match for the earth demon. It's over. Elder Yu's face filled with horror, having not anticipated that the earth demon would be so strong, almost nearing the element gathering realm 4th layer. Boom! Suddenly, the earth demon spat out a dazzling ray of light from its mouth, and Elder Yu quickly swung his sword to block it, but he was still pierced through the chest, his body went limp, like a meteor falling toward the ground. Elder Yu! The disciples of the Divine Wind Sword sect aboard the spirit boat had their eyes split with rage. The disciple who reacted the fastest immediately bellowed, "Quick, deploy the 8-element demon-slaying sword formation." No sooner had his words fallen than 8 Divine Wind Sword sect disciples each took out a formation flag, inserting middle-grade spirit stones into the base of the flags, activating them all at once. A dazzling surge of sword light suddenly blossomed. On the ground, Huo Yunjia and Beigs Yuding found the sight extremely dazzling, and they felt an incredibly sharp sword chi. This was a powerful killing array. We have hope now. Huo Yunjia and Beigs Yuding felt a relief wash over their hearts. The immortal master is mighty, other survivors shouted, boosting morale. What they didn't know was that the 8 disciples wielding the sword formation had grave expressions and pale lips, as if the exertion had taken a huge toll on them. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was still on his way in a spirit boat. Chapter 140. Shadow of the Divine Wind Sword, Death and Rebirth. Hurry, even faster. Ye Feng stood at the bow, urging them on constantly. However, the spirit boat was quite ancient and simply couldn't fly fast. Ye Feng was so anxious that he was scratching his head and ears, afraid that Huo Yunjia might encounter disaster. Mo Ying and Yan Ruyu's expressions grew increasingly solemn. From a distance, they saw the formidable strength of the earth demon, easily inflicting heavy damage on an elder of the outer sect of the Divine Wind Sword sect who was at the 2nd layer of the element gathering realm. Even if the 3 of them rushed over, could they truly turn the tide? I hope they're all right. Mo Ying clenched her fists in worry. Ancient Town of Quicksand. 8-element demon-slaying sword formation, activate. The 8 disciples from the Divine Wind Sword sect acted in unison, waving their formation flags. Each of them was enveloped in a hazy radiance, with vigorous sword chi bursting from the flags, forming a sharp sword of light in the sky. Whoosh! The sword of light didn't pause for a second and immediately slashed towards the earth demon. Ha! Mere child's play, the earth demon scoffed. A pair of luminous wings suddenly sprouted from its back, and with a burst of speed, it dodged the sword chi. Earth demon, you're too careless, the horse-faced young man sneered. The earth demon abruptly turned its head, only to see the sword chi had changed direction and was slashing towards it head-on. It can track as well. The earth demon's gaze sharpened. It dodged repeatedly and began to close in on the 8 disciples, but soon found that the Divine Wind Sword sect disciples, maneuvering the radiance on their bodies, were extremely agile and impossible to catch. Clang! At that moment, the sword of light slashed across the back of the earth demon, leaving behind a startling gash that nearly cleaved it in 2. Damn it! The earth demon was enraged, looking coldly at the several Divine Wind Sword sect disciples who continued to dodge, with a millennium's worth of icy killing intent exploding in its eyes. Demon Emperor's heaven-shaking roar. The earth demon formed seals with its hands, and behind it, a colossal spectral head of a demon emperor appeared, glowing all over and making a roaring motion towards the sky. Fearsome sound waves swept out, shaking heaven and earth. Crack! The sword chi that the 8 disciples had gathered immediately shattered. Their eardrums split from the vibratory onslaught, and swept by the earth demon's chi, they all suffered grievous injuries, falling to the ground like meteors. They've actually lost. Huo Yunjia's gaze flickered, and his body began to tremble. That was a potent killing array, and it had been breached just like that? A mere miniature sword formation, and you thought to kill me. The earth demon hovered mid-air, its features fierce and the wound on its back not bleeding, but instead enveloped in light and gradually healing. Suddenly, a change occurred. The earth demon felt a chilling sensation and immediately turned its head to look. There stood Elder Yu, who should have been severely wounded, forming seals with his hands. His aura surged wildly, giving off an overwhelming sense of being devoured by an infinite storm. He bellowed, "Divine Wind Sword Shadows! No good!" The earth demon's pupils contracted, sensing something awry. But it was too late. Elder Yu's spirit sword suddenly unleashed countless sword shadows, which instantly reached the back of the earth demon and slashed at its wound. Rib! Under the shocked eyes of many, the earth demon was cut into pieces by the numerous sword shadows, like a gorgeous firework blooming in the air, slowly falling to the ground. Finally took care of it. Elder Yu, enduring the intense pain, retracted his spirit sword, feeling a great relief. The 8 disciples from the Divine Wind Sword sect who had fallen to the ground also exhaled deeply, thinking to themselves that Elder Yu was indeed powerful. He had even perfected the 4th grade spell Divine Wind Sword Shadows to the perfect stage, showcasing tremendous battle strength. The immortal master is mighty. The people of ancient town of Quicksand knelt on the ground, their faces filled with devout worship. In their eyes, Elder Yu was like a white-haired old immortal, a savior from heaven, rescuing them from fire and water. Huo Yunjia and Beixiuding realized that the pressure from the earth demon had dissipated and they could finally move freely. Fear still lingered in their hearts. So this is what a spirit sea realm expert is like? I wonder which power this senior comes from. His sword arts and spells are so profound, I really want to learn them. Huo Yunjia gripped his cold light sword tightly, feeling his own weakness. Beixiuding looked at the symbol on Elder Yu's sleeve and said, "This senior is an elder of the Divine Wind Sword sect. No wonder he's so formidable." Upon hearing this, Huo Yunjia suddenly understood. Several miles away, Ye Feng stood at the bow of the spirit boat, witnessing Elder Yu shattering the earth demon. He exclaimed in amazement, "What grade of spell is this that can produce countless sword shadows, leaving one unable to defend effectively? This spell is extremely powerful, reaching 8 times the strength of a 1st grade spell. It must be a 4th grade spell that has been cultivated to the perfect stage," Mo Ying explained. Ye Feng immediately became curious, speaking of which, if spells are divided into 9 grades, how powerful is the highest, the 9th grade? Mo Ying was well versed in this and elaborated, assuming the same proficiency, for every grade a spell increases, its power doubles. So the 9th grade spell is 256 times stronger than the 1st grade spell. That's strong. Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Then, if you could cast a 9th grade spell, wouldn't you be able to stand up against a 4th or 5th layer of the element gathering realm? Mo Ying shook her head with a wry smile. High-grade spells are not so easy to master, and even if one does, the consumption of such spells is enormous. With my current cultivation level, casting a 9th grade spell would instantly drain my spiritual energy, and besides, I wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Oh, I see, Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. What's your limit now? With my current cultivation level, plus the boost from the 2nd Qi Si, middle volume, I can fully cast a 4th grade spell once, but then I'd be completely drained and unable to continue fighting, said Mo Ying. Even with the aid of an auxiliary cultivation method, you can barely manage a 4th grade spell? That means for a general Qi refinement 9th layer, a 3rd grade spell would be their limit, Ye Feng speculated. That's about right, Mo Ying nodded. At that moment, the long-silent Yan Ruyu out of curiosity asked, "Sister, what realm is required to cast 9th grade spells freely and perfectly?" Mo Ying pondered for a moment. At least the Spirit Sea realm, and not just any ordinary Spirit Sea realm expert can do it. It must be someone with at least a 4th layer cultivation. With their realm, casting a 9th grade spell would be unimaginably powerful, like crushing dry weeds. After Mo Ying's explanations, Ye Feng and Yan Ruya became acutely aware of the terrifying nature of 9th grade spells, especially when used by a Spirit Sea Realm expert. Wouldn't they be able to flatten White Float City with a single slap? Thinking of this, both of them shuddered. Meanwhile, above ancient town of Quicksand, Elder Yu glanced at his injuries and took out a lower-grade healing origin pill to consume. His wounds were gradually healing and color finally returned to his face. "Elder, are you all right?" The 8 disciples approached on flying swords, their eyes filled with concern as they looked at the seriously injured Elder Yu. "It's nothing serious. Although injured and needing half a month to recover, at least the Earth Demon has been slain. You must quickly rebuild the Demon Locking Tower, reseal the new demonic beasts inside, and then return to the sect with me." Elder Yu was a workaholic. Even though he was seriously injured, he didn't forget to arrange work. "Understood." The disciples flew towards the ruins of the Demon Locking Tower. But just then, Elder Yu, looking down at the ground, discovered that not a trace of the Earth Demon's fragments remained. His pupils suddenly constricted. "Not good, there's trouble!" Elder Yu bellowed in alarm. With a splattering sound, a tail as sharp as a knife appeared behind Elder Yu, impaling him through his wound, suspending him midair. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, only to see the Earth Demon had reformed, its face cold and arms folded, having dealt with Elder Yu using just its tail. "Elder Yu!" The disciples from Divine Wind Sword Sect screamed heart-wrenchingly. The whole of ancient town of Quicksand was deeply shaken, while Huo Yunjia and Beigs Yuding stood petrified, their bodies trembling violently. Resurrection from death, how fearsome is that? Ye Feng finally arrived at ancient town of Quicksand, staring at the raging Earth Demon, immediately utilizing the Spirit Beast Pavilion's scouting function. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 141. Ye Feng makes a move, summoning wind and rain. A series of information emerged. Earth Demon, lower rank Demon General Peak. Talent, Resurrection, breaks spells. Note: a mutated demon beast formed by the convergence of various powers such as the remnants of demon beasts' souls, lifeblood, sources of strength, and the force of the earth, etc., accumulated by the Demon Locking Tower for 300 years. Its combat power is astonishing, and it is cruel and bloodthirsty. Ye Feng noticed the words breaks spells and was delighted. He quickly grasped the mini banana palm fan, which had enlarged to half a meter in length, feeling confident about rescuing people. Ye Feng had never thought he could annihilate the Earth Demon. In his view, even the Divine Wind Sword Sect's outer sect elder, who had cast 4th grade spells, had been defeated. He himself was merely comparable to the 3rd level of the Element Gathering Realm. The odds were too slim, and it would be remarkable enough to rescue everyone. In the sky, Elder Yu had been pierced through, feeling an icy chill throughout his body. Flung by the Earth Demon's tail, he crashed into the ruins of the Demon Locking Tower like a meteorite. The resulting turbulent energy severely injured 8 disciples of the Divine Wind Sword Sect in an instant. "Since this place has the Demon Locking Tower, let's just erase it." The Earth Demon laughed viciously, rising higher in the sky, holding its hands aloft as if supporting the heavens. It continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, condensing it into a 100-meter-wide fireball that illuminated more than a dozen miles around. The scorching breath rolled down, and everyone felt as though they were about to burst into flames, in agonizing pain. Elder Yu lay in the ruins, looking at the fireball that was about to fall, with a look of despair on his face. The 8 disciples lay on the ground, roaring with unwilling anger. Huo Yunjia and Beigs Yuding stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes reflecting the growing fireball, feeling desperate and not wanting to die like this. At this moment of life and death, Huo Yunjia suddenly remembered Ye Feng. "Sect Leader, I can't return." Just at this critical moment, the spirit boat finally arrived above the Demon Locking Tower. Ye Feng stared at the fireball, his expression changing drastically. the Earth Demon wants to burn down the entire ancient town of Quicksand. Mo Ying, are you? Stay far away. If I'm in danger, flee immediately. With that, Ye Feng, like a sharp sword, thrust towards the Earth Demon, holding the mini banana palm fan in both hands and fanning it repeatedly more than a dozen times. Who dares to stop me? The Earth Demon, with its keen sense of perception, detected Ye Feng's arrival. While still gathering the fireball with its hands, it spit out a blazing beam of light from its mouth, aiming directly at Ye Feng. However, a gust of wind approached, and the blazing beam immediately dispersed, turning into a spectacular, galaxy-like trail. Whoosh! The wind continued unabated, breaking through the Earth Demon's spell and, like a spiraling long spear, effortlessly pierced through the Earth Demon's chest. What is this power? The Earth Demon's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Its physique was so strong that it could easily withstand lower-grade spiritual artifacts, but it was pierced by a mere gust of wind? Boom! As the Earth Demon was blasted away, the huge fireball exploded with a thunderous crash, resembling countless meteors falling toward the ground, covering the skies for miles and threatening to destroy the entire ancient town of Quicksand. It's over. The crowd, having witnessed the emergence of Ye Feng and the heavy blow he dealt to the Earth Demon, thought a turning point had arrived. But before they could rejoice, they saw the falling flames and a fear rose from the depths of their hearts. Ha ha ha! Even though you have some tricks up your sleeve, once this fire falls, the entire ancient town will still be reduced to ashes. The Earth Demon revealed a hideous smile. Oh, is that so? Ye Feng remained composed, holding the mini banana palm fan and began to fan towards the ground. The first fan brought a howling wind. The second fan brought dense clouds and rain began to fall. The third, the fourth. Ye Feng continuously fanned, and rapidly expanded the area, bringing together a massive dark cloud above the ancient town of Quicksand. Torrential rain poured down, extinguishing the flames that had settled on the rooftops, grass, and in the bushes. How is this possible? The Earth Demon stared with his mouth agape in shock. Upon the ruins of the demon locking tower, Elder Yu was propped up by 8 disciples. Gazing at Ye Feng in the sky with the mini banana palm fan in hand, his elegant demeanor was so striking that they all widened their eyes in disbelief. The person who had rescued the entire town turned out to be the same youth they had mistakenly taken for a mortal sitting on another spirit boat. Elder, this man could summon wind and rain, and even fly through the air. He must be at least a strong practitioner in the element gathering realm, right? The horse-faced disciple exclaimed in shock. This man's aura is too well hidden, even I can't discern it. He's probably a top-notch expert above the 5th level of the element gathering realm, said Elder Yu, before quickly taking medicine to heal his injuries. On the ground, seeing Ye Feng, tears uncontrollably streamed down Huo Yunji's face as he thought emotionally, it's Sect Master Uncle. On the spirit boat, Mo Ying stood up excitedly, staring at the mini banana palm fan. What kind of spiritual artifact is that? It's incredibly powerful. Yan Ruyu said, a few days ago, I saw the sect leader using that fan to cool off, and I thought he had bought it from the roadside for 5 copper coins. Who would have thought? This fan is so formidable. The sect leader is becoming more and more inscrutable, muttered Mo Ying, looking at Ye Feng's upright silhouette with a complex expression. In the high sky, when the Earth Demon noticed that the flames had been extinguished and the townspeople of the ancient town of Quicksand were all kneeling, worshipping Ye Feng, he was immediately furious. Dare to ruin my plans, die! The Earth Demon furiously flapped the wings on his back, instantly arriving behind Ye Feng, his sharp tail aiming straight for Ye Feng's head as he stabbed forward. Whoosh! Ye Feng instantly retreated, fanning the mini banana palm fan and blowing out a gust of wind infused with spell-breaking power. Engulfed by the storm, the Earth Demon found his die and resurrect talent temporarily nullified, filling him with alarm. There's something strange about your fan. The Earth Demon quickly distanced himself from Ye Feng, forming hand seals, and his body erupted in a blinding light, illuminating tens of miles of the void around him. Elder Yu, focusing on the glowing earth demon, remembered something and urgently cautioned loudly, "Fellow deist, the earth demon is triggering a frenzy, causing demonic beasts within tens of miles to go ballistic, stop it quickly." Too late, the earth demon sneered. Before his voice fell, Ye Feng heard the roaring of countless demonic beasts from all around. Some burst out from dense forests, some jumped out of flowing water river, and others ran wildly from the mountains. In the blink of an eye, the ancient town of Quicksand was surrounded by hundreds of demonic beasts, their sinister presence soaring into the sky, shaking the earth. "All of you, get lost!" Ye Feng, without a trace of fear, vigorously fanned the mini banana palm fan, shredding one particularly ferocious high-rank demon soldier-level demon beast to pieces, unleashing a violent whirlwind as if it were the wrath of the gods. Instantly, the scene fell into silence. The next moment, terrified by the power displayed, the demonic beasts had their frenzies broken and scurried away in a complete rout, heading back wherever they came from as quickly as they could. "Is that all the tricks you have?" Ye Feng looked at the dispersing demonic beasts and then turned towards the earth demon with a mocking tone. The earth demon's face turned ashen, and he turned to flee. It possessed the memories of the dozens of high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts from the demon locking tower, was highly intelligent, and understood the principle of better to live to fight another day. "Don't let it escape, or there will be endless trouble," Elder Yu promptly reminded loudly. Not needing any reminders, Ye Feng also understood the principle of eliminating the root of the problem. His figure flickered as he chased down the earth demon, preparing to fan the mini banana palm fan once more. "Foolish mortal, you've been tricked." The earth demon suddenly changed direction, grabbed Ye Feng's arms to prevent him from using the mini banana palm fan, and its sharp tail, like a long spear, thrust viciously towards Ye Feng's chest. In that moment, everyone held their breath. Mo Ying, Yan Ruyu, and Huo Yunja's hearts nearly leaped out of their throats. Chapter 142. The Invitation, the Soaring Heroic Spirit Power. Clang. A crisp sound. The earth demon's tail stopped just a foot away from Ye Feng's chest. A red treasure bead the size of a thumb was suspended in mid-air, emitting a great amount of light, forming a shield the size of a plate, blocking the sharp tail of the earth demon. "What is this treasure?" The earth demon tried to pull back its tail but found it stuck, unable to pull it out. Ye Feng felt secretly relieved. It was fortunate that he released the 5 elements spirit bead at the critical moment, otherwise, a direct hit from the earth demon's tail would have left him dead or severely injured. The 5 elements spirit bead now served as the container for heroic spirit power, and being a middle-grade spiritual artifact itself, it had become even more durable after being repaired by the heroic spirit power, unafraid of the earth demon's attacks. Bang! Ye Feng took the opportunity to gather his strength in his legs, kicked the earth demon away, and then followed up by fanning out a gust of wind strong enough to break magic. The earth demon, knowing it was no match, didn't dare to resort to underhanded tactics anymore and fled without looking back. "Don't think about escaping." Ye Feng pursued it closely, and although he was slightly slower, he suddenly had an idea. He fanned the wind in the opposite direction to accelerate himself and caught up with the earth demon under the astonished gazes of the crowd, bringing down his fist. Boom! The punch infused with all of Ye Feng's strength was immensely powerful, directly smashing the earth demon to the ground, its body cracking open. "Now's my chance." Ye Feng took the opportunity to wave the mini banana palm fan. Once, twice, thrice. Using all his strength, Ye Feng managed to complete 20 waves of the fan, all the windstorms layering upon each other to form a vortex sharper than a blade's edge, carrying a terrifying force, and crashing into the earth demon. Not good. For the first time, the earth demon felt the threat of death. Although it possessed the talent to resurrect after death, it was now restrained by the breaking magic ability of the mini banana palm fan. Once swallowed by the storm, it would not be able to resurrect. However, just as the earth demon was about to flee, it found itself bound by some invisible force, its movements stiffened. Whoosh! The storm passed over the earth demon, turning it into a pile of ashes that could no longer resurrect. Then, the storm continued unabated, drilling a hole in the ground about a dozen meters in diameter and tens of meters deep. Everyone who saw this was already immensely shocked. It took a good while before Elder Yu managed to swallow and exclaimed in amazement, "Terrifying! Even the earth demon couldn't resurrect after that beating, and the power of that last strike was terrifying, no less than the 5th level of the element gathering realm." The 8 disciples around quickly took a sharp intake of breath as if on cue. On the flying boat, Mo Ying let out a sigh of relief, secretly marveling at how formidable Ye Feng's strength was, already comparable to a sect master of an ordinary 1-star sect. Sect Master Ye is amazing. Yan Ruyu cheered jubilantly, her bright and clear eyes filled with admiration. In the sky. Did I really do that? Ye Feng looked down at the huge hole on the ground and then at the mini banana palm fan in his hand, and even he was stunned. Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives. Blessings upon the Immortal. The survivors of the ancient town of Quicksand kept thanking him, casting almost fanatical glances at Ye Feng, with some even bringing out pork heads to burn incense and kowtow. Ye Feng looked down at them, his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, "I'm not dead, why are you burning incense to me? Everyone, rest assured, that demon has been dealt with by yours truly." After a moment's thought, Ye Feng spoke out loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire ancient town. "Thank you, Brother Ye, for saving our lives. I am Yu Mu, an outer sect elder of the Divine Wind Sword sect. May I know which sect our benefactor hails from?" Elder Yu, supported by 8 disciples, took to the sky and asked Ye Feng with a cupped fist salute. "I am Ye Feng, sect leader of the Misty sect." Initially, Ye Feng did not want to reveal his identity, but then he thought, having just showed off, how could he gain prestige points if he didn't reveal his origins? Thus, Ye Feng promptly introduced himself, his voice resonant, quickly spreading throughout the entire ancient town. Ding! Sect prestige value and 3376. As expected, as soon as Ye Feng revealed his identity, sect prestige experienced a surge and continued to rise. Not only that, Ye Feng also made a delightful discovery. His heroic spirit power had skyrocketed. In just a few breaths' time, the power of the heroic spirits had suddenly increased by 50%, and it was still climbing. So doing good deeds can also enhance the power of heroic spirits? I think I've stumbled upon a major secret. Ye Feng was overjoyed in his heart. The Misty Sect. Elder Yu Mu pondered for a long time but couldn't recall where this sect came from. Since they had Ye Feng, who seemed like a mortal yet was unfathomably strong, they surely wouldn't be inferior. Perhaps, the Misty Sect was a secretive sect. Considering this, Elder Yu Mu thanked him again. "I owe you my thanks, Sect Master Ye, for coming to our aid today. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I was just passing by and saw something amiss, so I drew my sword to help. It's nothing to make a fuss about." Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, with an air of "I want to keep a low profile." Elder Yu Mu floated in midair and instructed the 8 disciples, "You go rebuild the demon locking tower first." Yes, the 8 disciples hurriedly descended. Now, only Ye Feng and Elder Yu Mu were left high in the sky. Looking at the ruins of the demon locking tower, Ye Feng was quite puzzled. "I've heard that the demon locking tower is specifically for suppressing high-rank demon soldier level demon beasts. For the Divine Wind Sword sect, such creatures should be easily killed, so why suppress them?" Elder Yu Mu showed a troubled expression and said, "This was arranged by the Great Elder, we just follow orders, and there are some things that are inconvenient to disclose." "Haha, I was just asking casually." Although curious about the significance of the demon locking tower's existence, Ye Feng felt it was wiser not to know, since it involved the Divine Wind Sword sect's Great Elder. A moment later, Ye Feng looked to the sky and said, "It's getting late, and I should be heading back as well. Farewell." Sect Master Ye, wait. Elder Yu Mu called out to Ye Feng. Is there something else? Ye Feng asked. Did you receive an invitation to attend the Sword Acolytes coronation banquet held by our Divine Wind Sword sect? Elder Yu Mu inquired. The Sword Acolytes coronation banquet? Elder Yu must be referring to the one for Mu Rugzhu. I met with her this very morning, but I haven't received any invitation, Ye Feng muttered. You know the Sword Acolyte? Sort of. Haha. Then that's perfect. I have an invitation here for you, sincerely inviting Sect Master Ye to attend the Sword Acolytes coronation banquet that will be held in the middle of next month. Elder Yu Mu took out an invitation with a golden cover that looked quite impressive. Isn't this inappropriate? Even Mu Rugzhu didn't send me an invitation. Before Ye Feng could finish, Elder Yu Mu quickly explained, Sect Master Ye, don't worry, the invitations were hurriedly produced today. The Sword Acolyte left the sect last night, so naturally, there was no invitation. Oh, I see. Ye Feng promptly took the invitation, seeing this as a great opportunity to visit the Divine Wind Sword sect. The main thing was the chance to eat and drink for free, how could he refuse? Sect Master Ye, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. Goodbye. The two exchanged salutes in midair and then turned to leave. Elder Yu Mu landed in front of the demon locking tower and began tending to his injuries with peace of mind. After Ye Feng left, he first stopped by the courtyard of the Quicksand sect. Under the astonished gazes of Huo Yunjia and Beixiu Ding, he left behind a plate of grilled kidneys, and then, with a smile, he left. Sect Master, what's the meaning behind leaving grilled kidneys? Huo Yunjia shouted after the departing figure of Ye Feng. Ye Feng couldn't be bothered to answer and inwardly scoffed, pretending to be clueless. Beixiu Ding, looking at the plate of grilled kidneys, bowed her head, her lips pursed, her face already flushed with embarrassment. It seems Sect Master Ye has misunderstood mine and brother Huo's relationship, she murmured in her heart, unable to speak for a long time. On the flying boat, Ye Feng settled down and opened the invitation. Sect Master, what's this? Let me see. Mo Ying and Yan Ruyu immediately gathered around him. Elder Yu Mu has invited me to attend the Sword Acolytes coronation banquet held by the Divine Wind Sword sect in the middle of next month, Ye Feng explained. The coronation banquet for Mu Rugzhu. Mo Ying showed a look of surprise, remembering Shu Hongyu, and thought to herself that if Ye Feng really went, the two might meet. Sect Master, will there be good food? Yan Ruyu asked expectantly. Ever since she opened the Ren and Du meridians in Sanyuan City, she had become quite the gourmand. Of course, there will be, Ye Feng said with a smile. Then I want to go. Yan Ruyu jumped joyfully on the flying boat. Each invitation can bring 15 people, we don't have many in the Misty sect, so it's no problem for all of us to go. Ye Feng decided then that he would take all the disciples of the Misty sect with him to the 2-star event to broaden their horizons. Before the conversation ended, the flying boat took off, soaring straight towards Misty Peak, and soon disappeared into the enticing night. Chapter 143. Brother Flathead awakens, ancestral form returns. The flying boat glided slowly. Yan Ruyu was already very tired and naturally leaned against Ye Feng's broad and solid back, falling into a deep sleep. Ye Feng wanted to move Yan Ruyu aside, but worried about waking her, he could only sit stiffly at the bow of the boat, daring not to move an inch. Mo Ying stood holding her sword, quietly observing. After a moment, Ye Feng asked in his mind, System, why has the heroic spirit power increased so much tonight? Up until now, it has already increased by 60%. If it continues to rise, just with the heroic spirit power alone, I'll be comparable to the second layer of the element gathering realm. The heroic spirit power is the remnant strength of the predecessors left between heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, one may receive the heroic spirit power and become the chosen one if they perform deeds in accordance with the heavenly Dao and possess fortune, the system answered. The system continued, as the sect prestige value increases, the fortune carried on the sect leader's shoulders is continuously growing. Furthermore, having carried out the act of saving tens of thousands from disaster tonight, it is only natural to receive more of the heroic spirit power. After listening to the system's explanation, Ye Feng had an epiphany: so, as long as I continue to do good deeds and improve the sect's prestige, I can become stronger and stronger. System, yes. Ye Feng then asked, the heroic spirit power is carried by the 5 elements spirit bead, but it is only a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Doesn't that mean my power will have a ceiling? There is no ceiling. Why not? The 5 elements spirit bead has been shattered and later repaired by the heroic spirit power, undergoing a transformation. As it absorbs more and more heroic spirit power, the bead itself will be upgraded and has the potential to become a postnatal supreme treasure, the system explained. Is that even possible? Ye Feng was surprised. In the time that followed, Ye Feng began to acquaint himself with the increased heroic spirit power, which was tantamount to consolidating his realm until he reached the point where he could wield it effortlessly. Ancient town of Quicksand. Huo Yunjia and Beigs Yuding sat face to face, drinking and enjoying the grilled kidneys left by Ye Feng, finding them quite delicious. Both still eager for more, they grilled a large bunch of chives. Center of the ancient town. The ruins of the demon-locking tower had been cleared, and 8 disciples took out black iron stones prepared in advance from their storage belts, to rebuild the demon-locking tower. Elder Yu Mu then set up a large formation. From then on, the demon-locking tower was restored. Elder Yu Mu looked at the newly refurbished pagoda, suppressed another high-rank demon soldier-level monster beast within, said a special slumber curse, and wrapped it with the demon-binding chains, just like the usual arrangements. The mission is completed to perfection, let's return to the sect. Elder Yu Mu jumped onto the flying boat, leading the 8 disciples back. By the time Ye Feng arrived at Misty Peak, it was already midnight, yet the disciples had not slept, each sitting on the rooftops, looking out eagerly. The sect leader is back. Long Tianxing, with keen eyesight, spotted Ye Feng first. Yo! You haven't gone to bed yet? That's good, let's have some late-night snacks together. Ye Feng smiled, laying out the food he had packed from the snack street in Sanyuan City on the table. The rich aroma of meat spread out, making even the spiritual beasts drool with desire. The sect leader is really nice. The disciples praised him and immediately started eating. Watching his disciples eat to their heart's content, Ye Feng felt a sense of ease and jumped onto the rooftop to open the system panel and check the progress of tasks. The sect prestige value has already broken through 15,000, truly ferocious. It seems to increase by several hundred almost every day, a pity it's still far from 100,000. Hey! Little White Fox and Dog Erha have both reached middle-rank demon soldier level, they're progressing quite fast. Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and Fox De Hong are near the peak of middle-rank demon soldier level, not far from reaching high-rank demon soldier level. Among the 12 disciples under my wing, Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiao have reached 1/3 of their task progress, not bad. Mo Ying and Long Tianxing are the quickest to complete the assessment, becoming external disciples. Ru successfully treated Yunji, and her mission progress is more than half complete. As for the rest, Jia Yulan, Xia He, Chuju, Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Yu, and Qiao Jiaxi are lagging behind in task progress, and they probably won't finish until the beginning of next month. Especially Jia Xi, unless she gets her hands on some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it's questionable whether she can break through to the 6th layer of body refinement within a month. But, Ye Feng wasn't in a hurry. He had basically completed the 2 most difficult tasks of the sect leader's 2nd stage, and with 3 months at his disposal, less than half a month had passed. His progress was incredibly fast. Late in the night, the disciples, having eaten their fill, mostly returned to their rooms to rest. Xiao Jiaxi was very diligent, lifting stones to practice body refinement in the middle of the night, muttering to herself about 5 more times, "I must persist," and the like. Ye Feng sat on the rooftop and noticed Mo Ying knocking on Li Jiao's door, possibly to share some secrets. Nothing noteworthy happened the rest of the night. The next morning, the disciples started cultivating bright and early. Wow! Roar! An ear-splitting roar sounded out of the blue, attracting everyone's attention. Ye Feng quickly got up to look and immediately burst out laughing. In the backyard, Brother Flathead stood upright, around 1 meter tall, with a supersized red embroidered belly band draped over its back, which had become a unique cape rustling in the wind, making it look quite silly. At this point, Brother Flathead, in addition to growing taller, stronger, and having shinier fur, hadn't transformed into human form. "System, what's going on?" Ye Feng hurriedly asked. Brother Flathead chose the ancestral training method, remaining in its demonic beast form at all times. Although it's unable to speak the human language, it has developed spiritual sense and can communicate with people without any obstacles, explained the system. Ancestral training method, what's the use of that? Ye Feng was confused. Resilient, high stamina, strong fighting power. Hearing this explanation, the corner of Ye Feng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Brother Flathead truly lived up to its name. It didn't seize the opportunity to transform but chose ancestral training to become even more formidable in combat. Wow! Brother Flathead has awakened. Look, it's actually wearing a red embroidered belly band. Senior Sister Jiao, is this yours? Long Tianxing, are you asking for a beating? Look how big it is. The disciples surrounded Brother Flathead, discussing its appearance at length. Upon hearing this, Brother Flathead cocked its head proudly, slowly floating into the air, its cape fluttering in the wind, looking like a true warrior. Such a strong aura! Brother Flathead can now at least withstand a solid fight against someone in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the element gathering realm, right, thought Mo Ying to herself. Brother Flathead was known for its resilience. After advancing to the demon soldier level, it didn't choose to transform but remained in its ancestral form, which would undoubtedly make its defense even stronger. In Mo Ying's view, she might have even underestimated Brother Flathead. Brother Flathead, why didn't you choose to transform? Long Tianxing asked, looking up at Brother Flathead curiously. Humph! Brother Flathead let out a haughty snort, gazing at the profound sky and broadcasting its spiritual sense. Transforming would only hinder my fighting. This message appeared out of nowhere in the minds of all people and spiritual beasts present. That's so, Brother Flathead. First, the disciples marveled at Brother Flathead's extraordinary ability to develop spiritual sense, and then they were all rendered speechless. Roar! Brother Flathead, hovering in mid-air, let out a deafening sound that even reached White Float City, several miles away, startling the residents. Many cultivators were frightened by the roar, scrambling to rooftops, on the alert for any signs of an invading army of demonic beasts. It's a formidable demon soldier level demon beast. Could it be that the demon general of Fuan Gloomy Forest has become enraged and is about to strike at White Float City? The leaders of the sects were alarmed. At the city lord's mansion, the deputy city lord and Lu Shanya heard Brother Flathead's roar, looking puzzled. They felt the voice was somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before, but they couldn't recall where in that short moment. Tat tat tat. At this moment, footsteps echoed into the city lord's mansion, catching the attention of the deputy city lord and Lu Shanyu. They promptly got up to see what was happening. Chapter 144. The temple's bronze bell, wishes strengthened. Who is the deputy city lord? A young man at the peak of the 9th layer of chi refinement walked into the hall and asked, his voice clear and gentle, a smile on his face that felt like a breath of spring. I am, the deputy city lord replied, looking at the youth. He noticed the embroidery of a flying sword enveloped by clouds on the young man's sleeve, and his expression immediately turned serious. So, you're a disciple of the inner sect of the Divine Wind Sword sect. What brings you here? These are 4 invitations, the youth said as he produced 4 golden envelopes and handed them to the deputy city lord. Upon opening one, the deputy city lord's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. So it's the sword child inauguration ceremony of your sect. I will certainly attend. Every high-ranked sect is entitled to an invitation. I hope the deputy city lord can deliver the remaining 3 invitations to the Feathers sect, Nishang Palace, and Tyrant Blade sect. After saying this, the youth turned and left. Fellow deist, please wait. There is another high-ranked sect in White Float City, the deputy city lord called after the young man. I will personally deliver the invitation to the Misty sect. I wouldn't want to trouble the deputy city lord with this, the youth said, nodding respectfully to the deputy city lord before he left the hall and flew directly on his sword toward Misty Peak. He's going there personally. Why is that? Don't you find it odd how a disciple of Divine Wind Sword sect knew that Misty sect has become a high-ranked sect? The deputy city lord exchanged a glance with Liu Shanyu, and they started to discuss, but could not come up with an explanation. The Divine Wind Sword sect's sword child inauguration ceremony is set for the middle of next month. There's more than half a month left, and by that time, the monster slaying conference of White Float City will just have concluded. It's unknown how the various sects are faring, he said as he put down the invitation. Liu Shanyu gently stroked his beard and said, I've heard that the sect leader of Tyrant Blade sect personally went out and swept through a region more than 100 miles west of White Float City, slaying several high-ranked demon soldier-level demon beasts, and is currently ranked first. Too bad, Nishang Palace and Feathers sect have kept a low profile, no deeds of note have been reported. The same goes for Misty sect. As far as I know, they only had a small catch in 5 Colors City and the Nanlu mountain range, Liu Shanyu added. The deputy city lord gazed in the direction of Misty Peak and muttered, what exactly is Sect Master Ye doing? Why hasn't he sent out his disciples yet? At that moment, outside the grand hall, Xin Guangxian stood in the corner of the wall, listening to the conversation of the 2 Element Gathering Realm seniors. His fists clenched and unclenched as he thought to himself. Who told you that Sect Master Ye hasn't made a move? The demon generals in Fuan Gloomy Forest have all been slain by him. Moreover, several dozen high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts have already been turned into spiritual beast feed. It's just that Sect Master Ye is low profile, otherwise, if he really spoke up, you'd be shocked silly. With that thought in mind, Xin Guangxian coughed once and said with seriousness, Third Elder, there is something I need to report. Come in. At Misty Peak, the white-robed youth from the Divine Wind Sword sect arrived here and stood under a pavilion halfway up the mountain. If he moved further forward by a few steps, he would enter the misty area. The sword child has instructed that this formation is no ordinary one, it can even trap someone in the element gathering realm, so I'd better not trespass recklessly. The youth looked toward the peak shrouded in mist, preparing to shout out loudly. At that moment, voices were heard coming from the misty area. Haha, junior brother, you're really something. Oh, it's nothing. I just mentioned it in passing, and to my surprise, it actually won the sect leader's praise, replied another voice. Following the end of the conversation, Shilei and Long Tianxing emerged from the misty area, each holding a half-meter tall bronze bell. And you are? Shilei asked the white-robed youth, curious. The youth bowed respectfully and said, a disciple of the inner sect of the Divine Wind Sword sect, Ji Wushuan, sent by the sword child to deliver an invitation to Misty sect's Sect Master Ye. An invitation? Don't we already have one? Shilei and Long Tianxing looked at each other and said in unison. Ji Wushuan looked surprised. May I meet Sect Master Ye? Although he felt puzzled, Ji Wushuan still asked. Shilei nodded and replied, of course. Since fellow deist happens to be here, why don't you have the honor of ringing our Misty Sect's first bell? Having said that, she lay suspended the bronze bell in the center of the pavilion and then placed a stone tablet underneath it. Summoning bell. If you wish to visit, please strike this bell first. Upon hearing the bell, someone will come to guide you, Ji Wushuan muttered as he read the words on the stone tablet, picking up the bronze hammer laid upon it. Dong! The deep bell toll reverberated. At the peak of the mountain. Upon hearing the bell, Ye Feng immediately curled his lips and said, Shi Lei and Tianxing are really playful, asking them to work, and they end up playing. Although he said this, Ye Feng didn't really mean to blame them. Before long, 3 figures ascended to the mountain peak and entered Ye Feng's line of sight, prompting him to stand up in surprise. Focusing his gaze on Ji Wushuan, he thought, so, there's a guest visiting, no wonder they sounded the summoning bell. I am an inner sect disciple from the Divine Wind Sword Sect, Ji Wushuan. This is the invitation sent by Sword Child, cordially inviting your sect to attend the Sword Child's ennoblement ceremony in the middle of next month. Ji Wushuan repeated his message like a recorder. Can an invitation be sent twice? Ye Feng muttered, showing the invitation that Elder Yu Mu had delivered. Ji Wushuan was somewhat surprised but didn't ask who had sent it and instead saluted with his hands. Since the invitation has been delivered, I shall take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. To prevent Ji Wushuan from being trapped in the misty area, Long Tianxing took the initiative to escort him. A moment later, Ji Wushuan flew away on his sword to a distant place, looking back at the misty peak shrouded in clouds and mist and murmured, worthy of a sect valued by Sword Child, indeed much stronger than the common high-ranked sects, not only guarded by a demon general level mountain guardian spirit beast but also home to a miniature spirit vein. As for the sect leader, inscrutable. Having said that, Ji Wushuan flew towards other destinations, ensuring that the remaining invitations were delivered on time to the high-ranked sects in this region. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng put away the 2 invitations, instructing the disciples to continue their cultivation or complete the sect's missions. Right, I haven't yet made my small daily wish. I wish for a silkworm duvet as soft as Xiaoxia's. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ye Feng found himself holding a duvet in his hands. The touch was not bad, but the workmanship was rather rough. After all, at a selling price below 100 copper coins, average quality can be understood, it's more comfortable to lay it over a reclining chair. Having said that, Ye Feng spread the silkworm duvet over a reclining chair and lay down comfortably, looking very content. Ding! The quality of the daily small wish will improve with the increase of prestige points, the system prompted. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise and mused, how much has it improved? Or rather, how exactly is it calculated? It's directly proportional to the prestige points. With your current points at 15,000, your daily small wish is equivalent to 500 copper coins, the system explained. Damn! If I had known this, I would have wished for a reclining chair with a cushion. Ye Feng felt a pang of regret as if he had missed out on a fortune. The Qingyun Mountain Range. This is the location of the Qingyun sect, with beautiful scenery, a land of talent, and a birthplace of prodigies, surrounded by wisps of clouds year-round, like an immortal realm. At the summit of a high mountain, a young man was practicing swordsmanship with diligence. Double wave sword technique. Suddenly, the young man shouted, slashing his sword forward, releasing 2 wave-like surges of sword chi, splitting a giant boulder 10 meters away in 2. Huff, huff. The young man dropped to one knee, supporting himself on his sword, clearly having exhausted himself. I've finally mastered it, the young man laughed heartily, and although tired, his face radiated excitement. I have reached the 2nd level of the green cloud sword technique, and my cultivation level is about to break through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Huo Yunjia, next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. This person was Xiao Fenggu after his defeat. Junior brother Xiao, you're amazing, mastering the second level of the sword technique so quickly. You truly deserve to be the genius that the elder has an eye on. Xi Xinyu approached with a cup of spiritual liquid in her hand, her pretty face filled with admiration for Xiao Fangguo. Xiao Fangguo sheathed his sword, turning to Xi Xinyu with a smile. Senior sister, what brings you here? Chapter 145. In an instant, 7 days, the disciples break through. I have some good news to tell you. Xinyu Xi handed over the spirit liquid. In the mid of next month, the Divine Wind Sword Sect will hold the Sword Child Enfeoffment ceremony, inviting all the high-ranked sects and star-level forces in the Southern River Basin to attend, and the Misty Sect is also on the invitation list. Xiao Fangguo took the cup of spirit liquid, took a sip, and his eyes immediately became focused. This is indeed good news. Xinyu Xi nodded. At that time, Yunjihuo will definitely be there. Junior brother will be able to contend with him at the banquet and determine who is superior, but I don't know what you think your chances of winning are. I'm no longer who I was before. By the mid of next month, I will definitely be able to make a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and I can also achieve perfection in the 2nd layer of the Green Cloud Sword technique. There's no way he can defeat me. Xiao Fangguo, with his arms folded, revealed a confident smile. Xinyu Xi looked at Xiao Fangguo's profile, with a smile hanging on her lips, as if looking at her true destined one. Ancient town of Quicksand. Ever since the demon locking tower was rebuilt, Beigs Yuding, as the tower master, has been standing on top of the tower, guarding this place. Yunjihuo arrived at the bank of the flowing water river. Gazing at the river that winded like a starry river, Yunjihuo took a deep breath, concentrated his spiritual power on the cold light sword, and pulled it out forcefully. Clang! The blade was pulled out a foot in an instant. The dazzling light of the sword almost burst his eyesight, releasing a fierce wave of air that even made the nearby water surface dent. As Yunjihuo continued to exert force, he found the cold light sword getting heavier. Just when it was half a foot away from being fully drawn, he suddenly felt utterly exhausted and was forced to let go. Still not enough. Yunjihuo, panting heavily, looked at the sparkling water surface and sat cross-legged on the pebbles to continue his arduous cultivation. At the summit of Misty Peak. Boom! Xiao Jiexi leaped up and smashed the 1,000-pound boulder that was pressing on him into smithereens, then landed steadily on the ground with his aura significantly strengthened. Finally reached the 2nd layer of body refinement. He was very excited. After many days of hard training, he finally made a breakthrough. Although there was still a long way to go before reaching the 4th layer of body refinement, he could see hope. You've made a breakthrough? Well done. Ye Feng said while eating a roast goose leg, patting Xiao Jiexi on the shoulder. Sect leader, I will definitely continue to work hard. Xiao Jiexi clenched his fist and, following the ancient god body refining technique, body refining chapter, started to practice the 2nd movement. The 2nd movement was a one-finger handstand. Xiao Jiexi did a handstand on a large rock, supporting his entire weight with just one index finger, his legs stretched straight up to the sky, as stable as a pine tree. What a strange movement! The disciples sat nearby, eating their meals while watching Xiao Jiexi. Junior brother, are you hungry? Have something to eat. Jia Yulan teased with a chicken leg, waving it in front of Xiao Jiexi's nose. I won't eat, I have to cultivate. Xiao Jiexi gulped down saliva forcibly. Although he really wanted to eat, the 2nd movement of the ancient god body refining technique, body refining chapter had peculiar requirements. He couldn't train within 1 hour before or after a meal, and each training session had to last an hour. To break through to the 3rd layer of body refinement as quickly as possible, Xiao Jiexi chose to eat only 1 meal a day, and at other times, he only drank spirit spring water, easier to maintain than Yan Ruyu. Ye Feng looked at the disciples gathered around Xiao Jiexi, eating, and said with a speechless expression, "You are clearly distracting Jiexi from his cultivation." In Ye Feng's view, this scene was just like the time during military training when students stood in the scorching sun, yet a group of seniors sat opposite them eating watermelons, even asking if they wanted some. The most annoying part was the smacking of their lips. Hearing this, the disciples quickly retreated 5 steps and continued to eat. We'll continue to study now. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu were the first to finish eating. After washing Li Jiao's bowl, they sat down under the pavilion to read the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. The 2 siblings had 2 tasks. First, break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Second, learn the 9 chapters on the mathematical art and achieve a basic grasp to be considered successful. Apart from Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, the other disciples were also busy cultivating. Time ticked by. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ye Feng stood in the sky, looking at the several new 3-story wooden buildings on the peak, and then at the neatly trimmed flower beds, nodding silently. Ding! Outer sect disciple Shilei has completed the sect construction task and can be promoted to inner sect disciple. Ding! Registered disciple Jia Yulan has completed the task of planting 100 mature spiritual medicines and can be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Ding! Registered disciples Xiaoyi and Qiuzhu have completed the task of assisting in the planting of spiritual medicines and taking care of spiritual beasts and can be promoted to outer sect disciples. Ding! Registered disciple Yan Ruya has completed the task of cultivating spiritual medicines and treating injured disciples and can be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Ding! Registered disciples Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu have completed their study of the 9 chapters on the mathematical art and their cultivation level has broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement, allowing them to be promoted to outer sect disciples. In these 7 days, 7 disciples had successively passed the assessments and received the disciple identity tokens personally issued by Ye Feng. From then on, only Huo Yunjia, Li Jiaojiao, and Qiao Jiaxi remained. In the kitchen, Li Jiaojiao looked at the many ingredients on the cutting board and held her face in her hands, at a complete loss. How exactly can one cook a spirit dish that helps cultivators improve their cultivation level? After a long time, Li Jiaojiao still had no idea. Qiao Jiaxi was still doing a handstand, supporting his entire body with just one finger, and his legs were even tied with rocks weighing 500 jin. Ha! Suddenly, Qiao Jiaxi felt his bloodline compressed to a new limit and burst out forcefully, shattering the rocks tied to his legs in an instant and propelling himself about 10 meters away with a push from his index finger. I've finally broken through the 3rd layer of body refinement. His voice spread, and other disciples cast congratulatory glances his way. Qiao Jiaxi took a bath with spirit spring water, ate his fill, and began practicing the 3rd movement of the ancient god body refining technique, body refining chapter. Carrying a giant rock weighing 1,000 jin on his back, he started to hop like a frog around the peak. What is junior brother Qiao doing now? The sect leader said that if junior brother Qiao wants to break through to the 4th layer of body refinement, he has to hop with a giant rock on his back 3,000 times, it's terrifying. Is this something humans can do? Junior brother Qiao has the bloodline of an ancient giant god, strictly speaking, he isn't, well, at least he's still human for now, but it's hard to say for the future. The disciples stared at the diligently cultivating Qiao Jiaxi, dumbfounded. Ye Feng saw this and mused to himself whether Qiao Jiaxi's hard work was good or bad. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and Fox De Hong have just broken through to the high-rank demon soldier level yesterday. Jiaxi is still training hard, Jiao is still lingering in the kitchen, and Yunji's progress is stuck at 90%, and it has been 3 days already, with no specific details. Ye Feng looked into the distance, slightly worried. In the ancient town of Quicksand, Huo Yunjia stood by the bank of flowing water river, his feet on pebbles. Not far behind him stood Ding Beixiu, looking worried. It's about time. Huo Yunjia opened his eyes, bent slightly, held the scabbard in his left hand, and grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand upside down, beginning to gather the momentum in his body, gradually pouring it into the cold light sword, making it as heavy as 10,000 jin. He didn't rush to draw the sword but kept on accumulating power. Half an hour later. Now. Huo Yunjie suddenly drew the sword. Cling! The piercing sound of the sword's cry spread across several miles around, attracting many fishermen who followed the sound only to witness the cold light sword being drawn at an extremely fast speed, its whole body emitting a blinding white light, even brighter than the sun in the sky. The fierce aura burst forth suddenly. As Huo Yunjie slashed towards the river's surface, a crescent-shaped sword chi that stretched for more than 10 meters split the air, creating a 100-meter-long, bottom-visible trench in the water where it passed. Splash! The waves churned and the sound was deafening. Ding Beixiu and the others all opened their mouths in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment and fear. I did it! Huo Yunjie was overjoyed, but before he could sheath his sword, he found himself weak all over and stumbling, about to fall. Be careful! Ding Beixiu leaped forward to steady Huo Yunjie. At Misty Peak. Ding, outer sect disciple Huo Yunjie has successfully mastered the sword drawing technique, beginner, and can be promoted to an inner sect disciple. Ye Feng heard the prompt and was surprised, his eyes widening. At the same time, a stream of wonderful information emerged in his mind, allowing Ye Feng to instantly master the sword drawing technique and directly reach perfection. Yunji, you're incredible! Having assimilated this information, Ye Feng's smile gradually became more triumphant. Chapter 146. A sword cuts the stream, evil beast revives. At first, Ye Feng had not expected that after Huo Yunjie had created his own sword drawing technique, he would be able to master it instantly and achieve perfection directly. System, can the spells created by the disciple also be effective for me? Ye Feng asked inwardly. Yes, the system said. Looks like you're quite buggy. Ye Feng praised sincerely. He took a stick and walked into the misty area, gazing at a distant tree, recalling all the details about the perfect sword drawing technique in his mind. The sword drawing technique involves channeling all of one's chi into the sword in hand. Even if it's just a wooden sword, it could instantly become as heavy as if it weighed 10,000 catties. Afterward, one could slash out a fierce sword glow that sweeps across all directions. Ye Feng muttered to himself as he made the initial stance for drawing the sword. Moreover, according to the hints, even if I don't have spiritual energy, I could use the power of the heroic spirits instead, and the effect would be about the same. Ye Feng was preparing to gather his strength, but after some thought, he left Misty Peak and traveled north, coming to the bank of Fenhuo River dozens of miles away. There aren't many people here, so even if I use the powerful sword drawing technique, I shouldn't be discovered. It's very safe and secluded. With this thought, Ye Feng discarded the stick in his hand and took out an ordinary iron sword from the system space. Ye Feng bent down, holding the scabbard with his left hand and the sword in a reverse grip with his right, his gaze solemn as he stared at the Fenhuo River that was hundreds of meters wide. He began to concentrate the power of the heroic spirits, giving off an impression of returning to the basics of nature. Had there been any cultivators nearby, they would have noticed that there wasn't the slightest breath coming from Ye Feng. At first glance, he resembled a statue. Zzzt. At the moment when Ye Feng's chi was condensed to the limit, he firmly secured himself by relying on his powerful physical strength and then drew the sword at an extremely fast speed. An invisible sword chi slashed out, breaking the sound barrier, emitting a sharp, roaring sound, and the steam fog caused by the sword chi surpassing the speed of sound was visible. The next moment, Fenhuo River was bisected by the sword chi, revealing the riverbed tens of meters deep. The river water was forced open, creating a ravine about 10 meters wide starting from Ye Feng and extending all the way to the depths of Yongxiao Great Forest on the opposite bank of the river, 1,000 meters long. Hiss! Ye Feng took in a cold breath. Whoosh! Only then did the severed Fenhuo River start to close together again, the waves splashing wildly, the sound of the surging waters echoing incessantly. On the north bank of Fenhuo River, by the terrifying ravine created by the sword chi, laid a lower-ranked demon general-level giant lizard, trembling on the ground. It had been lucky just now, it had narrowly escaped being struck by the sword chi, otherwise it would have turned into mud by now. It hurriedly looked towards the tall figure on the south bank with fear and trepidation. Oh my god, how terrifying! The lizard scrambled and rolled away towards the depths of Yungziao Great Forest, never daring to appear in this area again. On the south bank of Fenhuo River, Ye Feng did not notice the fleeing lizard but was looking at the huge ravine he had cleaved on the opposite bank, his figure frozen. Is it really that terrifying? Ye Feng swallowed hard, finding the perfect stage of the sword drawing technique far too terrifying. He had been able to compress his chi to such a degree, exerting more than 10 times his normal fearsome strength. This power was not any weaker than 5th grade magic. Fortunately, my physical strength is strong. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have been able to unleash all of its power, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Although this sword strike was terrifying, he found that his heroic spirit power had been completely depleted and was now slowly reaccumulating. At this rate, it would take at least an hour to fully recover. A 1-hour cooldown, hey! Ye Feng murmured to himself, looking at Misty Peak tens of miles away, considering how to get back. Got it! Ye Feng put away his iron sword, started to squat down, and then leapt up with all his might, the ground beneath his feet caving in to form a big pit, with dense, web-like cracks spreading out dozens of meters in all directions. His body, propelled by the strong recoil, soared into the sky like a javelin thrown into the clouds, then fell back down in a parabolic trajectory. After a few leaps, Ye Feng arrived near Misty Peak. So, without relying on the heroic spirit power, my travel speed is actually faster. Ye Feng looked back in the direction of Fenhuo River and smiled satisfiedly. With a leap, he reached the 700-meter-high peak and laid down to rest. To the west of White Float City, over 100 miles away, a figure in a black robe appeared here, looking at a great mound before him that resembled a hill. I've finally found it. It is rumored that the owner of the tomb was a loose cultivator in the element-gathering realm triple layer during his life. Even after falling for many years, his body should still have plenty of strength to devour. Suhun Zhenren sneered, pointed with a finger, slicing open the tomb and revealing its numerous mechanisms. He crushed them all with one slap and dug out a 10-meter-long coffin. Open for me. Suhun Zhenren shattered the coffin with a palm strike, exposing the main coffin inside. Upon opening, an elderly-looking cultivator could be seen lying inside, who, even after falling for hundreds of years, was still as intact as ever. The element-gathering realm body has been tempered by true yuan. Under normal circumstances, it would not decay even if left in a coffin for 1,000 years. It's perfect for feeding that evil beast and taking it to the next level. Suhun Zhenren sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a black treasure bead the size of a thumb, which entered the body of the element-gathering realm loose cultivator, visibly withering away until finally, it turned into a pile of ash. In the center of the main coffin, only an expanded, head-sized black sphere remained, emitting a deep and terrifying roar. Suhun Zhenren pressed his face against the surface of the sphere, watching as a strange figure grew inside, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. Crack! The black sphere was broken from the inside, and a 1-foot-tall creature emerged, with a human-like form, but with a disproportionately large head, 2/3 the size of its entire body. More eerie was the fact that its eyes were situated inside its mouth. Lower rank Demon General Peak. Suhun Zhenren sensed the aura of the evil beast and joyously danced on the grave of the element-gathering realm cultivator. Then, with a fierce expression, he pointed in the direction of White Float City. Head to White Float City, eliminate those 5 obstructive element-gathering realm strong ones, force the old city lord to leave his retreat, and then I can backstab him in secret. With that, the fight for supremacy shall be decided in one battle. Roar! The evil beast opened its mouth, its short legs furiously running on the ground, covering 100 meters in a blink, heading towards White Float City. Idiot, you can fly! Suhun Zhenren cursed loudly. Upon hearing this, the evil beast took to the air, flying like a black meteor, hurtling toward White Float City with a terrifying aura. Suhun Zhenren followed with satisfaction, concealing his own aura, always lurking in the shadows, waiting for the old city lord to come out of his seclusion, ready to backstab him. West of White Float City. This area was under the jurisdiction of Nishang Palace. At this moment, the Nishang Palace master stood at the top of a grand palace, looking in the direction of the western city gate with an uneasy feeling. Palace master, are you troubled? An old crone holding a wooden staff stood behind her and asked. My mind feels restless today, as if something big is about to happen, the Nishang Palace master said, patting her majestic front lightly, then noticed an additional black dot within her field of vision. Before the Nishang Palace master could make any sense of it, the black dot rapidly expanded, crashing through the western city gate with its heavy presence and landing on an ancient street. Roar! A thunderous roar spread out. Immediately after, a 5-meter-tall black evil beast appeared out of nowhere, opening its massive mouth and swallowing nearby pedestrians in a single gulp. The powerful aura swept through the city like a shock wave, rapidly enveloping the whole city. Chapter 147. Chaos in White Float City. City Lord emerges from seclusion. Beast, cease your insolence. The Nishang Palace Master was the first to fly over, her brows furrowed with solemnity, and from a distance, she struck the evil beast with a palm. Amid the howling whines, nature's spiritual energy transformed into a palm print over 10 meters long, sending the evil beast flying into the city wall, which it shattered before crashing into the open ground outside the city. The nearby civilians, upon seeing the Nishang Palace Master, knelt on the ground one after another, shouting praises like Palace Master is mighty, Immortal Master is awesome, and holy shit. 5 Elements Chains. The Nishang Palace Master had no time to pay attention to the crowd, her hands continuously formed seals, casting this second-grade spell, and from her palms emerged 5 luminescent ropes of varying colors that wrapped around the evil beast. The evil beast roared angrily as its body swelled to 10 meters high, breaking the 5 elements chains and releasing an even stronger aura. Its strength increased. A chill ran through the Nishang Palace Master's heart. The 5 elements chains were her most powerful spell, which even those in the third layer of the element gathering realm could hardly break free from. Yet, the evil beast merely expanded its body several times over and burst through them. City Lord's Mansion. There's a lower-rank demon general rampaging in the West City District, hurry over. The Deputy City Lord and Liu Shanyu had no time for tea, as they swiftly took to the skies. Seeing the enormous, eerie silhouette in the West City District, they realized its aura was terrifying. It had reached the peak of the lower-rank demon general. Feathers Sect Leader, Tyrant Blade Sect Leader, move quickly to support the West City District. The Deputy City Lord shouted, his voice spreading throughout the city. The Feathers Sect Leader and the Tyrant Blade Sect Leader, who were located elsewhere, swiftly embarked and flew towards the West City District. This is bad. A demon general has invaded West City, run for it. What's the panic? The Deputy City Lord and several strong practitioners of the element gathering realm are already heading there to support. We don't need to run. Then you can stay behind and wait for death. Chaos erupted among the people in the city, but some remained calm and climbed onto rooftops, fearlessly watching the battle over tea. Of course, many more people chose to grab a bucket and flee. Atop Misty Peak. Ye Feng stood on the edge of a cliff, surrounded by Mo Ying and more than a dozen disciples, gazing towards the West City District. Sect Master, aren't we going to take action? Shi Lei asked. You're no match for it, going there won't be of any help. Ye Feng shook his head. I'll go have a look. You all try to stay away. With that, Ye Feng targeted the West City District and leaped with all his might. Boom! The sonic boom stunned all the disciples. When they came to their senses, they realized Ye Feng had already become a tiny dot, landing outside the east city gate of White Float City, with a speed unbelievably quick. Wow! Brother Flathead let out a dissatisfied cry, as if to say, starting a fight without calling me, that's just unethical. Then, donning an oversized red embroidered belly band, it flew towards White Float City in a prone position. Brother Flathead is going. We're going too. Perhaps we can help tend to the wounded civilians. Let's go. All the disciples mobilized. Meanwhile, Huo Yunja was flying over the Nanluo mountain range on his sword, muttering, I've finally mastered the sword drawing technique, I must tell Sect Master Uncle the good news and make him happy. Outside the West City district of White Float City, the evil beast had swelled to 15 meters tall. It opened its mouth, breathing out foul air, and with its one cold eye, it stared at the arriving practitioners of the element gathering realm without a hint of fear. In the woods outside the city, Suhun Zhenren concealed his presence, standing on a horizontally growing trunk, with his hands clasped behind his back. The angrier the evil beast gets, the bigger and stronger it becomes. Even if 5 of you from the element gathering realm join forces, it's no use. Having said that, he looked in the direction of Misty Peak. The formations of the Misty sect are strong, but it's impossible to bring them out. Even if Ye Feng rushed to the scene, it would be of no help. As long as the old city lord comes out of seclusion, I'll ambush and kill him immediately. By then, the whole of White Float City will be mine. Originally, Suhun Zhenren had planned to continue lying low. However, a few days ago, he found the shell of an evil beast, successfully refined it, and devoured countless blood essences, becoming extremely strong. Only then did he have the confidence to attack White Float City. At this moment, the Deputy City Lord, Lu Shanyu, the Nishang Palace Master, the Feathers Sect Leader, and the Tyrant Blade Sect Leader stood side by side in midair, looking down at the evil beast roaring on the ground, their brows filled with gravity. Deputy City Lord, we should ask the City Lord to leave his retreat, the Nishang Palace Master said gravely. I don't think we can defeat this evil beast. The City Lord is in closed-door cultivation. Unless he wakes up on his own, we can't disturb him, the Deputy City Lord said gravely. The others' faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. Roar! Without waiting for the crowd to say more, the evil beast twisted its neck and let out a deafening roar, charging headlong into the fray. Attack together, the Deputy City Lord took out a middle-grade spiritual artifact level throwing knife. As he injected spiritual energy into it, it suddenly burst forth with bone-chilling coldness. Furious slash! The Tyrant Blade Sect Leader gripped the 2-meter-long blade and swung out a 100-meter-long blade light. The Feathers Sect Leader formed seals with both hands, and countless luminous feathers appeared behind him, cutting through the air like a flurry of feathered swords. Lu Shanyu pinched out a sword technique, and slashed with a sword beam, its momentum overwhelming. The Nishang Palace Master used the 5 elements chains again, wrapping around the evil beast and restraining it in place. Boom! The attacks of the 5 struck almost simultaneously, landing on the evil beast, but only causing it to bleed without any noticeable damage. However, as a cloud of dark fog swept over, the beast's injuries all healed, and it swelled to a height of 20 meters. Its aura almost reached the 4th layer of the element gathering realm. A bunch of fools! Unless you kill the evil beast in one blow, it can grow increasingly stronger in its rage. Even I may not be its match, Suhun Zhenren sneered from the shadows. Although he knew there was a limit to the beast's rage-induced strength enhancement and it couldn't keep getting stronger forever, even Suhun Zhenren didn't know how much that limit was. He only knew that even if he struck with full force, he couldn't kill the evil beast. Roar! After shredding the combined attack of the group, the evil beast with its stubby legs gave a mighty push and closed in on the Deputy City Lord and the others in an instant, sending them flying. Each of them crashed through countless buildings, eventually falling under piles of rubble. Pfft! The deputy city lord and the others spat out blood simultaneously. Even though they were in the element gathering realm, they couldn't withstand such a terrible impact much longer. Several hundred meters away, Ye Feng stood atop a tower, watching the evil beast. He acquired detailed information through the scouting function. Type: Evil Beast. Grade: Lower rank Demon General Peak. Bound to Suhun Genren. Note: can temporarily enhance its strength through rage, can break spells. Due to uncontrollable behavior, it can't leave a radius of 10 miles from its master. Seeing the words can break spells, Ye Feng didn't rejoice but remembered the latter part of the note. He looked around gravely, seeking Suhun Genren's whereabouts. It was also because he was wary of Suhun Genren that Ye Feng had not yet taken action. My heroic spirit power has fully recovered, but every time I use the sword drawing technique, it goes into a 1-hour cooldown period. I must save this move for later and not use it casually, Ye Feng murmured. High in the sky, Suhun Genren stood on the clouds, looking down. City Lord of White Float City, if you don't come out of seclusion, your subordinates in the element gathering realm will fall, becoming nutrients for the evil beast's advancement. By then, even if you break through to the 5th layer of the element gathering realm, it will be useless. Boom! Just at that moment, the sky changed. Thunder rumbled above the mountains behind the City Lord's mansion of White Float City, accompanied by clouds stretching for dozens of miles, as if a heavy rain was about to pour. The City Lord is coming out of seclusion. This is the sign of the auxiliary cultivation method Thunder Sprint art being perfected to the 3rd layer. It looks like the City Lord is about to break through to the 5th layer of the element gathering realm. Looking towards the center of the city, the Deputy City Lord laughed heartily. Chapter 148. Unexpected Events, the Brilliant Sword Light. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that the City Lord's thunder chasing technique was close to reaching perfection at the 3rd layer, and that he had broken through to the 5th layer of the element gathering realm. Thunder chasing technique is a powerful auxiliary cultivation method that grants the City Lord the power of thunder, enabling him to obliterate enemies of the same rank with ease. As long as the City Lord broke through to the 5th layer of the element gathering realm, he would be a match for those at the 6th or even the 7th layer and need not fear evil beasts. What? That guy is about to break through. Suhun Genren observed the thunder in the sky, fear flashing in his eyes, thinking to himself that he seemed to have chosen the wrong day to step out. He was already considering retreating. The evil beast, fixated on the thunderstorm above, grew even more enraged. It leaped up in an attempt to shatter the thundercloud. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the beast, causing it to smoke all over and smash heavily onto the street, destroying the surrounding buildings. Run! Those who were just watching the show were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions, wishing they had grown an extra pair of legs. Such powerful lightning, even the evil beast couldn't withstand it. It seems I must find the right moment to slip away. Suhun Genren watched the storm clouds, a trace of fear in his heart as he contemplated an escape route. Atop the high tower, Ye Feng looked at the dark clouds and muttered, "It looks like I won't need to make a move after all." However, as soon as he spoke, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless clouds of smoke that shot into the sky. Following that, everyone in the city heard a painful, muffled groan. In the next moment, an aged figure shot up from behind the City Lord's mansion and crashed heavily at the foot of the tower where Ye Feng was, revealing an old man with white hair, a bloody corner of his mouth, and his body convulsing. Did the City Lord fail in his breakthrough? Ye Feng stared at the City Lord lying on the ground, speechless. At this moment, the City Lord trembled violently, with the area of his chi shattered, clearly indicating a failure in his breakthrough, and his cultivation level was even ruined. The City Lord failed his breakthrough, it's over. The cultivators of White Float City were heartbroken. Suhun Genren's eyes widened, and once he confirmed that the City Lord's cultivation was indeed ruined, he felt a joy fall from the sky and let out a sinister kikik laugh. At this time, the body of the evil beast swelled to 30 meters tall, releasing an aura as strong as that of the fourth layer of the element gathering realm, and furiously pounced toward the city lord below the tower. City lord! People shouted out, as if they had foreseen the tragic scene of the city lord being crushed by the beast's claw, their hearts filled with pain. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, sending the evil beast flying away and crashing into several buildings before being buried under the rubble. As everyone looked intently, they realized that a handsome young man holding a mini banana palm fan was standing by the city lord's side. Yet! Sect Master Yet! Everyone stared at the young man, eyes widening in shock. Especially the deputy city lord, Liu Shanyu, and his group, who wore faces of disbelief. Am I seeing things? The evil beast that not even 5-element gathering realm experts could beat was sent flying by Sect Master Yet. Terrifying indeed. People gasped in astonishment. Suhun Zhenren stared at Ye Feng, grinding his teeth. Impossible. That kid is at most at the first layer of the element gathering realm level. How could he send the evil beast flying? Crack! The evil beast broke through the rubble and returned even more ferocious. However, everyone found that it had shrunk to 5 meters tall, and its aura had reduced several times over, only possessing the strength of the second layer of the element gathering realm. Has the evil beast actually weakened? Everyone but Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Ye Feng stood calmly, glancing at the mini banana palm fan and thinking to himself that it indeed was a device capable of downgrading even the most talented or elaborate spells. Roar! Enraged, the beast's body continued to expand, quickly growing to 30 meters tall and still swelling to 50 meters. Its aura finally reached the level of the 5th layer of the element gathering realm. This was the evil beast's current limit. Sect Master Yet, be careful! The leaders of the major forces cried out in concern. Suhun Zhenren was first stunned and then sneered. The evil beast has reached its strongest state. Ye Feng, that kid, is surely doomed. However, as Ye Feng waved the mini banana palm fan, a gust of wind rolled out, causing the evil beast's body to rapidly shrink back to 5 meters tall. Bang! Ye Feng leaped powerfully, striking while the evil beast was at its weakest and smashing it to pieces, almost killing it on the spot. To eliminate the evil beast, Ye Feng didn't stop. Right hand constantly fanning with the mini banana palm fan to keep the beast subdued, preventing it from recovering from its injuries and swelling in rage, and his left fist pummeling repeatedly. Finally, under the gaze of all the shocked onlookers, Ye Feng blew the evil beast into a cloud of wisping black mist that dispersed in the wind. Step! Ye Feng landed from mid-air and stood beside the city lord again, his left hand behind his back and his right hand holding the mini banana palm fan, gently waving, his hair flowing lightly. This! Everyone looked on, completely speechless. Sect Master is so powerful. At that moment, the disciples of the Misty Sect finally arrived, just in time to witness Ye Feng punch the evil beast into oblivion, and they cheered in excitement. The city lord lay on the ground, looking at the distinguished and extraordinary Ye Feng, a glint of light passing through his turbid eyes. He didn't know who Ye Feng was, but he knew that Ye Feng had saved him and the entire White Float City. Damn it, Ye Feng actually killed the evil beast. I see now. It must be the fan in his hand that's strange. Once I sneak up and snatch that precious fan, I can conveniently cut him to death. Suhun Zhenren, so angry he scratched his head and cheeks, formed a hand seal and turned into a wisp of black smoke, creeping towards Ye Feng through the shadows on the ground. City Lord, how are you? At this moment, the deputy city lord and others arrived at the base of the tower, helped up the city lord, and asked with concern. I failed the breakthrough, was hit by the backlash from Thunder Sprint Art, my Chi-Si has shattered. Unless I can repair the Chi-Si, this is as good as life gets for me. Desolation spread across the aged face of the old city lord. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Even though the city lord was once a strong practitioner of the element-gathering realm 4th layer with a body tempered by true yuan, strong enough to crush any chi-refining realm cultivator even without his cultivation level, his lifespan had now plummeted and he had suffered a grave injury. He wouldn't live much longer. From then on, the pillar of White Float City was broken. Thinking of this, the deputy city lord and a few other element-gathering realm experts all bowed their heads, deeply saddened. Ye Feng stood to the side, about to speak, when he suddenly sensed a heart-palpitating aura approaching from behind and quickly turned around to throw a punch. Boom! Ye Feng was blown away by a cloud of dark qi, suspended mid-air, staring at the spot where he had just stood, his gaze sharpening. He actually dodged it. Suhun Zhenren appeared in his true form, his brows filled with disbelief. It's Suhun Zhenren. The deputy city lord and the others' faces turned pale, they quickly released their pressuring aura, ready to fight to the death. Only to see Suhun Zhenren staring at Ye Feng who was hanging in the air, cursing, Ye Feng. First, you killed my tiger general and dozens of high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts, and now the evil beast. You have repeatedly foiled my good deeds. Today, I must cut you down no matter what. As he spoke, the whole city trembled. Ye Feng killed the tiger general. No wonder the beasts of the Fuyun gloomy forest suddenly fell silent. It's not because they were lying low to cause more trouble but because they were cut down. The 5 element-gathering realm experts looked at each other and finally realized the truth. They were deeply shocked and at the same time marveled at Ye Feng's discretion. He had quietly slain the tiger general and dozens of high-rank demon soldier-level demon beasts, securing the first place in the demon-slaying conference in advance. Ye Feng paid no mind to everyone's astonishment. Instead, he knitted his brows and stared coldly at Suhun Zhenren, saying, You struck first, so it's your own doing that you died. Shut up. I will kill you first. Suhun Zhenren took out a pair of middle-rank spiritual artifact-level black scissors, enlarged them to over a dozen meters long, and snipped towards Ye Feng. That's Suhun Zhenren's lifebound spiritual artifact, the soul-severing scissors. If you're wounded by it, even your soul will suffer a corresponding injury. The old city lord hastily warned. Ye Feng's heart tightened and he quickly fanned out a gust of wind. Feeble tricks. Suhun Zhenren sneered, his soul-severing scissors cutting through the strong wind and continued snipping at Ye Feng. Almost forgot, soul-severing scissors is a spiritual artifact, not a spell. The banana fan's spell-breaking feature is ineffective, it can only be used as a storm for defense. Ye Feng swiftly retreated. Ha ha ha, your precious fan is indeed no match for the soul-severing scissors, die. Suhun Zhenren stood atop the gigantic soul-severing scissors, controlling it to continuously attack Ye Feng. The crowd on the ground watched with bated breath, horrified. The battle between Ye Feng and Suhun Zhenren was too fearsome. With the crowd's strength, they were completely unqualified to intervene. Ye Feng, die. Suhun Zhenren's expression gradually turned maniacal. In his view, as long as he cut down Ye Feng, wouldn't White Float City still be within easy reach? Boom! Ye Feng suddenly landed on the ground, sprung up with all his might, and arrived hundreds of meters in the sky in an instant. Suhun Zhenren snorted coldly and gave chase. Took the bait. Ye Feng in the high skies held his breath, repeatedly fanning the mini banana palm fan, once, twice, 19 times, 20 times. All the strong winds overlapped into a tornadic cyclone, carrying terrifying momentum, grinding towards Suhun Zhenren who had just reached mid-air. This move is useless against me. Suhun Zhenren chuckled, harnessing the power of a element-gathering realm 4th layer cultivation and the augmentation of a spell, wielding strength comparable to a element-gathering realm 6th layer, he sliced the cyclone in two. But as the storm subsided, Suhun Zhenren discovered that Ye Feng had vanished from his sight. He quickly turned around, only to see Ye Feng suspended in mid-air, left hand holding a sword sheath, right hand in a reverse grip on the sword. His aura completely dissipated at that moment, as if he had blended into the air itself. Sword drawing technique. Suhun Zhenren chuckled. Ye Feng's foundation was only at the level of element gathering realm 2 or 3 at most. No matter how well he performed the sword technique, it would still. Before Suhun Zhenren's smile had fully blossomed, Ye Feng had already drawn his sword. Light. Pure, unblemished white. An endless dazzle. Emanating from an ordinary-looking iron sword, it lit up the sky, even more blinding than the sun overhead. Not good. Suhun Zhenren realized the danger, but the sword chi that slashed towards him was too fast. He had no time to dodge and could only defend with the soul-severing scissors. Whiz! The blinding sword chi swept across the sky. In front of everyone's amazed eyes, the soul-severing scissors and Suhun Zhenren were split in two, then exploded into nothingness. After a short while, a several hundred-meter tall hill outside the city was struck by the sword chi and detonated. Heavy boulders weighing millions of pounds shattered and fell like a meteor shower raining down around them. How terrifying! Everyone petrified on the spot. Outside White Float City, Huo Yunjia stood dumbfounded on the cold light sword, his mind replaying the scene of Ye Feng drawing his sword to eradicate Suhun Zhenren. Sword drawing technique. Huo Yunjia held his breath, feeling a dryness in his throat, and moreover, this is the sword drawing technique perfected to the utmost level, unrivaled in power. It turns out, Sect Master Ye already knew it, I just didn't realize. Chapter 149. City Sensation, smiling without a word. In the high skies. Ye Feng sheathed his sword and began a free fall. Amidst the gaze of an enthralled crowd, he landed in the center of the street, shattering the cobblestones beneath his feet before steadying himself. It's over, Ye Feng said, looking at the onlookers as he spoke softly. Sect Master, are you all right? The disciples crowded around him, their faces filled with concern. Brother Flathead stood to one side, a speechless expression on his face, seemingly frustrated about not being able to fight. The sect leaders' expressions changed dramatically as they stared at the oddly dressed Brother Flathead. Such a strong aura! This is actually a lower-rank Tiger General. I remember now, it was one of the high-rank demon soldier-level demonic beasts from the eastern marshes of the city, which mysteriously vanished. It turns out it became the mountain guardian spirit beast of the Misty Sect and even advanced to the rank of Tiger General. The Misty Sect is indeed profound, they acknowledged. The leaders of the various sects all showed looks of astonishment. The deputy city lord looked at Brother Flathead and then at Ye Feng, coming to a realization, so that was the roar of your sect's mountain guardian spirit beast earlier. It was a false alarm. Ye Feng introduced to the crowd, this is Brother Flathead, our Misty Sect's mountain guardian spirit beast. Sect Master Ye is truly impressive to have a Tiger General level mountain guardian spirit beast, an enviable feat. The Nishang Palace Master maintained her dignified posture, the corner of her mouth still marked with blood. Following the battle with the evil beast, everyone present at the element gathering realm had sustained injuries. Sect Master Ye, thank you. The typically reticent sect leader of the Tyrant Blade sect also thanked Ye Feng with a salute. Sect Master Ye, truly the chosen one. Just today, you eliminated Suhun Zhenren and the evil beast, achieving what many one-star sect masters find difficult, praised the sect leader of Feather's sect. Hearing the crowd's praises made Ye Feng feel a bit embarrassed. Xin Guangxian looked at Ye Feng, who was being lauded by the crowd, clenching his fists in excitement and grinning, haha. I knew I wasn't wrong. Sect Master Ye indeed defeated the Tiger General from Fuyun Gloomy Forest. He has always been this powerful. At this moment, Elder Liu Shanyu and the Deputy City Lord, supporting the old City Lord, approached Ye Feng. Is this the newly renowned Sect Master Ye Feng of the high-ranked Misty Sect? What a remarkable sword-drawing technique, a true hero emerges from the youth, exclaimed the old City Lord before breaking into a fit of severe coughing. Misty Sect's Ye Feng greets the old City Lord. Ye Feng saluted with a bow. Although the old city lord had lost his cultivation, he was still the ruler of White Float City. Strictly speaking, the Misty Sect was still considered under the jurisdiction of White Float City, and the ownership of the sect territory deed still belonged to the city lord's mansion. If not for Sect Master Ye taking action today, we all might have fallen prey to Suhun Genren. The old city lord coughed again, his face filled with dejection. Unfortunately, in my rush to break through the thunder sprint art to the 3rd level perfection and to the 5th stage of element gathering, I failed. City Lord, how are you feeling now? The deputy city lord asked with concern, his eyes full of worry. For the deputy city lord, the old city lord was like a half-mentor, deserving of great respect. He never imagined that the latter would fail a breakthrough and end up with a shattered chi-si. My chi-si has shattered, and even if my injuries recover, it is unlikely to be rebuilt. This is it for me in this lifetime, the old city lord sighed. It is said that a divine origin realm great power can reconstruct the chi-si, and even some top spirit sea realm experts can do it. Can't they help you? The Nishang Palace Master asked with confusion. We haven't reached a level to make contact with those in the spirit sea realm or the divine origin realm, and besides, reconstructing the chi-si is a taxing task. Usually, only direct relatives receive such assistance. We do not qualify. The old city lord sighed in resignation. I'm tired. I'll head back to the city lord's mansion to rest. Everyone, until we meet again. City lord, let me help you, said the deputy city lord. Elder Lu Shanyu also assisted the old city lord, and the 3 of them took flight, heading back to the city lord's mansion to recuperate. Sect Master Ye, don't forget to come to the Nishang Palace to give some guidance to my inept disciples, the Nishang Palace Master said with a smile to Ye Feng before leaving as well. The sect leader of Feathers Sect and the sect leader of Tyrant Blade Sect nodded to Ye Feng as a gesture of respect before departing. Let's go back, Ye Feng said to his disciples, leaping onto the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Leading the disciples and the spiritual beast, they flew away from White Float City under the admiring gaze of tens of thousands. Soon after, news spread. Suhun Genren, accompanied by an evil beast, descended upon White Float City, aiming to engulf the entire place. But ultimately, he was slain by a single sword strike from Sect Master Ye of the Misty Sect, a dazzling feat. Upon the news's release, the entire city was abuzz. Sect Prestige Value plus 478. Sect Prestige Value plus 648. Ye Feng heard the system's continuous notifications and discovered that his prestige value had soared to 20,000 and was still rapidly increasing. Even so, the distance to the big 100,000 mark was still very far. Ye Feng silently criticized the current onlookers as inadequate, as he had publicly defeated Suhun Genren in front of a crowd, yet it didn't result in a dramatic rise in his prestige by tens or hundreds of thousands, but only by hundreds or thousands. Inside a Golan house, the Thousand Faces demon monarch, transformed into a handsome young noble, had a graceful woman sitting on his lap. Upon hearing the news, he couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Ye Feng certainly hid his strength. Being able to slay Suhun Genren with a single sword strike implies he has at least the power of the element gathering realm 6th layer. Wait, he loves to hide his strength, perhaps his true power is far beyond that. Hiss. Could this guy be at the 9th layer of the element gathering realm? Or say, he's a spirit sea realm expert who's hidden his cultivation level. The more the Thousand Faces demon monarch thought about it, the more frightened he became, shivering uncontrollably. The woman sitting on him immediately showed a look of boredom, disdainfully saying, "That was so lame, it ended too quickly." Upon hearing this, the Thousand Faces demon monarch's anger surged, and he retorted indignantly, "That was me shivering with excitement, not because of something else, okay?" Misty Peak. Ye Feng and his group had already reached the peak. Sect Master Uncle, I'm back. Hardly had they arrived when Huo Yunjia followed closely behind and appeared at the gate. Big brother is back. Long Tianxing was the first to rush over. It's good that you're back, Ye Feng said, smiling at Huo Yunjie. During the challenge from Scarlet Serpent Sect, Huo Yunjie played a pivotal role, and he also won his sparring match with Xiao Fangwu. Now, Huo Yunjie had mastered the sword drawing technique, allowing Ye Feng to also grasp this powerful sword technique, ultimately using it to vanquish the menace, Suhun Zhenren. Taking all of these into account, Ye Feng felt that Huo Yunjie really was a lucky star for the Misty Sect, and he found himself looking at him more and more favorably. You've begun to learn the sword drawing technique, haven't you? Without waiting for Huo Yunjie to speak, Ye Feng had already started talking. Sect Master Uncle knows even this. Huo Yunjie was surprised. Ye Feng smiled to himself, thinking how could he not know with the system's help, and also, if you hadn't reached beginner level, I wouldn't have been able to master the sword drawing technique, would I? Thinking this, Ye Feng nodded and said, yes, I know you've begun, but there's still a great distance from perfection. Although Ye Feng had mastered the sword drawing technique at the perfect stage, the technique was profound, comparable to a 5th grade spell. Even if he explained it, it would be difficult for Huo Yunjie to perfect it in a short time. If it were a less complicated 1st grade spell, the difficulty of training would be much lesser, and with just a few pointers from Ye Feng, his disciples could master it. With Huo Yunjie's return, the disciples of Misty Sect gathered together once again. At the dining table, Huo Yunjie recounted his experiences in the ancient town of Quicksand. After listening, the disciples understood that Huo Yunjie had gone through so much, not only mastering the sword drawing technique but also meeting Beixiu Ding. They were curious to find out if she would later join Divine Wind Sword Sect. I thought that I would come back and rejoice with Sect Master Uncle upon learning the sword drawing technique, but who could have guessed that he had already reached perfection? I'm still too young. Huo Yunjie looked at Ye Feng, his eyes full of respect. Ye Feng sat at his place, smiling without saying a word. Chapter 150. Guiding the sword drawing technique, the conditions of a star-level sect. Yunji has already mastered the sword drawing technique to a beginner level, quite impressive, beyond the expectations of this sect master. According to the mission instructions, he is now an inner sect disciple of our Misty Sect. Congratulations to him. Ye Feng took out an identity token. Huo Yunjie received it solemnly, turned it over to the back, and saw the raised letters Inner Sect Huo Yunjie. A special feeling overcame him. So, Sect Master Uncle had already made my identity token in advance. This also indicates that he holds great expectations for us, certain that we could successfully pass the assessment. Thinking this, Huo Yunjie clenched the token, feeling its great value, and hurriedly hung it carefully on his belt. Sect Master Uncle, I would like to ask for your guidance on my sword drawing technique. Huo Yunjie stood up and said respectfully. The key point of the sword drawing technique lies in the condensation of one's own breath. Of course, physical fitness is also very important. With your current strength, even if you know the details, you can't perform the sword drawing technique to perfection, otherwise, it would oppress your body and cause permanent damage. Ye Feng did not hold back and spoke openly on the spot. The disciples sitting at the dining table listened intently, as if a new window had opened before them, eager to try. However, while the sword drawing technique is powerful, it also consumes a lot, often requiring rest after a full force execution. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it with all your strength, Ye Feng cautioned. Question: Young Long Tianxing jumped in, Sect Master, if we don't condense our full strength but only use a part of it, can't we perform it multiple times? Ye Feng was taken aback. The sword drawing technique requires the use of one's full force, an all-or-nothing move. If each time you only use a portion of your strength for the strike, you surely can perform it multiple times, but the power of each strike will be greatly reduced, perhaps even inferior to a regular spell. Before Ye Feng could speak, Huo Yunjie had already provided the explanation. At the banks of flowing water river, Huo Yunjie had practiced this way more than once, but after realizing the lack of power, he stopped practicing it. That's true, but against weaker demonic beasts, it is acceptable to condense only a part of your strength each time. Ye Feng walked to the edge of the cliff, took out an iron sword, and condensed 1/10,000th of the heroic spirit power. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed. But because the condensed power was minimal, the iron sword merely glowed with a faint luminescence. With Ye Feng's swing, a meter-long crescent-shaped sword light swept across, splitting a millstone-sized rock in two. The sect master is so awesome. Xiao Jiaxi, who walks the path of body refinement and cannot cultivate the sword-drawing technique, could only watch enviously. Usually, you can practice the sword-drawing technique in this manner until you get used to it, then try condensing your entire spiritual power to unleash sword chi far beyond your own realm, Ye Feng said before lying down on the lounge chair. After the disciples had eaten, they began to cultivate. Ye Feng lay there leisurely. No need to cultivate, just by giving some guidance to the disciples and occasionally going out to fight, my strength can be improved, how nice. Thinking so, Ye Feng was preparing to sleep. Boom! The sound of the summoning bell came from halfway up the mountain. Long Tianxing, having nothing else to do, was the first to rush down the mountain and soon brought a white-haired middle-aged man to the peak. The visitor was the deputy city lord of White Float City with a somewhat grave expression. Upon seeing Ye Feng, he bowed and said, "Sect Master Ye, the city lord requests your presence." Seeing the deputy city lord's expression, Ye Feng sensed the matter was not trivial and quickly stood up. "Please lead the way, deputy city lord." Half an incense stick's time later. In a tranquil courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. The city lord, Lu Shanyu, Nishang Palace Master, Sect Leader of Feathers Sect, Sect Leader of Tyrant Blade Sect, and others sat at a stone table beneath a grapevine trellis, looking rather grim. "Sect Master Ye has arrived, please take a seat." The city lord stood up to greet Ye Feng with a cupped hand salute, his complexion much improved, and he had also changed into a clean, tidy blue robe. There were a total of 7 element gathering realm powerhouses present, seated on stone stools, sipping spiritual tea. Ye Feng did not want to waste time and got straight to the point. "I wonder why the city lord has summoned me, what is the matter?" The city lord let out a light sigh. "Does Sect Master Ye know the conditions required for a high-ranked sect to be promoted to a star-level sect?" Ye Feng pondered for a moment and then said, "I heard from my friend Xin Guangxian that apart from the sect leader needing to reach the 3rd layer of the element gathering realm, the sect must also possess a certain number of spiritual artifacts, as well as infrastructure like alchemy pavilion, artifact refining pavilion, spirit beast pavilion, and a sect protection array." Lu Shanyu's face turned somewhat embarrassed. Actually, what Xin Guangxian said was not incorrect, but it was not complete. "How so?" Ye Feng quickly asked. Lu Shanyu explained, "For a star-level sect, the sect leader reaching the 3rd layer of the element gathering realm is just the minimum requirement, it must also have 2 element gathering realm elders. Of course, if the entire sect has only 1 element gathering realm individual, that person must reach the 4th layer of the element gathering realm to meet the criteria." Ye Feng suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Actually, for a star-level sect, the strength of the sect leader and the spirit vein are the most important conditions. The city lord spoke again. Take Yunhua sect for example, they have several element gathering realm powerhouses, over 1,000 disciples, and functional buildings like Scripture Pavilion and Spirit Beast Pavilion. They could have become a 1-star sect, but unfortunately, their spirit vein was inadequate. Ye Feng nodded, so that means our Misty sect, with our miniature spirit vein, essentially has the foundation to be promoted to a section. Yes, the city lord nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Feng and asked earnestly, "Now that Sect Master Ye basically understands the conditions for promotion of a star-level sect, you should be able to guess the crisis facing White Float City now, right?" "A crisis? What crisis could White Float City be facing?" Ye Feng was taken aback. A moment later, Ye Feng's gaze sharpened, looking at the old city lord. The city lord has lost his cultivation, leaving White Float City without an element gathering realm triple layer or even a quadruple layer leader, thus facing the crisis of demotion. Exactly, the city lord nodded. The others also looked at Ye Feng, giving him a feeling of unease. What next? Asked Ye Feng. Once White Float City loses its star status, it will be downgraded to a high-ranked sect, and the land deeds within a 200 to 300 miles radius will be reclaimed by County King City. At that time, County King City will be free to dispose of them, including ordering all sects here to relocate and taking away the discovered spirit veins, the city lord sighed. That aggressive? Ye Feng frowned. Are we just expected to be sitting ducks then? Lu Shanyu looked helpless. Sect Master Ye has overlooked one thing. We are now within the territory of the three-star force, Mystique Kingdom, and strictly speaking, these lands are the royal families of Mystique Kingdom. The management rights of the Southern River Basin are concentrated in County King City. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. You mean we're all essentially subordinates to County King City? In the entire Southern River Basin, except for a few two-star forces like Divine Wind Sword Sect, all other forces are under the jurisdiction of County King City. Lu Shanyu shrugged. Of course, that includes our Liu Yun sect. So, what's the point of calling me here? Ye Feng glanced at the city lord, his expression growing increasingly strange. You're not meaning to appoint me as the city lord, are you? That's right. Everyone nodded in unison, leaving Ye Feng frozen in place. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.